島がいっぱいあるよっていうゲームではありましたので、というところで、はい、画面の方が来ましたね。コープ any% ノーマルということで、奏者の方が2人いらっしゃるかな。で、早速名前を決めますが、現時点で1位のスコール7ということで、スコールくんの、ローマ数字になってるおしゃれ。7人目のスコールくんがね、主人公ということで、ドラクエ7リーイマジンド始まっていくかと思います。言語の方は、あら、イングリッシュを選択したということは、今入れ替わったか？入れ替わってますね。ちらっと目を離した瞬間に、ボイスランゲージイングリッシュの方に25ドルポンと入ってる。
And the other one for Nottingham will be at the very end of the run, so time to get donations in for that. But on that note, time is going to start when I hit confirm here. So if we are ready, I will count us down. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right.
はい、始まりました。グッドラックでございます。まあ、ドラクエ7ですね、ちょいちょい情報の方はいろいろ聞いてまして、まあイベントをね、サクサクっとスキップできるようになってたりとか、なんかね、一番最初に行う戦闘まで30分もかからないとかなんとかで、元の方の PS 版はね、ストーリーそこそこに進めてると、一番最初の戦闘まで1時間かかるとかで割とね、有名だったりもしましたが、かなりね、遊びやすい改善が加えられてるようでして、まあ、私の周囲にいる方で購入された方はね、軒並みすごい好評だったので、私もね、ちょうどね、いい感じに、まあ、原作版とか 3DS 版の記憶も薄れてきたところなので、またプレイしたいなとは思ってるんですが、この辺に関しては展開的に一緒なのかな？なんかマリベルがついてくわっつってごねてたりとか、そんなこんなですよね。
main fisherman who lives here in this village, and he's running off to go do his seasonal fishing trip. We have to jump on the boat there to progress the story, find Maribel down in the ship. Maribel is
キャラクターもね、なんだ、いわゆるドールルックってやつですか。すごい原作の雰囲気と、こう原作の雰囲気保ちつつ、めちゃめちゃいい感じにね、動きが豊富になったりとか、もしてるみたくて、本当だ。お城が近い。なるほどね。そういう部分でもあれか。結構歩きましたよね、原作って。街入ってから。いや、本当に結構ね、いわゆるリメイク作品の、そういう原作要素との変更ってね、かなり難しい部分がありまして、変え方をちょっと失敗しちゃうとね、やっぱり原作のファンの方からは、すごい不評を買ったりもしますし、そういう意味でね、このドラクエ7に関しては、原作をすごい好きな方からもかなり好評の声を聞いてるので、めちゃめちゃいい感じのところに落とし込んだんだろうなっていうのが私の今の認識なんですが、そしてファストトラベルも簡単と。
Yeah, so we met up with Kiefer there, and he said, meet me at our secret spot. So we go over to the Shrine of Mysteries, where he's inspecting the statue.
そして、一番最初の遺跡ですね。まあ、なかなかドラクエ7と言いますと、この一番最初の遺跡からしてね、なかなか結構な謎解き要素があって、
he ran off with his dad's ring and put it on top of the pedestal, thinking that might.
石板のかけらを手に入れて、
You hear a voice when he does that.
とりあえず戻ってくる。
tells us we're missing some stuff, and so we have to go around and grab a couple of these shards of a stone tablet that are going to be very important in this run. Here we've got a conversation with our dad here. He talks about the fishing he just did and how he pulled up a strange stone fragment when he was fishing. And just a fun trivia fact that if you have Japanese text, this conversation is 10 seconds faster than what we just saw.
はい、いらっしゃいませ。こちらね、セブンの主人公の、スコールセブン君でございます。
Pretty close. Maybe we estimate maybe about a 10 or 15-minute difference in like overall time throughout the run for Japanese versus English.
Yeah.
And the fastest time I'm aware of actually plays in Chinese, which is even faster.
まあ確かにその時代の流れみたいなのはどうしてもありますからね。当時だとね、やっぱりこう一つのゲームを長い時間かけてじっくり遊ぶっていうのが結構私の周りでは主流だったような気もするんですけど、今はね、ちょっとこう最初の取っかかり間違えるとね、もう次のゲーム違うゲームやっちゃおうってなって、まあいい意味でそのいろんなゲームが本当にいっぱい出る時代になったと言いますか。ね、面白そうなゲームありすぎてね、やる時間が足りねえよってぐらいの、まあ嬉しい悲鳴が上がる時代にもなってますので。はい、そうですね。ドラクエ7、デフォルトネームは、まあ、アルスになってるはずなんですが、今回はね、ビットウォーにより、7番目のスコール君ということで、スコール7という名前になりました。
Accelerated the beginning of that for better or for worse. Yeah, there's a lot of things they cut out of the beginning specifically. Yeah, and a lot of the aspects of this game, including some of the changes to this intro area, are
あ、本当だ、なんか、
3DS version of the game.
あれ、見覚えのないのがあるな。
Yeah, PlayStation 1 was the original release, and then
なんかすごいおしゃれな影絵でスライム作るみたいな、すごいおしゃれな感じになってる。
You know, a little bit faster, a little bit easier to get going. That was not really the case in the grand scheme of things. That game had pretty poor performance and also had a pretty slow intro.
その昔この遺跡を用意した人もリメイクに合わせておしゃれにしてくれたんやろな。あ、しかも初戦闘これ？スライムではなく？なるほどなるほど。そう。そんでね、プレイ動画なんかもね、プレイしてるところをね、ちょっと通話しながら見せてもらったりもしてたんですが、戦闘のテンポがまあ早い。ちゃんとね、もう、あ、なるほどね。確かにこれは快適だわ。あ、ここが、あ、崖っぷちじいさん、はいはいはいはい。崖っぷちじいさんのとこで初めて戦闘があって、はあ。なるほどね。異世界行ってからスライムがじゃないんですね。
So we don't have to worry about, you know, going to the priest and paying for revival fees.
そう、なんかね、結構いろんな設定をね、好きにいじることができるみたいなのは聞いてて、難易度は上げたいけど、こう、経験値とか入手するお金が減るのは違うでしょみたいな人にも、ちゃんと対応しているという、令和のリメイクになってるという噂はね、金がね、聞いております。
Shard that we need. I refuse to call this a puzzle.
Yeah.
This is just the lock for the door. Very fancy doorknob.
This quote-unquote puzzle always makes me feel sad for the PlayStation version, the ruins that we lost.
Yeah. Yeah, the PlayStation version had like a pretty extensive
ああ、サクサクだな、本当
pretty
に。
tricky puzzles that were pretty extensive and had, from a speedrun standpoint, had pretty technical movement and everything. And it was actually really fun, but the
ね、
PlayStation
なんか
version
初戦
doesn't
闘が1時間かかるとかかからないとかいう話をしてた
so no
とこ
battle
ろ、
in the first half hour.
7分ですよ、7分。
After a short scene or two here, we will actually be entering the first island already. So as soon as we enter the first island, which will be when I place the tablets here on the pedestal, that's when we will have to close the donation and bid war for Maribel's dress. Or the
まあ、
dress.
ムービーとかを飛ばしたりしてますからね。まあ、そのあたりも込みで考え、それでも早いよな。おー、石板は
There's gonna be
ちゃん
a couple
と。
cutscenes, and then there'll be one short fight, and then after that we can set the costume.
石板も早っ。
So here we're going to be starting basically the main loop of.
あ、そうですよね。いわゆるモンスター色
completed one of the pedestals
についても大きな変更があったというふうに聞いておりまして、なんかモンスターの心自体はなんかあるんですよね。で、それを
Explain
装備することで、みたいな。ああ、スライムだ。スライムにしても、
version of,
スライムさんあなた10分以内に登場してますよ。
the beginning of this game, our island we start on is the only island in the world. The rest of it's just ocean. And so when we go back into the past here, there's usually
そうですよね。確かそんな風なことをお聞きしてまして、こうアクセサリーのような形で、でその時々でね、モンスターの心装備したりとか、違う装備にして、なんかこう、特性的なものをガラッと変更できるみたいな話も聞いてまして、へえ、すごいな。めちゃめちゃ大胆に変えてるよな。あ、マチルダさんは一緒か、さすがに。
We've still got the complete Nottingham Island for the end of the run. We're at $710 out of 3,000, so let's keep that going.
Excellent, thank you very much. We will set her costume right now to the red smock.
さあ、そして、これがビットのあれですね。マリベルの衣装が、
Was already kind
あー、ベロニカじゃん。ほんとだ。
the red and green. The red
可愛
and
ら
green
しい。
outfits are based off Veronica and Serena from Dragon Quest XI. And there are a couple of other outfits in there for other characters that are based off the same thing. But we won't be using those today. Just the Veronica one. Or Maribel one. The
そう
Veronica
か、
dress
転職もそうですよ
very
ね。
easy when they're wearing-
原作とはまた違ってて、まあ、転職システムに関してはね、こう原作と 3DS 版でもかなり
So the first
変わってましたが、そこからさらに変更が加えられて、
PlayStation name was Rexwood.
ということで、いや、ほんと大胆に変えたな。すごい
What's
な。
going on here is basically the town's been attacked by monsters lately.
あえ、
And I think the
フィールド
monsters
のモンスター、めっちゃ可愛いじゃん、歩き方と
So
か。
that's really what we're trying to solve here. The town is named after the
あれ、大アリクイか。大アリクイ、あんな歩き方すんの？
Rex.
あ、これ知ってる。同じ色のくっつけると消えるやつ。
Which half of the modern name is his name, but
I think that's right, but I'm not sure either.
yeah.
なんか転がっていってるんだけど。
We'll find out later
ピタゴラスイッチみたいになってる。
talk to is the sister of the town's protector, and so she's kind of refusing to go to the village and do anything to help out. But in this version, she tags along for this dungeon here, the Colorstone Mine.
ああ、なんかしかも、あれか。結構ギミックが追加されて、ただ押すだけじゃなくなってるんだ。へえ。
This dungeon got very much overhauled compared to the original
これ
version.
が、令和最新版のカラーストーンってやつか。
But I guess to
あ
make、
中魔獣。
3D instead of the original PlayStation sprite-based puzzles, they just completely.
これでも結構あれだな。割と、このルックスで、ちゃんとリアルになってると、なかなかの何とも言えなさがあるな。目の前にいたら結構やばいっすよね、こういうのね。
Yeah, the monsters in this dungeon are very weak as like just an.
おー、マチルダさんもちゃんとい
The
る。
enemies in here just they very frequently just use attacks that try to make you lose a turn, and it's actually pretty.
レベルアッ
for them to
プ
get
も
as well.
早っ。
We had both of our main damage dealers taking hits or losing their turns at the beginning.
ああ、今のはあれか。
The warrior that's following us, Maeve.
モンスターの心スライムかな？
In combat here. So in an earlier version of this route, actually, I was doing a
う
lot
ん、これなら確かに、
in order to get class XP. We'll
ね
talk about how
6時間で終わるというのも納 得ではある。
I was doing a lot of grinding here in order to get class XP because you had a free AI party member that was doing extra damage, and it actually made the fights there go pretty quickly. But the route has since trimmed down to do much less grinding. I think I needed something like 30 fights or something in the route that I was using before the boss of the next island.
ああ、本当だ。まあ、レベルアップして全回復とかね。こう、行き先マーカーみたいなやつは、最近の、まあ、ドラクエのリメイクとか、ドラクエじゃなくてもそうか。結構いろんなゲーム、リメイクされたりすると追加されることが多いですよね。やっぱりこう、行き先がわからなくて次どこやねんみたいなの、昔の RPG では結構いろいろありがちではあったんですが、
We helped him out, and now we're gonna go help with the monsters. On the PlayStation version, he actually joins you for the whole tower segment, but in this version, he hangs behind. So yeah, that was, as you can see, all the equipment we were able to afford by selling that bow tie for 750 gold.
Yeah, a lot of defensive equipment. We also got a slime heart in the mines, which is an equipable accessory.
お、これか。心を装備してみたいな、そういう感じですよね。へえ。まあ確かに今考えれば、原作だと、通常色と上級色とモンスター色と、どんだけあんねんって感じでしたもんね。はい、マリベルはですね、ビットによって、最も投票を集めた衣装を装備するということになっておりまして、ベロニカ衣装ですね。こちらの方を装備してプレイをされております。お、なんかテンションっぽいのもある
？You know, like limit break or pet powers or something like that. That's what it's called in this version, is let loose. It'll slowly build up over time, and based on the class of your character, you'll get a unique skill that can be used, and they're usually really, really good.
こちらですね、コープ、カテゴリーにあるコープというのは、まあおそらくですね、奏者さんが2人おられるので、バトンタッチして途中からプレイを交代するという感じの意味のコープかなと、推測しております。いわゆる協力プレイ的な要素では確かないはずかな。おお、バーストというシステムがある。ああ、職業固有の必殺技とかもあるんだ。へえ。なるほど、なるほど。おお、リップスがおる。しかもでけえな。なんかドラクエのモンスターってね、結構コミカルで可愛らしいモンスターがね、多いイメージが勝手にあるんですが、こう、原寸大とかになると、さすがにやっぱりちょっと、うっていうやつも中には、猫魔道とかは可愛いな、歩き方が。猫魔道はね、結構全モンスターの中でも上位クラスで好きなやつで、モンスターズとかでもめちゃめちゃよく使ってましたからね。
Yeah, in my casual experience, I found all the, full heal, saving, auto saving, etc. to be a
さ
little
あ、ということで、
one thing that even game reviewers complained about in this game was like the difficulty.
マチルダさんに悲しき過去。バーストはキャラ別みたいな感じか。直近側のところではまだだっけ？ダンビラムーチョね、個性的ですよね、あれもね。もうなんか、なんでかわからんけど、こう、なんだろう、ドラクエらしい雰囲気っていうか、
This will be an auto battle fight. This is going to be the last like full auto battle boss fight that we do. But we will sometimes use it to speed up some random encounters or speed up certain turns during boss fights.
Yeah, so this crab is basically like the second in command of the monsters in the tower here, and yeah,
was
fight's
really
already
quick.
over.
The crab can heal, and he can use his immense defense ability to.
さあ、無事直近がもう突破ということで、レベルアップがやっぱり早い。
Very quick.
あ、
So after we
悲しき過
grab,
去。
the warrior
どうしてこんなことに。
Maeve reveals that she's actually the boss of the monsters, and she turns into that monster there. And if you give this item that she gave you earlier, this wooden doll, to Patrick, then you're actually able to run away from that fight, and it just ends. And then, you know, she makes peace with everyone. The women are now back in the village. You can see quite a few of them standing around talking to people. But, yeah.
今のって
basically the end of the first
普通に
episode
スキッ
already.
プして終わりでしたっけ？
We're what, 19 minutes in compared
あ、
to.
ここの戦闘、へえ、へえ、へえ、へえ、へえ、へえ。
Yeah, and so the.
なるほど、逃げても進む。なんとまあ。それって元からそうでしたっけ？リメイクからできるようになった？へえ。あ、オリジナルでも逃げられるのか。知らんかった。
TheCowness mentioned earlier, there's only the starting island was the only island, so we see some shaking here.
そういえばそっか。まあ、バカ正直に戦うことしか知らんかったからな。
We're gonna find that we have a boat we've got stashed away, and we're going to go explore the new island in the present, which is then going to get us various.
あ、その後の展開があれか。追加されたのか。
To allow us to enter the next island.
なるほ
Now
ど。
would be a good time if the host has.
まあ、いろいろね、ストーリー展開についてはね、言われることもありましたからね。まあ、どうなんだろう。ドラクエ、もともと結構ね、そういう、割とよく考えるとえぐい話とかもね、あったりした記憶は、子供心にありますが、その中でも特にね、結構、重めの展開といいますか。なんかドネートがドーンと入った。
Thanks, Nick.
And last but not least, we've got $10 from Far Diddy Far Far. I'm going from strength to strength. I'm not sure what that means, but I'm sure someone does.
Kiefer says it. I don't know what it means either.
Only he knows. All right. That's all I got for now.
Excellent, thank you. So we now have access to the boat.
で、もう船か。
Part of the run. We actually have to
そんなもんだったっ
get the
け？
boat again a little bit later, but we can sail to explore the next island. We do get one ocean encounter. The ocean encounters are actually random. They don't show up on the map, but they're at pretty fixed distances. So we always get one sailing to this island. That was a very nice ocean encounter.
で、現代ですね。この辺はさすがに。
Cyclone guys that do a lot of area of effect damage, and you have to just kind of run away from them. But the ocean encounters would be nice. So during the next part of the run, after we get the shards to enter the next island, we are going to have to be killing some enemies as we go, in order to get.
これがね、当時、結構好きで、石板攻略してね、現代に島がどんどん復活してくるっていうのが、
NPCs you have to say no to. So we're going to be doing a little bit of fighting as we go in order to get XP and also some class experience. So in the older versions of the game, every character had some base abilities they gained as they leveled up experience-wise. In this game, you actually don't get any base abilities per se, but your characters have a starter class for them.
まあ、基本的な進行が変わらないなら、石板集めて、石板の世界攻略して、で、現代の島行って、みたいな、そういう流れのはずなので、ね。しかし、やっぱり早いな。基本的にめちゃめちゃ早いな。
We'll be fighting a few things as we go along, and that ocean encounter, where I'm going with this, is that ocean encounter contributes towards that. So that's one less fight that I'll need to take in the volcano of the next island. And so this is sort of the flow of things, right? Like I was saying, you go to the present and you kind of explore. So you go back and you explore the new island, which usually has some of these shards on it. Sometimes it has other story progression on those islands also. And there's one more here, actually, back at the castle.
で、ダンジョンの中からもサクッとルーラーをして、
Snuck out again.
いやー、便利。
Kind of known for doing that. And so they have the castle locked up, and they're going to let us back in. And instead of talking to any of like the royal family, like Kiefer's dad or anything, we're actually just going to, you can see the exclamation point over on the right there. We're going to find the old man from the cliff who is trying to get to the back side of the castle. And since we have Prince Kiefer with us, they're going to let us go back there and find one more shard that we'll need for the next island.
Yeah, Kiefer, as you can probably tell, is kind of the typical prince who doesn't want to be cooped up in the castle. He wants to go off on an adventure, and at the start of the game, there isn't much world to go adventuring in, so that's why he's exploring the ruins, which are kind of a forbidden zone on the island, and also why he fixed up that ship so that he could sneak out onto the ocean on his own. Yeah, there's these two old men here, they kind of just bicker a lot, but it's
この辺どうだったっけ？ストーリーがもういい感じで頭から吹っ飛んどるな。
And there's another one that they have hidden, stashed away under the castle here. So now that you've, gone into that world and kind of solved the beginning of the mystery, the old man we talked to at the beginning comes down and talks to this other old man and says, hey, give them the shard and let them figure this out.
Yeah, it was once their dream to figure it all out, but now it's up to us to carry on.
イカダのモーションもちゃんと凝ってる。
Oh, bonked into the corner. The corners of this are surprisingly
ドールルックだから頭身はね、かなり低めなんですけど、それでもちゃんとモーションとか細かくて可愛らしい感じだし、これは確かにいいな。で、赤の石板。次は援護で大丈夫なのか？
Most overworld areas, like you saw in the mines, have enemies that appear on the map, on the dungeon map, or on the overworld map. And, well, we will take some fights early on. In the grand scheme of things, we will fight very few random enemies or overworld battles or anything. So, being able to dodge them and not get into attacks that we don't want to will be a big part of going fast. But in the meantime, I'm going to take 2 fights here before going into town. I'm going to set my tactics to not automatically use Let Loose if it becomes available.
といったところでですね、ゲームの途中ではありますが、司会進行の方、交代のお時間となりましたので、私の方はここいらで失礼をさせていただきます。イベントの方まだまだ続きますので、引き続き RPG リミットブレイク2026どうぞお楽しみください。お疲れ様でした。
These random fights are just going to be auto battle. There's nothing really special to them. We don't have any sort of unique tech or skills or anything like that. Kiefer did just get his let loose, so I will actually earn that in the next fight that I run into. I'm going to grab the sparkly spot. There are 2 color sparkly spots in this game. There are blue ones, which I picked up one. You saw it was a single file. The blue ones are random in terms of what you get from them, although many of them have preferences. So that one that I picked up is very often a single file, which I'll just be using to sell. The gold or yellowish sparkly spots are always fixed. They're always the same item. So I picked up a string seed from that, and we'll be picking up plenty more stat seeds. Stat seeds you can use as an item to give a character a permanent stat boost. I used a couple on Kiefer earlier. We'll be picking up more of those as the run goes on.
And so what happened when we first came to this island, and the kind of issue we're trying to solve here is when we jumped in the teleporter, we saw a vision of these people having their fire festival. up on top of the volcano, and when this girl in a red dress throws her hat with the torch on it into the volcano, we'll see those hats later, the volcano erupts. And so we come here to try to warn everybody that we think this is about to happen. And at the same time, the fortune teller, Pamela, that we just talked to, is trying to warn the mayor of the same thing, but he doesn't really believe her, and he wants the festival to happen to improve the morale of the townspeople. So yeah, right now the festival's about to start, so we're going to go out and join the festival. Pamela tells us that we should try to go into the volcano during the festival when it's not blocked off to try to see what's going on in there. And surprise, we'll find out there's a monster in there that we need to kill.
I noticed that you said Pamela. Her name in this version is actually Palmela.
I don't know why you bring that up.
So this will be a recurring thing throughout the run, but Countess and I have both played quite a bit of this game on the PlayStation version. We've watched quite a bit of the Japanese runs, which use the same names for things. But in the 3DS version, and then also in this version, the game got sort of the modern localization treatment in terms of character names, enemy names, dialogue, things like that. So things are typically a lot more regional, a lot more punny. And Palmela, who is usually Pamela, is a good example of that. We will frequently use PlayStation names or use the names interchangeably, or Japanese names. There are so many different names for everything in the Dragon Quest series, especially when you play the modern remakes after playing the old ones for so long, that it can become really difficult in the moment to even remember some of the new names, much less say them reliably. So
yeah, modern Dragon Quest terminology is just such a mess, because not only do things change between versions of the same game, but sometimes, your spells might change between like Dragon Quest 3 and 4, and then, there's just so many names for everything.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, so the way the festival works here is everybody lines up with the torch hat, which it looks kind of silly in the original PlayStation version. They were just torches, but 3DS, they turned into hats, and everybody one at a time goes up and offers a prayer to the fire spirit and throws their hat into the volcano. And if you're paying attention, the last person in line was the girl in the red dress. And a big change that they made to the sequence for this version is in the PlayStation and 3DS versions, every 4 times you touch a staircase, somebody would throw their hat into the volcano. And eventually, the red dress girl gets there, and the volcano erupts, and you kind of just wake up in town, and it was a bad dream, and you have to start it all over again. But in this version, it's just fixed. Specific staircases make a specific person throw their hat into the volcano, so you don't have to worry about it erupting. I kind of liked the time sensitivity of the original method, but I kind of understand that if you made it all the way to the boss and died to him and walked back, the volcano usually erupted on you. So it was I know that was a little frustrating if you knew how it worked and you knew you didn't have enough time to get to the volcano, because there wasn't a way to reset it without letting it erupt.
Yeah, it also discouraged a little bit, exploring all the different staircases, finding all the different treasures, stuff like that. You did have enough time to do so, but in this version, you kind of get to take your time and explore if you want to. And also in this version, they added these little arrows that point you in the direction of where to go, which is a little unnecessary. It's not that complicated of a dungeon, but, it's it can be helpful for newer players, so.
Yeah, I mentioned that when they were advertising this on their initial press release, they said they were streamlining the game for new players and for players who didn't like the pacing of the original. And there's a lot of places where they took very heavy-handed approaches to trying to solve that, and I think those arrows are one of them. Because you also have a map now of the dungeon. You can just pull up the map and look around, and the arrows really aren't necessary. You can see where to go to get to the staircase.
Yeah, for sure. So Kiefer just learned Focus Strength. That's my cue that I have enough experience points. He's also level 6, which is sort of the main goal hero, and Kiefer level 6. And Kiefer learning that Focus Strength ability. The Focus Strength ability will be a little bit useful on this boss that's coming up, but it's also just a cue for, we're just going to run from this stuff. I don't need to fight anything more. It's also a cue to where my class XP is at, because the other ability that will be needed is Hero will learn Buff pretty soon, and I should have made it to the line. This is sort of unfortunate because Hero got his let loose a little bit earlier than I want it to be. Oh, and he's on tactics and he healed. And the let loose, if you don't use it, it will expire. So really don't want that to happen. I really want to use it at a specific point in the first boss fight, and I might not be able to do so now after that. We're going to change some equipment here. We're going to give Kiefer both the Slime Heart and the Golem Heart for this next fight. I'm going to grab a World Leaf from the chest here. If anyone's familiar with Dragon Quest, revival items are typically pretty rare, pretty few and far between. And that's still kind of the case in this version, but they give you one of them here very early on. And normally you don't get revival items until, 10 hours into the game or something like that. But we will hopefully just be banking that for later. But there are a couple bosses early on where we might have to use it. I'm going to use the statue here for HP MP recovery. And then we're going to jump down this hole here, and at the bottom of the hole will be the boss, the Fire Giant. I forget his name in this version because I'm not usually paying attention to it.
That's fine.
はい、お待たせしております。司会交代変わりまして、水枕が担当いたします。現在行われているのが、RPG リミットブレイクの、ドラゴンクエスト7にイマジンドですかね。
Faster the let loose abilities come available. And this guy is very resistant to magic. He also has very high defense during his normal phase. So,
音声等大丈夫そうですかね。で、これ今なんだ、中ボス戦みたいな感じかな。
magic resistance. We will throw out some spells until she dies, but
And there's nothing she can really do in this fight to deal more than 3 points of damage unless she gets.
援護のボス、はいはい。
So we're really hoping that Hero. So after a few turns, the Fire Giant here will go into like a sort of enrage mode, and we're really hoping that
おお、クリティカル43ダメージ。
really hoping that he does that before Hero loses his let loose. Nope, did not happen. That's a little unfortunate, but it's okay. I should have focused there, but not a big deal.
お、あ、マリーブレードが倒れてしまったか。
I'd be able to use that Ocean's Devotion. We're actually going to hold on to that for a couple turns. I'd be able to
大
use
丈
that
夫そうで
Ocean's
しょうか。
Devotion to protect against this charged up fire attack, but I'm not able to do so.
Yeah, so when he goes into his enraged mode here, he goes on a strict pattern, which is pretty common for bosses that have this. So he'll breathe fire, build up, breathe fire, build up, breathe fire.
このファイヤーブレスみたいな攻撃がかなりきついですね。
Double damage since he built up power. So those are, you want to block one of those each rotation with Ocean.
おお、キーファ。キーファ強いですね、さすが。
Yeah, now I'm kind of out of cycle a bit, so
Yeah.
we might have that repeat.
43。
You can just defend this turn. Okay. That's good.
Yeah, there's not too many surprises in this fight, so we're pretty safe overall. It's just the way the cycle's working out, it kind of slows things down a little bit. But like when he's outside of his enrage, he kind of just does physical attacks and that area attack that doesn't do that
いい
much.
ですね。ダメージソース的には、まあ、キーファで殴っていくみたいな感じでしょうかね。
And as I mentioned earlier, this is the fight that I used to do some grinding for. Maribel learns an ice spell pretty early on, Crack, which is very effective against this guy. And so it really speeds up the fight a lot. I probably should have waited a turn for that let loose, but it's okay. Using that let loose there lowers Kiefer's defense a little bit, and this the non-enraged part of this fight does a lot of physical attacks, so he can take quite a bit of damage. He does have the Golem Heart, which means if he gets down to 1 HP, he will survive one lethal blow. So it's okay to play a little bit risky with Kiefer's hit points.
Yeah, we may forget to call that out very often, but often if you see somebody survive with 1 HP, it may be because of that Golem Heart. It'll trigger exactly once per battle. But it's also more exciting if we don't mention it. It looks like we were lucky.
Yeah, exactly. And one thing that is sort of helpful in this fight is, so in this enraged form that he's in now, his defense is much lower. You can see Kiefer's hitting for 15. And the way critical hits work in this game, or in Dragon Quest in general,
主人公の MP がもうすぐで切れそうというか、残り MP3、おお、危ない !HP1 だよ。危ない危ない。倒れそうでした、今。
The let loose also improves his critical hit chance. So even though the defense is really high, in this
おお、見事。倒しました。
hits do the same amount of damage whether it's in the non-enraged or the enraged form. So I prefer using it during the standard form.
いや、なんとか
because
倒せました。
the crits are much more beneficial. Even though he's using physical attacks and I'm taking the penalty for the defense down as a result, it's makes things go a little bit quicker. That was a perfectly planned fire giant, except the Ocean's Devotion at the start. It was one of the big routing hurdles we ran into from a time standpoint, was getting through that fight quickly and also safely.
Yeah, so now we're going back up to the top of the volcano because there was that big ball of darkness or whatever that the fire giant had created down there. He was kind of leeching off the prayers that people were giving toward the fire spirit to create this ball of energy here that was causing the volcano to erupt. And at this point, this is a point where in the earlier versions you can get forced to backtrack to pick up an item if you didn't happen to pick it up, but you need to throw this holy water item that your uncle gave you after you collected the rainbow dew for him into the ball to purify it and save the village. And yeah, if you don't have that, you have to leave here, go all the way back to town, talk to him to get it. But the game forces you to have it in this version.
Yep, so we're going to go back to town, and then we're going to do the same thing we did before. We're going to talk to a couple people to get our boat back again, and then we're going to go explore the newly discovered island. So this is a great time to send it back to the host.
You read my mind. We have one donation. It's $10 from AG Deeds. This is off topic, but y'all, Possum Coffee brought cross-stitch kits to RPG Limit Break, and it's been a blast working on them in the social realm. Thank you for making the event so much fun to volunteer for in person. Aw, that's so sweet. I don't want to draw away too much from the run, but I'm glad everyone's enjoying them, and they will come back next year. So thank you so much. And that's all I got donation-wise. We are at $750 for the complete Not Again Island. Let's keep those coming. We've got till the end of the run to reach the $3,000. Thank you so much.
Yeah, just to explain what that is again is if you've seen in the ruins, there are 15 of those pedestals that you can go into other worlds. 4 of them are optional, the gray ones along the wall, and Not Again is the last of those, which you actually can't access until you're done with all of the other main colored pedestals. So we can't enter that dungeon until right before we go into the final dungeon anyway, so that's why we're doing it at the end of the run. But that island also happens to be a pretty common favorite island among all of the 18 islands in the original game. So it'd be really cool to get that incentive met. It'll be really fun to go through. But we got a good start on it already, so I'm feeling pretty good about it. So.
Same here, for sure. It's definitely a fun one. Yeah, we mentioned kind of a fan favorite.
あ、何やら洞窟なところから船を手にして。
And we're going to zoom back to the first town we were at, just to get a little bit closer, sailing wise.
と思ったらなんかワープしましたね。ああ、船に乗った。
Yeah, the conversations that we had on the main island there were just kind of the obligatory section where the adults are like, "Oh, the kids can't go off."
あ、やっぱり船の上でもやっぱインカはするもんなんですよ。
So they kind of tried to stop us, but then we sneak out and grab our boat again, and now we're just back at it. And after this, they leave us alone.
あ、逃げた。
Yeah, so I just used a Chimera Wing to escape that fight. So Chimera Wings in Dragon Quest historically have been used for returning between different towns, different areas. The zoom spell, basically.
あ、ワープするとワープ近くに船が来てくれるんですね。
In this game, you just kind of naturally have access to that for free. So you don't need wings for that. So instead they made Chimera Wings as auto-escape items from battle. You have to have a character's action to use them. But we only have one at the moment, which we got in Kiefer's bedroom. But we will be buying more later on. I basically kind of hold that first one until I get a yucky fight that I don't want to deal with. and that ocean encounter was, not great. I could have tried to run, and maybe I would have had a first try run, and it would have been a little faster. But if I didn't, then, it's faster just to wait for the wing. So.
All right, would I be okay to do another donation?
Of course.
All right, we've got $20 from a mysterious benefactor. No comment, but thank you so much. We love our mysterious benefactors. They contribute a great amount, so thank you so much for contributing.
Thank you very much.
So the person operating this shop here appears to be a chicken. Yeah, so all the people in this town have been
斧
turned into
と
animals,
盾ですかね。
and
あとなんかア
they
イテム
changed
一
up how
つ
this town flows quite a
を
bit for this
購入し
version.
て。
In the original version of the game, everybody was
っていうか、さっきなんか
turned into animals, and the animals were turned into people.
取引をしてたのっ
You
て
get here,
動
you
物
can't
とかじゃ
talk
な
to
か
the
ったか。
people, and it's just kind of strange. But then you
気のせいか。
go back to the starting island, and there's a guy there who can talk to animals, and you bring him here to translate to figure out what went on.
牛が受付どういうこと
And then apparently at dawn, the people temporarily turn back into people, so we can talk to them briefly to get the story. But essentially, there's a monster around the area who's terrorizing the village. There's these race of white wolves that used to protect the village.
動物と人間が姿入れ替えられてる。ほう
But these first three NPCs we talked to are just going to give us the backstory there of how the wolves used to protect them.
動物しかいない村。はい。
But as we talk to them, they run out of time, and the curse.
いろいろ裏がありそうな村ですね。
Yeah, I try not to think too hard about the story changes for this in terms of them changing back and forth between people and animals, but I do think cutting out the backtrack for the woodsman is, a pretty reasonable streamline for this version of the game. Can be pretty confusing what to do, and I don't feel like the woodsman himself adds really a whole lot to the story, so I think it's fine. So we've got the key now to unlock the wolf that we saw back here in the shack. And we're going to leave town, and then he is going to sort of guide us up to that grotto that Countess was mentioning. And now it's a boy. But the
あ
boy is still active.
マリベルの代わりに、いや違うな。
And once we're done with this island, he will become
さっきのキャラクターは何だったんだ
actually one of our party members. But not yet. For now, we just need to help him deal with the evil of this cave. This cave is pretty tricky in terms of encounter dodging. I need to be a little bit more diligent than I was in the volcano about it. If enemies are facing away from you, you can just run behind them, and they won't really notice. When enemies do notice you, there are a couple of different patterns they can take. They can either charge directly at you, like that hammerhead just did, and it's by enemy type, or they can choose to keep following you until you get far enough away that they sort of forget about you, which we'll see here in a second, like that. So it's sort of a lot of knowing how the different enemies move, paying attention to which way they're facing, and trying to not bump into them.
And most of the monster locations, like generally monsters always spawn in the same location, but most of the time they will be a random monster from the area. Some of them feel like they're fixed or balanced toward, a specific monster being there. But which monster spawns, as well as just the random movement that they do when you're not in their vision, kind of makes you have to think about and strategize.
あちょっとモンスターが道を塞いでいるので、なかなか進みづらいところがありますね。見た感じ、洞窟とかのはあれですかね、シンボルエンカウントってやつですかね。
Also, especially these rocky areas, there's a lot of rocky terrain in this game and uneven edges. And if you're trying to hug the wall to avoid an enemy, a lot of times you can actually end up just getting stuck on terrain, and then the enemy runs into you. So I'm sure that'll happen once or twice throughout this run.
All right, let's just take a moment and remember why we're here today. RPG Limit Break 2026 is coming to you live from Denver, Colorado, where we are raising money for NAMI, or the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI was formed in 1979 as a grassroots advocacy organization by a group of parents whose children suffered with serious mental illnesses, and they have maintained that
さあ、ちょ
focus
っと
to this day.
入り口の出たところをちょっとモンスターに防がれていましたが、
Very good cause. Happy to be here supporting it. So we're coming up to the boss of this island. He is actually very difficult. He is named Death Pal in the original version, and he is named the
さあ、ここで装備を整えてますね。
So we're just gonna
戦
make sure our
闘が
clothes
近いの
are
かな
here. And I don't need to save. I should actually use the life seed also. On here. So this guy takes a random 1 to 2 actions per turn, and a couple of his attacks are magic damage that ignore defense and are very
いか
strong.
にもなエリアボスですね。
It is actually very possible to die to this fight. This is one of the more difficult ones. We can put Kiefer on tactics here. So we'll see how this goes. Getting to go before him is a great start. Getting an early oceans.
なるほど、魔封じの洞窟。
Yeah, he's weak to fire,
いや
so
原作だと魔封じされているので呪文が使えなかった。
helps out a lot.
魔法使えなかったらだいぶきつくないか？
Pretty quick fight, but he
マリベル
does a
と
lot of
か
damage as well.
Yeah, and I'm gonna actually use Maribel.
呪文使えないし、だいぶきついと思うんですけど。
A little bit until I get the party buffed up with the buff spell, which increases your defense, and that greatly reduces the chance of being killed in one round from full HP. So now I've got buff on everybody, though it is about to wear off on Kiefer, but that's okay.
You're dodging a lot and blocking a lot with the Ocean's Devotion, so
Yep, great start so far. We'll use Maribel's Let Loose. This makes her spells do more damage, especially when it hits a weakness. We're just gonna have Hero defend. I'm not gonna lean on his damage too hard on this fight.
さあ、メラと火炎切りですかね。ドラクエの技の名前はちょっと覚えてはないんですけど、
One thing that the Hackerbat can also do is he can also throw up
この
some
2つで削っていってますね。
And Kiefer has the Focus Strength spell now, or ability, which actually makes it so you can't miss. So if he does that, I'm going to switch Kiefer over to manual control. Okay, it missed. But that's the ability I was talking about. I would switch Kiefer over to manual control and then do a Focus Strength and then put him back on his offensive so he kind of ignores the blind portion. But this fight's almost done. Going
さあ、
well.
2回攻撃だ。
Just gonna play it
この時点でもボスが2回攻撃してくるんですね。 だいぶ強い。
yeah, this is something they started in DQ11, but you can see
お、
the
倒しました。
health changes colors as he gets lower.
お
It'll
見事。
change it 50% HP, and then again when he's down to 25%.
Yep. So that's one of the scarier early game bosses. One where it's pretty common to have to use a World Leaf or even reset the fight. But it went very well, actually. So very happy to get past that one without a death.
Yeah, I don't know how many times he cast it, but that Zam spell he has is like really the big threat because it doesn't, your defense boost doesn't block it at all. And I think a high roll on it can kill Maribel from full even with that life seed.
I use the life seed on the hero even, so.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so now we have Gabbo in our party. His name is Ruff in this version of the game in 3DS. I will usually call him Gabbo just because that's the name I'm used to. If we had been playing with the
さあ、何やら誰か加入しましたね。ガボーでしょうか。
I'll use the names interchangeably. But I'm going to come back here to this cave where we got the water earlier. This is the bottles that we got for Pike earlier. We ended up keeping one of them, which used the holy water that we mentioned in the volcano. And now that we've used that holy water, we have the empty bottle. So I'm going to grab the rainbow dew from this cave right now. We will not need that for another few hours still, but we have it. You can choose to get it later, really at any time. This is just sort of a, since I'm sailing from there anyway, it's sort of a convenient mnemonic for me to remember this is when I need to grab it. So that's what we're doing. And so we're going to come into the present version of this town, and there's still a celebration between people and animals, and there's this festival going on here, and we are going to participate in this festival. If we grab this fragment, we're going to grab a little gold, and this maid up here, that's at the dresser, is actually named Mimi. So, shout outs to Mimi, the RPG Limit Break mascot. She is not that mascot, but they share a name, so shout outs to Mimi the Mimic. And we are going to turn into a pig to participate in this festival.
Yeah, when you first walk into this town, there's kind of this shock value of everybody in town looking like animals because they're actually in costumes. But except this guy, I guess. Yeah, it's kind of just a humorous thing because you can see there's a little cat there. There is actually a full-sized human being inside that little cat costume. And yeah, we're doing a little mini game here where you have to guess which of these 6 animals are actually these muscly soldier dudes in disguise. In the PlayStation version, it
何やら、ちょっと目を離していたら、なんか主人公たちが同時になっていたんですけど。
you just can't tell which of the 2 cows is the person you need to identify.
ああ、なんか戻った。
Yeah, and from that we're rewarded with a ruby of
何のイベントだったん
which
だ。
both sells for a lot, and it also provides a lot of defense, so we'll be using it for quite a while.
あ、着ぐるみだったんです
A
ね。
little
な
bit
るほど。
of shopping here. We're going to buy a few holy water. I'm going to buy
さあ、
11.
ホーリーウォーター、聖水かな。
And then I'm just going
To-
to spend the rest of my money on as many herbs as I can buy.
これは薬草ですかね。
Those will stay useful throughout really the whole run. Honestly, even though they're basic medical herbs, we're going to get an accessory a little bit later that will be using them automatically in combat for us without taking actions. So stocking up on medical herbs is actually a really useful thing to do whenever you're able to.
And the moonwort bulbs are pretty important too because they can cure paralysis or sleep. And when Gabbo does his let loose, he will fall asleep at the end of it.
Yeah, and there also are quite a few enemies that put you to sleep. There are a couple enemies coming up that can paralyze you. They'll have plenty of use. Here we see the worm enemy. If you like that little cute worm that's chasing us around right now, you should donate for that not again incentive because you'll see plenty more of them in there.
Yep.
Y'all, you should donate and tell us your favorite Dragon Quest monster.
That is
There you go.
always a good one. I always kind of second guess what my favorite Dragon Quest monster is. I really like all of the turtle enemies. But I also really like the Sham Hat Witch from Dragon Quest XI. That's pretty up there too, so I'll just bait that crab out of the way a little bit. We always like to ask chat during this section also, do crabs always walk sideways?
Oh, we do.
Because the crabs in this game sure do.
Let us know, chat, or even more, tell us in a donation comment. And would right now be okay time to do some donations? Or
Yeah.
Absolutely.
all right, we got $10 from Shadow Killer. Good morning, Dragon Quest crew. Good luck on the run, Hawk and Koei. Big shout outs to Ash in the back, who will be running Chrono Cross all characters at the event next year. Something, get a haircut. Miss you guys.
Thank you, Shadow Killer.
And then we've got $15 from Examined Yeti 4. Hi, y'all. Hope the runs go well, and I look forward to the Final Fantasy X runs later. We've got a Final Fantasy X relay race coming up. We do have some incentives for that, but I'd love to see the Dragon Quest ones funded. And then we've got $20 from Twink Sprat. Dragon Quest Reimagined was my first introduction to the series, and it made me fall in love with the series. Thanks to my friend Brainwrap on Twitch for introducing me to this. Smiley face. That's so sweet. I'm glad you enjoy it. Thank you for donating. Thank you all 3 for donating.
Yes,
さあ、
every
先
donation
ほど
is
の
appreciated.
洞
They're all
窟に
going
戻
to
っ
cause,
て、
So we're going to come back here to where the guy that we fought earlier was. We kind of locked him in here. And now he's just like a guy. And he's got a shard for us.
Oh.
And
なんか人が出てきましたね。
we are going to use that shard to get onto
と思ったら
our
すぐに
next
ワープですね。
pedestal island. This will be the island of Falrod or Faraday. And the theme for this island
これは
is myths,
パズル
robots, yeah,
パズル
myths,
みたいなの
robots.
を
mechanical soldiers. As we will see very
あ、
quickly.
石板、はいはい。石板で、なんか、ガボが喋れるようになった。
We're going to enter this first town, and we're just going to skip the scene and immediately leave. And somebody yells for help, and then we get our first encounter with the robot. So I'm going to set tactics here to just be aggressive on everybody.
さあ、そして、お、これはエリアボスかな。
That is much more drawn out on English.
なんだこれ、キラーマシーンか。
Yeah, that woo is, even though it's not like, you know, a word, it's
あ、
actually
からくり
very,
兵
very
か。はい
different
はい。
between the voice acting languages. So the English is more drawn out, but a little less ear piercing than the Japanese version when you hear it over and over again.
I'll take the Japanese version over this.
Nope, don't fall for the trap.
Yeah, that rock has collision.
That's the one I always fall for. I mentioned earlier that sometimes when you try to hug the wall, you'll
な
end
る
up
ほど、
getting
フォロッ
stuck.
トという地域なんですね。
It's like 50-50 for me getting an encounter there because I just run into that rock and get stuck. Try to talk to these guys from as far away as I can. There are a few spots in the game where dialogue or you know, plot devices will automatically move your character, and you walk very slowly when the game is automatically moving you. So the closer you can be to where the game wants you to be during those interactions can save a few seconds. And in some cases, it can be really significant. You want to talk a little bit about what's going on with this island here?
Yeah, so yeah, there's apparently just a whole bunch of robots coming out of the cave off to the east, and these townspeople in the castle are having trouble repelling them. So in the PlayStation version, you kind of sign up as a mercenary, but in this version, you fight that robot in town, and then the guards are like, "Oh, you guys are strong. You should join us," and they invite you to join. And we go to the castle and kind of formally enlist, and then at that strategy meeting we had in that bottom of that tower, we find out about this guy who lives out here who's the brother of the captain of the guard, and he's been kind of tinkering with robots, and everyone's wondering, hey, can you help us find a weakness for these guys? And he refuses to help at first, but eventually warms up to it. In that cutscene there, that robot was kind of destroyed and walked up to him and collapsed, and now he's interested in fixing it up. So then we run off to the shed to steal a bunch of stuff because we're JRPG protagonists.
Oops.
And yeah, this is a little different in this version, but the scientist dude joins us to go to the village and look at these robots and grab some pieces from them to help fix the one that walked up to his house. So here we also see that the monsters have attacked the village again and done quite a bit of damage to it. There's a couple of townspeople that are dead now. You get kind of some sad dialogue if you talk to the priest because the nun who was working there is dead now. And yeah, we're gonna grab this here for some safety gold and grab the third gear from back here.
Yeah, there's a lot of walking back and forth in this island. There's a lot of spots also where it's... So I'm zooming here back and forth, and in a lot of cases in Dragon Quest, even if you're like just a little bit into town, it's usually faster to just like zoom out of town than it is to walk out. There are a lot of places in this island in particular where you're just like very close to walking out of town, and it might be too low
襲われてない
speed
か
versus
大丈夫か
normal to zoom, but the zoom has like a
う
landing
わーと思ったら
animation,
襲ってきた
and it can be really tough to actually tell like what's faster, if you should just walk out or ooh the dunk.
あ、クリティカルヒット大丈夫か主人公が
That's not really a big deal.
そんな
It is a little bit unfortunate.
レベル差があるとはいえ
These robots do like to do critical hits quite a bit, and we will be
こ
fighting
ればっ
some
かり
more
は
of
しょう
them.
がないのかな
I do want to pay attention to Hero's experience points because I'm really hoping that Hero gets level 10 by the end of this island, but there is a chance that he does not. That battle shouldn't impact that, I don't think, but I do want to be aware of it. So
あ、倒れた後だと HP1 で復活できるんですね。
now that the robots have attacked the castle, we're going to check on
よかったよかった。
autonomous here. And the work he's doing with that robot, he's sort of repairing it and trying to learn more about it and seeing if he can use that robot to help us out. So he's actually rigging up that robot to let out a signal here that... Oops, I need to talk to Kiefer, don't I? Let out a signal here that will confuse all the other robots and prevent them from attacking. Kind of disable them for a time.
キーフは大丈夫そうでしょうか？
Yeah, it also impacts the actions the robots take in battle when we do have to fight them. I feel like it
と思
was
ったらなんか普通についてきましたね。
like the older versions that they would lose more turns and stuff, but in this version, I feel like they like get more critical hits now that they're confused.
Yeah, we don't really fight very many of them, and the ones that we do are just sort of in the boss fights. So this is an example I'm talking about of like I'm in this town and going out, and I'm actually zooming to the town in order to walk back into town just to get to this entrance here faster.
Yeah, that edged boomerang you picked up is pretty notable. They went over this in DQ8, but the boomerangs at this point in the series will hit all enemies in battle. So it's a big damage increase. It's also a pretty strong weapon for this early on.
Yep. Speaking of, I should equip that on Gabbo.
Yeah.
Put his spear onto Hero, so Hero has a usable weapon.
And Gabbo's let loose ability, I don't think we've seen it yet, but he kind of berserks and takes 2 actions per turn. So if you give him that boomerang, he'll do a lot of damage, especially in fights that have multiple targets, like the next couple of forced fights coming up.
Yeah, he does like using his wolf abilities as long as he has MP before he throws the boomerang, unfortunately. But the wolf attacks are also very good. As Callie mentioned, we'll definitely see that. So we bring this robot here with its confusing signal over to the robot pit where they're all coming from. And now we're going to go see what's up. I am going to pick up a claw in this dungeon for a little bit of safety.
やたら工場っぽい場所だなって思ったら敵の拠点なんですね。
Super tight, but
はいはい
it
は
does
い。
let you buy a little bit of extra consumables, which can be useful throughout the entire run, really. And it can simplify some of the shopping, having a couple of high-value items to sell rather than needing to piecemeal all of your shops.
さあ、道を塞いでいるのがいますが、やはりバトルですね。
You're gonna follow orders. We need to reorder people. I actually should have done this earlier. It might have saved here. Not that it really matters. And we're
こ
gonna
の
use
順番を変えるのがあるんですけど、これは何だろう？
this guy lose his actions.
なんか順番を変えると何かあるんですかね？
Quite effective. We'll kill the
痛恨が発生。まあでも、
it's already back up, so we'll just use it again.
ガボはレベルが高いのでなんとかなりました。全体攻撃痛いな。
These are actually like pretty tough enemies for this point in the game. I'm gonna turn that off now. Fine for Maribel to use that, but I do want to hold let looses.
Let's loose.
Yeah,
Correct
yeah.
realization.
We do like to talk about our pluralizations. Gabbo got paralyzed, but I'm just gonna leave him paralyzed. I could use a moonwarp bulb on him, but
なんか隊列によって狙われやすさが変わるみたいな
not really
感じで
worth
すか。
the time to do it. Maribel here learns the dazzle spell, which will be useful on this upcoming fight. So this upcoming fight's a kind of a gauntlet where there's 3 fights in a row. The first one has 3 of those mech soldiers. It's usually really easy unless they decide to spam critical hits on you. The next one is a boss type guy that summons 2 waves of 2 of the mech soldiers. And then there is Evil Mech, Death Machine, whatever he's called in this version, drawing a blank. Is the sort of the boss of it. I guess we'll just attack. Debating using some
さあ、
defense.
からくり兵3体とのバトル。痛恨が痛いですね、だいぶ
I'm。just gonna herb Kiefer real quick.
mentioned earlier that after every fight in this game, your characters do get revived if they're dead, but during this gauntlet, it's kind of obnoxious to start the fight with 1 HP because these robots are kind of fast and they can just kill you before you get a chance to heal. That we would prefer to survive and then maybe level up and get a full heal off of it.
Yeah, and even though I'm only a little bit down, I'm actually taking a couple actions here to try to go into the next part at as high HP as I can.
さあ、なんとかカラフィリティは倒せましたね。
The third fight is really like the boss of this gauntlet. So we're hoping to go into that one as high HP as we can. Everybody except Gabo
で、連戦ですか？
should level up from this fight as long as they stay alive. So it's just kind of important to try to keep people alive, but it's really all at the mercy of those critical hits. The AI will focus
さあ、なん
down
だ、お、仲間を呼んだ、今。
the ads first.
カラクリ兵2体呼んで、
Uses let loose. Actually, we'll just turn it on auto.
ドラクエ、ドラクエあるあるなのかわかんないですけど、なんか左右を倒さないと
So you can see Gabo throwing the boomerang.
結構劣勢になるから、左右から倒さないといけないみたいな感じですかね。え、3連戦？え？
Kapow.
え、この後には、え？
We need to put
え、
Maribel on
え？
follow.
この後にもう一回やるんですか？
Uses a thing that, makes
あ、また呼んできたし。
the characters. So Maribel is being focused right now. You can see the little
なんとかブーメランがあるからこのなんだガボのブーメラン攻撃がかなりいいダメージソースになってるから、そうなんとか眠気を覚まして。
Yeah.
You said you put him on Maribel.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Words while I'm thinking don't always come out the way they are in my head. Ooh.
ああ、さあ痛恨でしたがガードをしていたのでなんとか耐えている。
The marathon being on a pretty good pace this year.
Which is a good problem to have.
Yeah.
All right, she's not being focused anymore. So once these mech soldiers are dead, it's a really good Ocean's Devotion. Then we'll be in good shape for this fight. Tried to go for the crit, but it was blocked, thankfully. All right, so Hero is now being focused. Ooh, that's.
あーっと急所に当たってしまっ
I'm gonna use a leaf on
た。
him.
痛恨ですね。倒れてしまいましたが、
But
Yeah, it's
Oh.
like right before the
蘇
fight
生
gets
成功
saved
できました
too. There's only one guy left.
mhm. But as I said, I do really want. So there's two reasons I did that. One is I really do want Hero to be
あ、
level
今のが世界樹の葉。え、世界樹の葉ってだいぶ貴重じゃないですか？
If he stayed dead, he would enter the next phase.
ドラクエあんまり知らない私でも
And
さ
this
す
is
が
really
に
not good going into the boss with a character starting at 1 HP. He can do a lot of damage and it really just sets you up
そ
for.
のアイテムをここで切らなきゃいけないほどこのボスって結構難しいんですかね、やっぱり。
The way they changed this fight and the fights in this gauntlet, like this guy is quite a
お、
bit
でも
more
なんとか倒すことができました。
fight afterward, which is backwards from the earlier versions of the game where the evil mech we're about to fight was always the big threat. So it isn't an issue really to use resources on that guy. It's
と
kind
思ったら3連戦目ですね。いや、マジか。
blind isn't damage. That's good.
デスマシーン、はいはいはい、なるほど。
So we're going to use the Dazzle spell to make him less accurate. And I'm actually going to use Buff to try to keep myself from being owned here.
Thank you.
Make sure we keep up with our healing here. Hero's in okay shape with Buff active here. Okay.
Not a problem at all.
So we'll wake up Gabo.
Yeah, so here the evil mech's about to enrage on us, and when he does that, he'll use that same ability to determine a target to focus. So when that happens, we're going to want to put that target, raise its defense power. It's Gabo, which is the perfect. He's got the highest defense power.
And then, of course, he completely ignores it and hits Kiefer.
Yeah.
His Dazzle wore off, so we're going to try to get the back active.
The worst target for him to pick there is actually probably Kiefer, because when Kiefer does his let loose, like you can see he's now got a defense debuff on him. And if that happens at a bad time and then the evil Mike hits him, then he'll just die.
Yeah, Kiefer does have a heal slime heart, which will restore a little bit of hit points every turn, but if he just dies, then that doesn't matter. But this fight's going very well, so. Just that one little hiccup in that middle fight, but nothing you can do about that one.
Yep.
Let's go out the character's auto battle here for a minute. They will still follow their tactics if they're auto battling. Not that I really have any noteworthy tactics set at the moment, but we have Ocean's Devotion active, or we did. No one needed healing. We will switch back to manual here to get another Dazzle off. But this guy's almost dead, so it shouldn't matter too much. Disruptive Waves. I always forget that this guy has that this early in the run.
Oh, yeah.
Disruptive Waves is a Dragon Quest classic that's usually given to noteworthy boss fights that removes all buffs on the on your characters. This is actually a lot of damage. I'm gonna do a little healing here. Prioritize keeping hero up. He's almost dead. He actually might just die here with that let loose available. No, not quite yet.
Where was I?
There we go.
All right.
お、倒せましたね。デスマシンを倒して3連戦突破ですね。
There's a little unfortunate, but it's not really a problem. You get enough of them throughout the run, and we won't fight any more bosses that really need them for quite a while, so. Kind of just expect to use it. So we're going to go back and report to the king that the robot incursion has been stopped, and for that they will also will stop by the guard tower outside, and they'll pay us $1,200 for our service. Which again, we're going to just zoom out of town and then walk right back inside to collect that money. And then we'll be going to the present and checking out the present version of this island, which actually is one of the lengthier present version segments, and it's one of the ones that's probably most faithful to the original versions of the game in terms of the story that's going on there. It's a little bit more involved than just go pick up a couple shards like the last two islands have been, so. But in the meantime, while we're sailing over there and getting that kicked off, we can send it over to the host for a couple minutes.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We've got a few donations. We've got $20 from Creative Ellie. Good luck, Hack and Cowie. Thank you for showcasing this Dragon Quest VII run. And thank you for your contributions in Dragon Quest speedruns. The crabs from the Crab Rave video move sideways, so can confirm. Would love to see Nottingham Island get completed. Thank you so much. That is such a sweet donation.
Thank you very much, Ellie.
We've got $10 from Zegby. Love these events and all you do to help NAMI. Thank you so much. NAMI really is a great organization, and I'm glad to see us helping them. And then we've got $25 from Naibari. The Draki family of monsters are my Dragon Quest. I think there's a word missing. But donation goes to the Nottingham Island incentive. And Draki monsters are a good choice. I love Drakis. My favorites are slimes, but Draki is pretty great.
Both are classics.
And just to update on that incentive, we are at $795 out of 3,000. We're closing in on getting to a third of the way through, so let's keep those donations coming. I really want to see this funded. Thank you so much.
Awesome, thank you.
And so here in the present, we walk in on the king, and he's kind of they've been trying to research these robots lately. There's a couple of islands in DQ7 where the people in the present don't quite understand what happened in the past, and so like you might have seen in the corner that little snail-looking robot zooping around. They've basically invented Roombas, and they're trying to make something more impressive. So the king orders his scientists to come with him over here into the Forbidden Zone, where we find the scientist from the past. He's his corpse, his skeleton, is laying in the bed over there, and the pink robot that he had is still trying to serve him soup. It's a very sad moment, but yeah, the king walks in and takes the robot back to the castle and tries to have his guys study it. And there's one guy in the castle that understands what this robot is and what happened in the past, and he tries to stop the king, but doesn't quite explain the full story. And they just get into an argument. The king throws him in jail, but tells him, don't bother locking the door, just kind of put him there for now, and we'll deal with him later. So we're gonna walk down to the jail to talk to the guy, and then he's gonna have us go over to the town where his granddaughter is, and she can lead us to where there's some extra robot parts that we can use to fix up the robot and try to send it back to the what they called it, the Autonomy Institute.
Yeah, and you can see here on the ground there was a little sparkling shard with an exclamation over it, and it was kind of a gray color. That's one of the shards that goes to one of the optional islands, so I did not pick that up, but there will be a few that we'll pick up along the way to get to Nottingham Island for not if, but when that incentive is met.
Yep.
Thanks.
But there'll be a lot of gray shards that I'll be standing right in front of and not picking up. And if you're like a collect-em-all type person, you're going to twitch a little bit every time I just walk away from a sparkling shard sitting on the ground with a big exclamation point over it, but I promise it's fine for the speedrun.
Yeah, the other 3 gray islands aren't the greatest islands anyway. It's fine.
Yeah, the gray islands that are kind of left in here typically have, well, except for Nottingham really, but typically have like multi-part stories like between the islands, but they don't really contribute to the main overall plot of the game. So in Dragon Quest as a series in general, the games are all very focused on going to a new area, figuring out what the problem of that area is, and then sort of solving that problem, like little vignettes of the story. And then eventually, as you do that, you slowly learn more and more about what the overall plot of the game is. And Dragon Quest VII here with this island mechanic really takes that to the extreme, for better or worse. If you really like those little stories, then you are going to love this game, any version of this game. If you really want to be focused on the main story and the main characters and things like that, then, you might find it a little bit of a slog or a little bit more tedious. So, but this version made a lot of those lesser contribution islands to be optional, or in a couple cases cut out entirely, unfortunately, because they cut out a couple of really good islands. But
yeah, if you did the math on what I was saying earlier, there's 3 islands that are completely missing from this version, and plus 4 optional, and then 11 that we actually have to do for the story. So hopefully today you'll get to see 12 of them.
Yep, so we're now entering Deja, or the Roamer Island, the Roamer Encampment Island. And we'll get some pretty good exposition for the setting up some of the main story arc. Kind of starts around here. This will be the last island I'll be doing for now. So the way we're going to structure this co-op run, which we didn't really talk about, is that I'm going to play the first hour and a half or so. Trade it over to TheCowness. He's going to play about the same.
石板を揃えて、
So this sort of lets both of us
ユバールとい
fight
う
a
と
couple
ころ
of
に
key
来たんですか
bosses
ね。
that we want to fight. Gives us both sort of mental breaks in between, things like that, and actually really like how we've arranged stuff will play out. So
Yeah, each of our shifts, there's kind of a difference in gameplay between each of them too. Like we're going to reach All Trades Abbey after this island, which is where we unlock the class system and actually get to change our characters to other classes. So we have kind of a limited tool set before that point. So there's definitely a big shift at that point. And then later on, there's of course a big story shift at least in my last shift.
Yep, so this Roamer encampment has a dancer here, and they're sort of like the keepers of this temple to God, and they're trying to revive God. And to do this, they need to find like this legendary dancer, and legendary instrument player and perform this special ceremony. And so they're kind of setting up for that right now. And there's this dancer, Lala, or Layla, that is going to be dancing in that event soon. And
Yeah, and then this guy here is also the legendary Torban player. So that's basically the two parts of this. Is there's a dancer and the Torban player, and there's a legendary dress at the altar as well as a legendary instrument that need to be involved in the ceremony. But then the third component of the ritual is timing, and we're gonna probably find out when we get there whether or not it's the right time.
Yep. But in the meantime, we got some monster attacks going on here. So this snake battle is usually really fine. If you get sapped on turn 1 and have your defense lowered and then the other two focus on you. I've seen Hero die from full HP on turn 1 before, which actually makes this fight a little scary, but they're behaving so far, so not a big deal. Let's actually make sure that we're not gonna accidentally let loose here. I don't want to burn it on this fight. Really no reason to. With one of the snakes dead, this is completely fine from here. They're being kind by just spamming Poison Breath. Poison hurts you a little bit in combat in this version of the game, and it will also hurt you as you're moving around the overworld, but it does very little damage. It just kind of wastes some time, and I do actually have a couple of antidote herbs that I will use to just cure it, just so it's gone. I don't really need to, but I don't like the flashing of taking damage on the overworld, so we're just going to cure it. But the monsters, there's somebody from the town that's like missing, and then Layla went off to try to find them, find this child here. And we come in here and we hear them nearby. And we're gonna find there's a devil monster that's antagonizing them and beat this guy up. This guy's pretty easy. He doesn't really do much. There is a strategy here, which I won't be using for this run, but you can, I've been picking up coagulants, which are items that you can use in combat to attempt to paralyze an enemy, and you can use them on this fight. Actually, we'll set Let Loose.
Yeah, it doesn't really make the fight much safer. It just saves you a lot of these animations of him dancing that are really slow.
Yep. This hero not using his Let Loose. Just turned it on. Sort of odd. And so, yeah, this fight's otherwise pretty easy. We can sort of auto battle through it. I do spend a couple turns to start buffing up defense, just to prevent people from getting focused down. He does this curse status on the hero, which can, he can hit Kiefer with it too, which gives you a chance of losing an action when your turn comes up, but it's not really a big deal. Don't really consider that a boss fight, but, you know, it's just a stronger than normal enemy. All right, so next day, the roamers are moving over to the camp by the lake, and then they need to figure out how to get down to get to the temple where they need to perform the ceremony. So they'll find that it's sort of flooded. So we're gonna run over there and see if we can help them out with that.
I think while you're doing this, I'm probably gonna stand up for a second, try to wake up a little bit more before my shift coming up here in about 10 minutes. So
Sounds good.
Mind if I do a couple donations?
Absolutely, go for it.
All right, we've got $10 from Danky King. Thank you, Danky King. You're the best. We've got $25 from Zaito Rick. I'm excited to see Dragon Quest VII make it into Limit Break this year. Also, awesome to see two friends in Hack and Cowie to run it. Good luck, Demon King, Ergo Deemer. We've got $25 from Chris J. No comment, but that's 24 more than we had before, so thank you so much. It's much appreciated. And rounding it off, we've got $25 from Purple Mario 920. OMG, I made it just in time for the awakening ceremony of the millennium. Good luck, have fun, smile. Hope you're all having a fabulous week. Thank you all for what you're doing for this such a great cause.
Thank you very much, everyone. You can continue.
All right, and just a reminder, we've got the incentive, Complete Not Again Island. We're at 855. Also, if you donate, we've got multiple Dragon Quest prizes today, such as the Dragon Quest item shop sign, which is really cool to see in person, and hopefully they'll show it off later. We've also got a few keys for the Dragon Quest VII Reimagined Deluxe Edition Steam key, and we've got it. Thought there was another key. Well, we got the Dragon Quest VII Reimagined, which would be cool to have, and we've also got a Dragon Quest VII wooden game replica. So get those donations in. Thank you so much.
Yeah, this is a really cool game. Donating for the chance to enter the Steam key is pretty cool. It's great that Square Enix was able to do that. So in terms of the Dragon Quest series, I guess I can talk about that for a minute. This is sort of would be a weird entry point to the series. Not a bad one. Actually, this reimagined version in particular is pretty representative of what a lot of Dragon Quest is. It wouldn't be my personal first recommendation, but it's certainly good. And in terms of speedrunning, if anyone's interested in speedrunning Dragon Quest, oh, I got caught by the Drax line. If anyone's interested in speedrunning Dragon Quest, this is actually a really good speedrun to get into the series with. It's pretty stable. It's a reasonable length. It's not the shortest Dragon Quest game, but it's also not the longest. And the pacing's really good. It kind of incorporates all the main aspects of what makes Dragon Quest speedrunning good, so I would definitely recommend this as from a speedrun standpoint, as a Dragon Quest runner. And it is a good casual game also. But like I said, especially if you're into the Dragon Quest series and you sort of like how its story is structured, we had no real choice but to run into this enemy because it was just in the way, and it was facing away from us, so I couldn't even manually aggro it. But yeah, like I mentioned, the roamers are all camped out by this pool, and the temple they need to get to is sort of underneath the water, and they're not really sure what to do about that. Yeah, it's okay. This is a really difficult dungeon for dodging enemy encounters, but nothing's really scary here. But we're exploring this cave here, and we're going to figure out how to lower the water for them. Ooh. 5 enemies in ambush. That's pretty unlucky. Still not really scary, but dying here does not matter at all. Well, party wiping would matter, but individual characters dying does not. It's just really slow to have these 5 enemies. I wish I still had that Chimera wing from earlier. Okay, now I'm starting to get a little scared. Not every enemy has to act every time you,
Okay, that's fine.
1 HP is all you need on one character. Not every enemy needs to act every time you try to run, but, that fight was being a little bit rude. The Golem Heart saves the day. If I had died there, it just would have kicked me back to my last autosave and wouldn't have been a huge time loss or anything. So we're down at the bottom of this cave, and we place the chime here. And placing this chime causes the water to lower. So we're now able to get to the far side of this cave where the roamers need to go. And there'll be a couple more treasure chests to pick up here too. There's a little bit of a shortcut back to the entranceway of the cave. This section here was blocked off by water before, but we can now run down here. Grab some loot. Pretty valuable loot too. On the PlayStation version, one of those is a mini medal, and TheCowness likes to pick it up every run because it's easy to forget which chest is which in there.
Yeah.
But no mini medals here. There are mini medals in this version, but not in those 3. We may or may not see one of them later. I should have unequipped everybody before that. That's okay. We can do it in battle. So we're going to get a scene here, which we'll skip, but this is the dancing scene where they try to revive God, but nothing happens. And Florin here kind of turns into this dark merman. And you're going to remove everyone's equipment. So this fight, you can win this fight, but it's really difficult, and there is no need to do so. So we are going to just unequip everybody and try to death warp as quickly as possible. But
The problem.
ボス戦っぽいところに来ましたが、早速ガボがやられてしまいましたね。
Sing her soothing song and healing us as we
大丈
go.
夫そうでしょうか。
And this guy can double act.
しかも全体攻撃の火力も高そう。
And we really want to see him use, like, you know, an AoE and then a claw attack on somebody at the same time, not
あ
on
めっ
her,
ちゃ強いな。
or maybe 2 AoE attacks. Otherwise, we're just going to mash attack until we die here. If Kiefer's Let Loose becomes available, I will use it for the defense decrease.
あれこれよく見たらなんか全員装備外してますね。
Die more quickly, but this is
ああ、
one
そういう
of
こと
the
か。
RNG parts of the run is how long does this guy take
負けてもいい生徒。なるほど、はいはいはい。
wipe your party. Sometimes I second guess whether it's better to just try to fight him, but
なるほど。でもそうなるとなんか、さっきから回復魔法を打っている方。 遅延ソング。
The other day in our practice run, he killed 3 characters.
ああ、やっとキーファー倒れてきました。
I think it was Gabbo just like stayed alive for like a minute and a half without dying.
めっちゃ当たりますね。
You know, if everybody in chat right now donated a couple of bucks with the comment la 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 la, we would meet the not again incentive immediately.
Sure would.
しかもなかなか単体攻撃が、あ、
All right.
これでようやく
Just hero left.
倒れてくれそうかな。
You could do
Okay.
la la. Oh, sorry.
Nope, go ahead.
You could do la 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 or get a woo a couple dollars.
全滅しましたね。
Donation.
Alu is
あ
always
で
a
すが、
classic in this game.
なの負けイベだったか。うん。負けても大丈夫なイベントだったんで。
All right, so we're back here at the realm where I came in. During this whole thing, Kiefer's sort of grown attached to Lala the dancer and has an interest in her. So he's kind of ruminating right now on what he wants to do with his future. We're gonna go hang out over here by the cliff.
And we told Kiefer it's not an option to bring her with us because that singing gets annoying.
But imagine if we had free AoE healing for the entire game.
It's only 20 HP. It doesn't stay relevant very long.
That is true.
We do have the skill pretty shortly, and we don't use it.
That is also very true. So yeah, so we're leaving town, and Kiefer says, "You know what? I think I'm gonna stay here." He
え、
doesn't really like
あ、
his
今のがあれですか。
back home.
キーファの離脱イベント
He's
っ
got a
ていう
girl
か。
he's into, and he'd rather try to build a life there than come back. So now we got to go break the news to his dad. That
あ
sorry, but Kiefer
あ、今ので離脱するんだ。
back.
これ以降、キーファーは出てこないんです
Upset
ね
by。this. He tells us that he was just about to give Kiefer his blessing to continue on his adventures, and then now doesn't have the chance to tell him face to face. So he gives us another shard, and also, yeah, later he'll have a plot trigger for us. But there's a thing where if you try to get off the boat too far away from the land, sometimes you'll sail up to it very slowly. But also, there's a good chance of getting an encounter on that sail. So.
Yeah, so I mash as far away as possible just to make sure that I don't get a last second encounter for no reason.
Yeah. And so here at this dig site, there's this skeleton skull that they've dug up here of some legendary monster, and there's a scientist in here studying it, and that guy standing outside the tent actually is not affiliated with the scientist. He's just charging people money to go into the tent to see the thing.
Yeah, so I'm gonna place these on the pedestal here, and I'm sliding over a little bit because Countess is going to take over from here. So that is the first section of the run done. So we're now entering Dharma, or All Trades, as it's more commonly known in modern Dragon Quest, including this one, All Trades Abbey. This is, as the name implies, usually where you get access to whatever class system or ability system the game has. You get access to all the trades of the game.
I'm gonna step in there just to get a return point so I can leave more quickly later, but there is one of the few surviving mini games in that in there, the Lucky Panel minigame.
Yeah, it's a Lucky Panel, sort of a memory game where they flash some tiles at you, and you have to match them up. And then there are a couple special tiles in there that rotate things around.
Here is the class system.
Yeah,
Let's change Maribel into a Jester, aka don't change anything at all. And then he's going to tell us that to change class for the first time, you have to go sit in this pool. But when we do that, the pool actually takes away all of our abilities, and they dump us into this little prison town south of the temple. So now we're stuck down here with all these other people who have been tricked by the fake priest. And our objective is going to become to find the real priest and then head to get rid of the monsters that have been taking over this temple.
Just remember that I unequipped all the stuff and did not re-equip it, so
All right.
fight the armor dude, you will need to do that.
Vacuum cleaners in my way. I don't know.
Oh, empire building for fun and profit.
Cool.
Countess is being very careful to not accidentally talk to that guy there, because he will mess you up. He will fight you, and it will be a bad time.
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna go in here and just re-equip stuff. Use the wizard staff. And this is kind of optional for safety, but if you talk to this guy here, he's bullying this priest, and if you say no to him when he asks you to leave, you'll have to fight him. I'm gonna try to auto battle him here, but the reason I'm doing this is because he'll drop an iron armor, which is a little extra defense for hero, and it's also some safety gold. So yeah, I mentioned all of our abilities were taken away. So for this whole segment, we can't cast any spells or use any skills. So our main healing is going to be herbs, but this wizard staff that we got earlier, Maribel can use that in this fight for a little damage. The knuckle dusters I picked up, we should talk about too. That's a very important item because it's not only a good weapon, but it also gives a bunch of agility. So that's on hero right now, and he'll pretty much go first in most battles while he's got that equipped. It's the iron armor.
Yeah, the agility in Dragon Quest is pretty important. So I guess I'll talk a little bit about the combat system here while Countess does the shopping. So in Dragon Quest, it's traditionally, standard turn-based combat. But in this game, and it started really in Dragon Quest XI, in the modern Dragon Quest, it still is turn-based and it still honors like rounds of combat. But instead of selecting all of your actions up front at the start of the turn, and then they all play out in whatever random order, you get to choose your action as your character's agility initiative comes up. And agility is always sort of an important thing in the speedrunning, because you want to, you don't have your accessories equipped, by the way. I don't know if you care, but, because I don't equip those too. So agility is kind of important because, you want to make sure that your healers are able to react to whatever the boss is doing, for better or worse. And and also you want to be able to set your buffs up before your damage dealers go off. So the knuckle dusters we passed around to various characters depending on whether we are prioritizing, like, having your healer be able to go first in some cases, or be able to have your damage dealers or your buffers go first in some cases. So there are actually a couple of other agility items that we'll be getting very shortly that will contribute to that as well. And we'll call those out as we pick them up.
Yep.
We do grab a shard that's laying on the ground over here. Gonna grab another coagulant. Countess bought a bunch of those also. So these coagulants, I mentioned them during that devil fight in Deja, but the coagulants are items that are usable in battle to paralyze enemies, and most enemies that we fight are pretty resistant to it. But there will be one boss later on that they will really come in handy. So that is going to be very near the end of the game. So we're just kind of stockpiling them for now.
Go away.
Yeah, the Drac Slime's always in the way. Actually, frequently there are two of them. Countess got a little lucky that the second enemy there was a Shell Slime instead.
Okay, moment for a donation?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, we've got $15 from Flutter. Good luck, my fellow Dragon Quest runners. I'll be lawing for you guys all morning.
Thank you, Flutter.
And then we've got $25 from Moonblaze Wolf. Ow! Good luck, Cowness and Hack. It's been so cool seeing you two develop this speedrun in such a short period of time. And we are at $895 toward the incentive. $5 more and we'll be at $900. You could be that donation.
Awesome. Thanks, Blaze. Thank you, all donators. Yeah, so I guess now is probably a pretty good time. So Cowness is just kind of running through this cave. He's going to pick up an item here that's mostly just going to be sold for money, and then there's going to be a quote-unquote boss fight coming up here. It's not too important. You'll see why very quickly. I guess now is a good time to talk a little bit about the development of the run. So this version of the game came out during the submission period for RPG Limit Break, like during the time that was open. So we had very limited time to play the game, route the game, come up with something that we thought we could put together to be a good submission for this event. And, you know, we submitted it knowing that there was still plenty of room on the table for time to come down, for the routes to improve, things like that. There's the boss fight, by the way. We didn't win.
My bad.
Sent back to town. Don't lose half your gold this time, though. And yeah, so we spend a lot of time playing the game, routing the game, you know, getting a good submission in, and then our original submission for this event was somewhere around 7.5 hours, I think, and you know, it's now down under 6. My personal PB is like 5 hours and 19 minutes, so the run has come down quite a lot. You know, some of that stuff that we were working on, a lot of it is innovations in the Japanese side of things. There are a bunch of Japanese runners that play the game. In particular, I took a lot of inspiration from Null, who is a very good Dragon Quest runner, runs many games in the series. And really what it came down to is, like, Cowness and I were experimenting with specific concepts and ideas for route improvements, and the Japanese runners kind of put them all together in a really satisfying way. We weren't, like, you know, interacting. These were kind of independent ideas that came up, but it just made, like, the whole routing and development of this speedrun to be really cool, and it's been a lot of fun to bring the time down.
Yeah, when they first showed the reveal trailer for this game, I was just hoping it'd be like, you know, maybe in the 8 to 10 hour range instead of the PlayStation's, you know, 16 plus hour range. Just so it'd be maybe a potential for submission to this marathon or others. And then, you know, now there's Japanese runs that are sub 5 hours, so it's much more acceptable for an event like this.
Yeah, for sure. And there's, you know, it's a game that's got a lot of cool incentive ideas and stuff too.
Yeah, 'cause obviously with optional content, any of that optional content could be an incentive as we are working toward. Oh boy.
And hopefully we'll see as you guys get your donations in for Nottingham.
There's a rock I stepped on that I thought would have collision, but it did not, and I was saved.
Yep. So Cowness did pick up another item. I don't think he's equipped it yet, but he did pick up another item in the bar of that prison town.
I was supposed to.
For that tin pot. So the tin pot is an extremely strong helmet that has, like, it's like one of the highest defense helmets in the game, and you get it this early. And it also has a huge agility penalty. So it kind of ensures that whoever's wearing it is going to go last or later.
I think the developers thought that was a drawback, but it's really not.
It's really not. So Cowness put it on Ruff, and Ruff is going to be one of the main damage dealers throughout this entire run, and putting that tin pot on him helps ensure that he'll get all the buffs he needs before he gets to act, which means that the first turn he'll have his full power of damage, which will just help speed up really every fight. And there's a couple of cool techniques that we'll be doing later with agility too, hopefully.
Yeah, anyone familiar with the older Dragon Quest games, the cursed equipment in that game, it used to be that the equipment would permanently stick itself to you and it'd have a very detrimental effect, like you might lose turns frequently or something like that. But in the modern games, they've like heavily nerfed what used to be cursed equipment to where they just have kind of a drawback. And I think that's what they were doing with that tin pot. It's probably supposed to be like a drawback, but yeah, there's actually a bit of cursed equipment that we use in this run. Like there's sort of ruin later. Its only drawback is it doubles our XP cost. but it gives a ton of attack power, and we don't really care about our. I think I said XP, but I meant MP. Our skills will cost more. But yeah, this 10 pot will be used for pretty much the rest of the run because there's always somebody that we want to have a consistent turn order.
Yeah, and we don't really know the exact turn order formula for this version of the game, but in general, the way that Dragon Quest turn order works is it takes your agility value, and then it rolls some percentage of that, and that is your initiative for that turn, effectively. So it might be, say, 50 to 100% of your agility is your roll, and then it just kind of orders that. And so the very high agility or very low agility creates some reliable turn order, but whenever you're close on agility to another character or an enemy, it just becomes, very random in terms of the ordering of actions. And it doesn't really matter whether you go first or last in most cases, as long as you're going in a reliable turn position, especially for your healers and things like that. So, yeah, manipulating agility is very strong. So here we're going to see one of the only real, there are a couple more, but one of the major puzzles, so to speak, of this game, which is this little laser mirror puzzle. It's not incredibly difficult, but
yeah. First phase here, you kind of just push all the mirrors into the path of the beam. But where the goal is to get the beams to hit those little electric orbs over there that are imprisoning the real priestess.
Yeah, actually, interacting with these things to push
画
them,
面
as
で
you
は
can see here, is actually
何か
really fiddly.
光、レーザーを反射させて、
And the original version of this puzzle was sort of weird. It was this like platform with all these holes in it and blocks that you had to sort of push a certain pattern around to drop onto the orbs that were below. So they replaced that with this laser puzzle instead, which I think is pretty decent. Except for the fiddliness of actually pushing them.
And they got rid of having to throw stuff around, but then we had to do this instead.
Yeah, and as Callie mentioned, and as we saw, there was the real priestess of all trades that's imprisoned down below, and she's the one that will eventually let us do class changes for realsies. So we're gonna break her free, and hopefully be able to go take back All Trades Abbey. But so after we push these open, after we finish pushing this last laser here, and go downstairs, it's not quite that easy. It's not just a puzzle. There will be a boss fight.
なるほど。左の方の鏡を使うんですね、これ。
Rashers and stripes or in up and gons in the
左の方の鏡を使ってそう。なる
they
ほ
come
ど。
back. So the first time you fight them, they kind of ambush you and just you have no chance of fighting them.
確かに動かせない鏡がそもそもそっちに向いてるんだから左の鏡を使いっていう話なんですね。
They make you think it's an actual fight. But here they come back and you fight them for realsies. And you have a couple of AI party members, guest party members, that are joining you for this fight.
で、エリアボス戦かな？ 牛と
And this
虎？
is one where typically you can kind of just auto battle through it. There's a chance that they crit you and somebody could die, but it's not really important. You're not really going to lose to this fight. TheCowness was just changing there's a setting in the menu to tell the characters whether or not they can do this let loose automatically. This is going to be the last fight before we get access to the class change mechanic, and when you change your class, you lose your let loose, whatever you have built up towards it. So it's not like you can bank this for the next fight or anything like that. There will be cases where we might specifically hold let loose during a fight to use it for a later one, but that's not really relevant here at this point. You can also see that the auto battle is using an item called the Sage's Stone. It's sort of not a great translation. The Sage's Stone is typically, in every other Dragon Quest game, an item that will heal the entire party. In some of the older games that had unlimited uses, and some of the newer iterations, it's been like a single-use heal. But in this case, it's just like a small single-target heal, actually less than a medical herb, really. In the older
なんとか
version of the game,
倒
it's
すこ
called
と
the
はできましたね。
Wonder Rod, and you really had to lean on it very heavily during the segment. You had to do a lot of healing, and it has unlimited uses. But it's kind of just something to take up inventory space here, and the AI really likes to use the Wonder or the Sage Stone to when people are low HP. So that's actually one thing that's really different also in this game from a lot of the other Dragon Quest games. So typically in Dragon Quest, you give your characters an inventory of items, which can include equipment and consumables and everything like that. And in combat, you can only use items that you have in that character's inventory. In this game, you have a shared inventory, so any character can use things from the bag. So that Sage's Stone is usable by everybody. Did you equip that Goonheart on Maribel when you picked it up?
I did not. Should probably do that.
Sort of an easy to forget one because it's a lot of times we like picking up a bunch of stuff and then consolidating equip menus, but there are occasionally places where we pick up a single item here or there.
Random movement got me.
Where we pick up a single item here or there, and it's easy to forget to equip it because you think, oh, I'll just do it in this other equip menu later.
We did do a donation or two?
Absolutely.
Actually, we got a bunch, so we'll do 4. I've got $20 from Sundiner. Dragon Quest is best quest. So excited to see Dragon Quest VII. At least one version of this game is shorter than 15 hours. Best of luck to you, Cowie and Hawk. You got this. And then we've got $5 from Shadow Killer. Hold up. Is that Big Deal Diener in the background? Blessed run. $25 from Brain Wrap. Ooh! Dragon Quest VII remains one of my favorite in the series, and I was so happy this version made it accessible for a new audience. And then we've got our final one, $15 from Nova Zero. So glad for another week of Limit Break. Thank you to everyone that has put in the titanic work of making this event what it is. From text to host, every volunteer behind the scenes, and of course, the star-studded group of runners showcasing their incredible talents. Go fast, have fun.
Nova doesn't.
And then heart. Thank you so much. That was very generous of you all, and I really had fun reading your donations.
Yes, thank you, everybody. Do we have an update on where the Nottingham incentive is?
We are at 960 out of 3,000. I really want to see us get that extra $40 and make it to the 1,000 point. At that point, we'll be 1/3 of the way through, and that would be awesome.
Yeah, for sure. Again, that's going to be done at the right before we go into the final dungeon if that does get met. So there is a bit of time, but you know, it's not a super long run. So if you want to see that, get that in. It is a pretty lengthy incentive. It's going to be 20 to 25 minutes worth of extra content. So you will get your money's worth out of it.
Okay.
Yeah, these orcs are kind of funny. So these orcs have the attack pattern where they'll just charge in a single direction. And if you're like really precise, you can actually just run straight through and then back out. Right through the middle, and they'll kind of just like bonk into each other, and it's really funny. But if you mess it up, then you get an encounter. So usually we try to bait them away a little bit and then sneak back out before they reset, but that one was in reset to just a slightly unfortunate position for Countess, so not a big deal. As we've seen a few times in this run, we're both, you know, bonking into some extra encounters and stuff like that, which is, you know, like I said, it's sort of one of the key aspects to going fast in this run is avoiding as many of those as you can. And, you know, we're doing an okay job of it so far, but
It's too early in the morning for this.
as we wake up and warm up a little bit, it'll be good. And, you know, it's fine. It's not really a big deal. We've certainly accounted for this. Wizard ring? Oh,
Yeah, I
you
got it.
got it. That's right. As you said, too early in the morning. Getting my tunnels mixed up.
Go away. All right. Yeah, so along this path here, I'm already past the room where it happened, but we got our abilities back. The priestess was able to restore them. So we're going to have to fight in this tournament here, but we have our abilities back, and also the priestess is going to allow us to change our classes before that. So we'll have a lot more tools to work with than in that other fight. That was also part of the reason we auto-battled that last boss, is because we didn't really have anything to work with. This.
Yeah, so we're doing our first class change here before going into this tournament. This is sort of an interesting setup where we're going to be using a lot of classes that are not long-term relevance. One of them will be, but in general, they're going to be chosen to get us through this next part of the game as quickly as possible. So she tells us that she can only choose basic classes for us. Doesn't really matter at this point in the run. there are basically the way the class system in
あ、
this
そう、
game
転
works
職をここで行うんですね。
advanced classes you can unlock by mastering certain combinations of classes. So, for example, a warrior and a cleric might unlock the paladin class. So you can't get a paladin class at this point, no matter how much you grind. And she tells you that you should go back and grind in the caves on the way here if you want to, you know, learn how to use your new classes and everything. But we're not going to do that. We are instead going to use these 2 seeds of proficiency that you pick up from the pot
ここで
right next to her.
あまりに余っている種を使っ
We're going to get level 2 in
てるのか
Shepherd
な。
for Gabo. We're going to get level 2 in Priestess for Maribel. Level 2 in Shepherd gives the Ram Raid ability, which is an attack that scales off of your defense power. It does not care about your weapon at all, so it doesn't really matter what's equipped there. Your weapon's attack power doesn't matter. Buffing up your attack power with like the oomph spell doesn't matter. So it's not really a scaling skill in the long run, but level 2 in Priestess will give Maribel the buff spell, which increases your defense. And Countess has loaded Ruff up with high defense items like the Tin Paw and the Rubies of Protection. And it will cause him to do... So we see characters hitting for like 30 damage, right?
Yeah, okay. Just triple checking that he's got everything.
And he's hitting for 150. So he is
すごい、
hitting for
150ダメージ出ましたね。
what other characters have been hitting for up to this point.
一気に。
So that's going to be the strategy for these, really, the next significant portion of the run is going to be leaning
Oh,
on the
すごい。
dealer with this ram raid ability. And it will keep getting stronger as we keep getting better equipment.
Yeah, pretty much until the last boss that I fight in my turn here. Oops.
Yeah, so we're fighting this tournament here. Monsters have kind of taken over this all trades, and we didn't really talk too much about the story going on down there, but there were a couple cutscenes in the prison town where there's this sword that like steals people's souls, and if you kill a certain amount of people and get their souls, I think 5, then like you're supposed to be able to escape prison town. So people, it's like, you know, a thing to encourage the people who are stuck down there to fight each other, right? It's not really meant to be a true escape method. But we come back up here, and the characters from down below, one of them still has the sword, and you know there's still some stuff going on with this. So the sword kind of does this possession thing, and this guy that Zev here, that's with us, is trying to. His sister has the sword right now, and we're trying to save her. So, sort of part of the reason for fighting this tournament. So the cautery sword that Countess picked up in the tunnel on the way here can be used as an item in combat to cast the fireball spell or sizz spell. It hits a group of enemies. It's pretty strong in this part of the run, but it won't get a ton of use, but it is very nice for this tournament with groups of enemies because it hits the entire group.
I wish he didn't end the fight there, but okay. Oh, right, we get fully healed between each fight, don't we?
Yep.
No problem then.
In older versions of the game, that was not the case, and transition between fights similar to the Evil Met Gauntlet and Falrod earlier. The transition between phases or between multiple fights in a gauntlet kind of dictates how well that goes. So this is looking good. These mud hands can call for more friends, more mud hands, but
Never seen them not do it.
I have, but very rarely.
All right.
So that was actually really good. Because usually they'll get low on health and then they'll call a friend that's at full health, and then, you know, it just kind of slows the fight down a little bit.
All right.
So we're moving on to the final battle of this. So,
ああ、
Neris or
今、
Neva,
本気配信の方でファイナルバトルって言ったので、これで最後ですかね。
she can be pretty scary. So she has Crackle, which is a spell that will hit the entire party. As long as Gabo gets his setup here, it's usually fine.
あ、はい、なるほど。闘技場はこれがラスト。
Nobody else really matters at this point. It is nice to have Hero survive the fight because if you die, it kind of resets your progress towards your let loose. So Hero surviving it means that you are more likely to get it during the next boss fight rather than having it all reset, but it's not critical either way.
And he also had his charged up and it just wore off.
No, I know, and Gabo's in like a similar spot himself, but we'll see what happens with it. The let loose ability for the Shepherd class is Woolly Bullies, which is whenever you attack, it will summon a bunch of sheep. That was a really good hit. It will summon a bunch of sheep to do extra damage to the boss for a few turns. So it looks like Ruff still might have his, so we'll know for sure in a second here whether or not his portrait is glowing. He does still have it, so he'll be able to use it on the first turn of this next boss. So now that we've defeated the tournament, we're going to go find the guy that trapped us down here to begin with. So we're going to go back up through the shrine to the original guy that said, hey, change Maribel's class into a jester. And we're going to tell him what we think about that. Countess intentionally stayed to the left around that statue because Jacqueline likes to walk up to the statue and point out, I can change your class again. And if you just walk around, it avoids that scene. So this boss isn't too bad. He's got quite a bit of HP, but we'll be following the normal setup. Countess will get to use his let loose
こ
ability
れが
on
ボス戦ですかね。
Ruff here, and you'll get to see the sheep.
Sheep.
There's one.
Ow. Oh, thank you.
あとダーマ編のラスボス。
There's three.
Now that Hero's buffed, he can do Ram Raid as well. Doesn't do nearly as much as Gabo because he doesn't as much base defense, but
There's 5 sheep. Yeah, it's nice being able to stay at high HP during this fight too, because it means that Jacqueline's more likely to use offensive abilities. There's more sheep, rather than trying to heal you like that. But it's not a big deal. So this boss here is about to do his like sort of enrage phase, which isn't really too scary, but he will sometimes use this jet black fog, which can cause you to reduce buff, which can cause you to get like surrounded or dazzled, so your attacks start to miss. And when you're dazzled, the sheep are also dazzled.
yeah.
But that one fight exactly to plan.
なんとか倒すことはできました。
Yeah, so anyone familiar with the PlayStation version of this game in general knows that all the bosses in this area are kind of tough. They're high steps up, and then for some of them you don't have your skills, and they made them a lot easier in this version, which I think is fine because it just stops it from kind of gating out this mechanic of changing classes.
Yeah, both Dragon Quest VI and Dragon Quest VII block their access to the class system, which is generally like one of the most fun parts of, you know, playing an RPG is experimenting with the different abilities and classes and everything. They both block their class system behind 2 very difficult high RNG segments. So Jacqueline gave us a shard here, and then Countess is going to grab a World Leaf from the basement.
And we can get out of here.
Back to the present. And so, obviously this means that the new island has appeared in the present, but there's also an additional island that we haven't been to yet that shows up that we can do a little visit to first. Which is the island of, well, it's Mazar in the old version. It's La Boive, something like that.
The French one.
La Beauvoir. I forget the exact name, or I don't know how to say the exact name. Maybe is a better way to put that. This is the island where we'll be introduced to the magic carpet. So the magic carpet is a recurring vehicle in the Dragon Quest series that lets you float over water, lets you float over shoals, and access some places that you wouldn't otherwise be able to access. So a guy down there in the bar is talking about his talking about his carpet, and then we'll go talk to him in his house, and he'll be like, I've got this carpet, but it doesn't fly for me, so
あ、これはアイテムを売ってるのかな。売って換金。
yeah, so Countess is getting 8,000 gold here to buy this fire
そし
claw.
て8000ゴールドで、
And
ファイヤークローズ、炎の爪かな。
which we will
を今買いましたか
talk
ね。
about shortly. But we're gonna grab the shard, and then we're gonna go visit that guy's house, and he's gonna be like, I've got this carpet, it doesn't fly for me. Would you guys be willing to try it out and see if you can make it fly? And we say sure. So he gives us the carpet, and we'll try it out, and of course it's not gonna fly for us either.
なるほど、この後に出てくるボスの弱点をつける武器ですかね。
It didn't fly, and then his wife up there is going to talk about how she's looking for an item called the Mermaid Moon, and wants to know if we have it. And we don't at this point, but when we get it, we'll come back. So we're not going to actually tell him that we tried out the carpet. But the reason we do this now is partially for that fire claw, and partially for this dragon shield that's up here in this treasure chest, which is a good defensive piece of equipment. It gives Gabo more defense power for his ram raid ability, and it also gives some element resistances. So it's a very important item to, or very useful item to get early. And
メラミは、メラの
need to sail here either way,
次
and
の
you need to do all the plot progression either way. So
次のくらいの魔法っていうか、
split this up into multiple
なんかメラの強化版みたいな感じですよね。
Can we do some donations?
Absolutely, go for it.
All right, we've got $50 from GameFam44. Let's go to Nottingham Island, everyone. Nottingham Island, it's a magical place. All right, and then we've got $25 from Eric33. No comment, but that's much appreciated. Thank you for the donation. And then after that, we've got $50 from Evil Ash 25. Great to see both Dragon Quest VII and VIII in RPG Limit Break this year. Good luck to Cowie and Hack on the rest of the run. Shout outs to the Dragon Quest community members both at the event and watching from home. I love Awu, but personally, I can't wait to see Ara move. And with that, we are at $1,060 out of $3,000 for complete Nottingham Island. We're so close to 1,100. Let's get there.
Oh.
Thank you very much for those donations, everybody. So, so in the past, the priestess Jacqueline said, you know, if you meet my descendant, tell her this thing. And so we come up to the present version with Jackie, and before we get a chance to give her the message from the past priestess, she's like, what do you want to change your class into? And you get some funny options like Heartthrob and things like that you can change class for. And then, you know, it doesn't actually let you change the class, and then you kind of continue on as normal. And we come down to the ruins of what was Prison Town, and there are these bandits that have set up shop nearby. So they've got this kind of con going with an injured priest, and then when you try to help out, you actually just get ambushed. But fighting these guys will give you the password to enter into the bandit base that's right next door, where we will find another shard that we need to progress. So this fight can be, with this setup, actually is really, really consistent, because Ram Raid just does so much damage that it can even one-shot some of the enemies. But before this setup was found for the Shepherd setup, this fight was actually a little bit volatile. And in the PlayStation version of the game, you actually need to do like 30 or 40 minutes of class grinding before you come over here to fight these guys, because they will really just lay the beat down on you. They've got AoE attacks, they've got status effects, they've got damage and defense. But thankfully for us, they are no problem. We're going to come over here to the bandit base. They're going to ask us the password. And the one guy's going to be like, what are you talking about? These guys aren't with us. And they're like, well, we'll ask the password anyway. And we tell them to get lost. And
yeah, the guy who was right in front of us told them the password, and we were standing right there. We heard it. I mean, of course we know the password.
さあ、毒沼を踏んでいたので、なんか毒状態になってますけど、そのまま進んでいきますね。
And there's some treasure in here, and there's the thief key in here that's available, and you can like pick up more treasure and all that. We're not doing any of that stuff. We're just gonna come up here and fight the bandit wig, the mighty Pip. And he's
さ
got
あ、
a shard for us.
この戦闘は
Abilities like this blade of ultimate power.
なんだ
Doesn't have magic for him, so it's just a funny animation when it fails.
強そうにはそんなに見えないんですけど。
He does have enough magic to use.
あ、山岳戦で毒食らってたから、あ、失礼しました。
Actually do quite a bit of damage if he decides
なる
to
ほど。
use it. But it shouldn't
あ、
be enough.
山賊の親分。
It's a little scary if he does it.
And once I raise everyone's defense power, you can't really do any damage except for that one spell.
Yeah. And he can only cast it, like I said, once. So. In the meantime, we got the woolly bullies that are doing some work here. The woolly bullies are not at all necessary for this fight, but Countess using it now means there's a chance that it might be back up for the next boss fight or during the next boss fight. If he had tried holding on to it, it would have worn off at some point, and then he likely would not be able to
さあ、
have
その
boss.
山賊の頭も
Yeah,
簡単にクリアしましたね。
3 forced fights before the next real boss, so it's very likely it would have worn off during those.
But now we have the shards needed to enter the next island, which is the island of Albalad or Dune.
Bothers me a
そ
lot
し
that
て
we've got
黄色の石板を完成させて
but the right answer is to finish the last of the yellows.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's sort of a side effect of some of the islands being removed in this version.
お
Normally, you
砂漠に来ましたね。
you do get shards that go to pedestals that you can't necessarily complete yet, but usually you kind of do them in like a more even distribution of they're colored after the 4 elements, right? Fire, earth, wind, water, and normally you do a little bit more of an even distribution between them, but because some of the islands were removed, doesn't keep the same sort of flow from an elemental standpoint. But it's not a problem or anything. It's just a funny little quirk.
And it's kind of weird because they did also change which colors, pedestals some of the islands are, but it's just still not really balanced. I don't know. Yeah, this is another island that's very faithful to PlayStation with all its plot triggers, which so there's a lot of running around in this one that we have to do, a lot of talking to people. There's some things that they condensed where like you might have to talk to 4 different people in a room and it just turned into one conversation, but still pretty much have to hit every location throughout here. But yeah, at the start of this island here, we go into the castle there. There's nobody in there because the monsters have kidnapped everybody. And we meet this guy named Hadid, who's the son of the elder of the village. And after we meet him, the village lets us in. And then we're just trying to kind of figure out what to do about the monsters here. Let's see. Want the castle? Yeah, a lot of back and forth between the castle and the town here.
Yeah, it's really easy. There's a few islands like this where it's really easy to mix up what exactly you're supposed to be doing or not doing at any given point in time. Where you go between the same 2 or 3 places over and over, and it's really easy to get mixed up as to which point you're at. One of the islands in my segment later, Yeoa's Vale, is like that also. I always get mixed up.
Yeah, also the dungeon you had after getting Gabbo, like you pick up completely different treasure chests in the past versus present, so that's easy to confuse too.
Yeah, I've forgotten the shard in the past version of that on multiple occasions. Yep, so the Shepherd learns this Woolly Blanket ability. In Japanese, it's called wool guard, which I think is like really cool sounding. And woolly blanket's fine, but it increases your defense power and also gives you some ice resistance. And that sort of lets you, skip using Maribel to for buff on the second turn. It lets her be more reactive to healing or throwing out some extra damage or something like that, because the shepherds can buff themselves up.
Yeah, so that fight's not like a real boss. It's just a kind of a strong enemy with quite a bit of HP, but you basically just boost your defense power and then you can auto battle it. They'll automatically use Ram Raid.
Yeah, you might want to be careful in the next Chimera fights to turn off auto let loose if you auto battle them. Gabo might be due for his soon. Kind of hard to say. Unfortunately, it doesn't give you a gauge or anything to judge where your let loose buildup is at. Similar to how Pep worked in Dragon Quest XI, there's not really a good indication for it. It's pretty consistent when it happens, but there's just not a way to tell. And fights themselves aren't 100% consistent in terms of how many actions characters take and how many turns the fight lasts. So it does have some variance run to run. So go back to this elder here, and he thanks you for the help and gives us this Dune charm, which we can show to people in this town, and they'll be more friendly to us. So the game normally expects you to talk to everybody in town and get some more information about what to do. You don't actually need to talk to any of them. So if you talk to them, they'll tell you stories about this river monster, that sort of mythical river monster that could sail up and down the river, but hasn't been seen in quite a long time. And that gives you the cue to go back to this dig site where you saw the skeleton of the monster being dug up earlier.
Yeah, when they talk about the monster, they emphasize that it had large golden horns on it, so that usually triggers you to think, oh yeah, I remember seeing that. So you go into the present and you grab it. So we got to talk to this guy quite a few times before he agrees to give us the skull, and he wants to go back into the past with us because he's a historian. So he tells us, okay, if you're telling the truth, if you can't actually go to the past, take me there and I'll let you borrow the skull.
The first time I tried playing this game casually on the PlayStation version, this was one of the spots where I got frustrated and stopped originally because I did not remember the skull with the golden horns. And it was a little bit on the cryptic side of things. The original version of this game there are a lot of required, plot progression points. There are a lot of things the game expects you to know and remember across, sometimes backtracking to previous islands, sometimes backtracking to the present. This Reimagined takes a lot of that out, so you don't ever need to revisit, for story progression, you don't ever need to revisit a cleared island, but you needed to do that multiple times in the original. The shards are a lot easier to find in this version. They're more obvious. There are fewer of them. They're in a little bit more conspicuous places. But if you try to play the PlayStation version, just know what you're getting into a little bit. You do have to really engage with the game and try to remember the different worlds that you're in and the unique things about all of them. And, expect to do a little bit of hunting for shards or use a guide for the shards. If you play this version, it's pretty chill. Maybe a little too chill at times, but...
Yeah. I am a big fan of the PlayStation version, and I think they took far too heavy-handed of an approach to fix some of the issues it had. Like, I mentioned they give you maps, they put exclamation marks on everybody you need to talk to, and it just feels like you don't actually need to explore the game to beat it anymore. And, I don't know. I think there were probably better ways they could have solved the issues of pacing.
Yeah, and as somebody who got frustrated by those in the PlayStation version, I appreciate some of the changes. I don't know that I agree with every single one, but I actually appreciate not needing to have game facts up on the side while I'm playing the game just to figure out how to get through it. I've played a lot of RPGs, I've speedrun a lot of RPGs, and I still really struggled getting through the PlayStation version of this game because of that. But it is a good game, and it is a great speedrun in any version. Well, I don't know if the 3DS version's good. I haven't run that one, but both the PlayStation and and this version are really good.
Fine if you don't need to sleep.
Yeah, the 3DS version is like 20 to 24 hours, and likes to crash mid-run.
Yeah.
So here we're fighting some chimeras. This is also a point of difference between the reimagined version. So they removed a lot of unique, like enemies that used to be unique or were first introduced in Dragon Quest VII that don't show up in this. So these are actually usually supposed to be Pigmon enemies, which are these little flying pig guys with like trident spear things. But they're removed from this version of the game. And there are quite a few DQ7 enemies that were removed from this version of the game.
Yeah, for reference, DQ7, the original version, introduced like I think 70 monsters that were not in Dragon Quest 1 through 6, and only 20 of them survived into this version.
Yeah.
So they just tried to replace them, probably with monsters they already had models for from other games, but also they clearly picked some of the more like iconic and favorite monsters, like the hammerhead enemy we saw in the early areas.
And that chimera.
Yeah.
This is one of the best songs in the game. We haven't really talked about this, but like the music in DQ7 owns. So I'm just going to be quiet for a second, and you can jam out to the Sphinx music.
The problem with being quiet during this is now I want to sing along to it.
It's fair. Yeah, I think I'm not like, obviously I play a lot of RPGs, so I play a lot of games with good music. Music isn't like my top priority when I play games, and it's not always something that's memorable or stands out to me, but I love the music in this game. Like when I first learned the PlayStation version of this game, I would leave the game running in the background on my TV for like hours just playing the music when I was done practicing because it was just so good. And I never do that with games. It is probably for me the best soundtrack of all the DQ games, which is a pretty high bar.
That bag has been really nice to me lately. I used to run into him all the time.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see, but there are some different color tiles that are pit traps that TheCowness was very careful to avoid. And the lightning doesn't really do a whole lot of damage. You can actually just kind of follow the lightning in this version of the game, and it's not a big deal. In the older version of the game, the lightning really, really hurt, and you'd have to spend a bit of time healing that up afterwards, but not so bad in this version. All right, so we're coming up to the boss here of the Sphinx. The Sphinx, also known as the likeness of the great evil, sort of how this is referred to. But there's one more chimera, and then we'll be heading up to the boss. And the boss of this dungeon isn't really very difficult. His name is Seto in the PlayStation version. But he's a big lizard man guy. He can block your attacks, and when he goes into his enraged mode, every boss in this game has sort of an enrage that they build up to. We won't see all the bosses' enrages, but when they're in that mode, in the Japanese they call the let loose or that enraged type mode burst. So when this guy's in that mode, he has a very high block chance, and he'll counterattack, which lowers your attack power. Since we're using Ram Raid as our main source of defense, we don't care about the attack power decrease, so we'll just attack through that form. Well,
Okay, thanks, Golemar.
that is a spicy start.
Just do that.
Yeah, normally you'd be using Woolly Blanket there to get Hero's defense up, but Maribel needed the help.
I'm still gonna do it so she can buff herself.
That's perfectly fair. So hopefully Hero gets his let loose at some point during this too, and we get 2 sets of Woolly Bullies going.
Heal yourself.
Yeah, with all these buffs up, no one's really at risk of dying to this. You only use that Wool Guard like twice in the run, so it's really easy to forget that your cursor's on it. I have done that on many occasions. So that's what I'm talking about, where he does the block counterattack. Thankfully, he's not blocking rough, because if he does, it does stop the bullies from going. Sort of an interesting situation here. Buff is wearing off on rough, and he kind of needs some healing. Let loose, maybe?
Oh, yeah. Scratchy had that up.
Yeah. Not a big deal. The Woolly Bullies are doing more damage than his attacks are at this point.
We'll do it. I don't know if we've mentioned what the Priest's Let Loose does, but it does an area heal like that, and it removes all status effects. It's extremely strong for an entry-level class.
And that includes death. It revives you,
Yeah.
too. So there are a lot of cases where if your priest is like, ooh,
Okay.
そう、ガブをやられてしまいましたね。
Just refresh this and
yeah, it'll be alright.
ガボは現在のパーティーのメインアタッカーですから、
I guess all of his attacks so far have been
大
blocked.
丈夫かな。多分ボスの HP もあともう少しだと思うんですけど、
Yeah, I've
Oh,
never
pass
seen
ましたね。
critical
よかったよ
to
か
this
った。
guy. That was very rude, but, you know, not a huge deal. The experience points from these boss fights don't really matter. You do lose a little bit of class experience, which could have a little bit of an impact later.
だって、今人が流れてきた。
I might suggest... I might suggest taking one or two fights later when you go back to
And
go.
Yeah.
just to make up that class XP. There's one specific threshold for Ruff in particular where I do a class change later on once he learns a key ability, and it might delay it if.
あ、なるほど。戦ってた場所で、
So yeah, we've
なんか壊れて、そのまま
stuff
川に
has
流
gone
され
out
た。
of the likeness of the great evil, and in exchange for that, the elder of the town has sadly perished. Hadid's dad. Hadid is taken over as the elder of the town now, or as the elder of the town, I guess, but like the mayor, the ruler of the town. I don't know.
It's kind of a funny thing about Dragon Quest VII's original English localization was that every leader of every town seemed to have a different synonym describing them. They could be a mayor or an elder or whatever else.
Yeah, exactly. So he says, you know, thanks for helping me, and you can take whatever you want from the treasury. So Countess went down there and got a shard that we needed, and also a rune staff, which is a cool item for Maribel, which when you use it in combat, actually increases the defense of everybody in combat. It only increases it by 1 point, so every buff and debuff have, or not every, but most buffs and debuffs have 2 tiers. So it can either be +1, +2, or -1, -2. And so the buff spell gives one character +2 to their defense. The staff gives everybody in the group +1. And it's not, so when we're using this ram rate ability, we want to focus on having the highest defense power for our damage setups, but that rune staff will be useful throughout the entire game to just give general defense buffs when healing isn't needed.
Buy more of those than we should need. So yeah, now for the rest of the game, if we get into any unintended encounters, we can just use a Chimera wing to fly out of there. And we'll have a pretty good agility too, so for most of it, like, we'll not have any risk of the enemies going first and taking damage.
Just want to cut in real quick. We're kind of stalled on donations. That's okay. But just to note, not only does donating help a great cause, but donations get you into a chance to win prizes. For a minimum $5 donation, you can actually win the very game, Dragon Quest VII Reimagined Deluxe Edition on Steam. So that's a great way to have a chance to get this game and play it yourself.
Absolutely.
There's quite a few cool prizes up during this block. I saw somebody made a wooden version of the item shop sign from Dragon Quest.
That item shop sign is so cool.
Yeah.
That one, a $25 minimum donation, you can have your very own Dragon Quest item shop sign. One of a kind.
Made by TheCowness himself.
Oh, was that mine?
Huh?
All right. So yeah, now at this point, the Deju camp appears in the present. It actually wasn't here earlier till we talked to the king there. And now we're... This is, if you're familiar with the earlier versions of the game, this used to happen quite a bit later in the run, but they kind of accelerated getting you the full team, which is pretty cool, because it's kind of annoying how long you have to play with 3 characters. You build up your team, and then someone else joins, and then shortly after, someone leaves, and then you get someone else, so kind of your investment gets screwed up. But in this version, we'll actually get to keep all 5 characters the whole time.
And there'll be a fight that Countess will need to do with just the hero, so he's actually going to equip the hero with all of the really strong defensive items that are currently on rough, and that way he can do his ram raid setup with the woolly blanket on this upcoming fight.
Let's see, I'll do that now. These rubies of protection, the 10 pot, and the knuckle dusters.
And the dragon shield. And actually, while this segment's happening, I'm going to stand up for a moment and take a quick break.
All right. Yeah, for a lot of this run, this routing, like Gabo and Hero are pretty interchangeable. The reasons for using one or the other are pretty minor, but at this point, like you said, we're going to have a fight that Hero has to take care of by himself. So in order for him to deal decent damage, we throw all Gabo's stuff on him. So, yeah, what's going on in this camp here is they're, you know, just like they were in the past, they're on their quest to revive God. But at this point in time, they have the legendary dancer, Ira or Aish, but they do not have a legendary Torban player. So we're going to have to find him much later. But Ira doesn't want to just sit around in camp and wait for him to show up. She wants to go off on an adventure, and when we show up, she uses us as an opportunity. She tries to convince the elder, hey, can I just travel with these people? Fly back over here. And before we can do that, we have to do a little trial where we have to fight the Guardians of the Day.
That number pushing higher. So Countess is fixing all of his equipment here to put all the defensive stuff back onto Gabbo. Set Hero back up for the way he was before. And then also probably throw some stuff onto Aisha and Maribel here.
Yeah, I'll give Ira the knuckle duster so that she's fast. Oh, there it is.
And the Mercury bandana, so she's even faster.
Yep. That should be everything for now.
And then back to the shrine we were just at to enter the next island, which is the island of Wetlock, or Humelia.
Ngo first. You
Oh, yeah, and go first, right?
Yeah, so we're just backtracking here to get another monster heart accessory. There's a couple of these, you may have seen one or two of them as we've been running around, but a couple of these like large, strangely paleted monsters that are, I think, called vicious monsters in this game, and they each drop a monster heart. Get out of my way. I'll also fight two of those trash guys on the way out. It gives me a tutorial for him. Oh, muscle and Scabbo.
Yeah, so the monster heart that you get for the Bodkin Archer heart that you get for beating this fight means that whenever you hit a weakness of an enemy, like when you are hovering over it with your attack, it'll have like a yellow thumbs up on it. Whenever you hit a weakness, it does significantly more damage. I forget the multiplier, 20% extra or 25% or something like that. And sort of one of the major strategy that we're going to be using for as the game goes on here is to stack up those modifiers, those multipliers. So things like the Fire Claw, which deal fire damage, is will combine with the Lily Bahart, for example, on monsters weak to fire to do extremely increased damage, which we'll see shortly. And then there are other modifiers that go with that too. So the Lily Bahart will be transferred over to whichever character is doing the biggest weakness damage. It's worth noting that when you see like the thumbs up, thumbs down for weaknesses and resistances, those are not all equal. There is an actual percentage behind the scenes. So you might have a case where like using a stronger weapon that has a thumbs down is actually still better than using a weapon that does not have it, just because of, it might only be a 10% penalty or something like that. So yeah, there's a lot of fiddling with weapons and setups and things like that to make sure we're hitting weaknesses as much as possible. And that Bodkin Archer heart is a big part of that. And it is very easy to forget getting that now.
Yeah, the two biggest things I've been forgetting in this run are the shopping I just did and the Ngo revisit, so glad I hit both of those. All right, so yeah, so this area, PlayStation was called the Humelia region. Forget the name. Now this town was Avon in PlayStation, but it's Hardley Pool in this version.
And Wetlock is the other one.
Yeah. And then, yeah, what's going on here? We come in, we visit the elder. She says, hey, why don't you stay in our, stay in my room for the night, because they have this tunnel blocked off at night. But then when we wake up in the morning, everybody's disappeared. So we're trying to figure out that mystery. So in the meantime, we travel to the next town. And I think if you talk to the people in the first town, they mentioned there was an old bard visiting that played some music for him. And then he immediately left. And then when we come here, people are saying the same thing, that there was a bard here that played some music and left. This one we'll spend like 2 seconds in, because we can enter the town right next to the inn. Yeah, the innkeeper here tells us the bard was here, and then he went off to the northeast, and then again we'll wake up and everybody in the town will be gone.
Yeah, Countess mentioned entering the town from the side. That's something that the modern DQs, the HD2D games were doing it also, where whichever direction you enter the town from, that's sort of the entrance that you go in or out from, compared to the older games where it was just like there was one exit, or like wherever you enter the town from, you always went into the same place. And in the older versions of DQ7, they're really trolly with that, where it would be very frequent to like go through a teleporter or exit a town, and like you have to go to the north, but you exit on the south side of town, and you have to like walk all the way around it, and then you occasionally just clip back into the town anyway. And it's kind of nice being able to just enter and exit from the relevant side.
So we get to this town here, and we actually catch up to the bard. He plays his song, and then now he's leaving. And then if we go to the inn again, people in this town will all disappear, but this time we'll see what happens to them.
Yeah, and this guy's like, oh, you're tourists. You can stay for free at a discount.
Yeah.
You know, knows that there's some weird stuff going on that doesn't get much tourism, but can't be quite generous enough to give up some fee for the night.
Oops. And we come out and we see the townspeople are jumping into this portal in front of the bard. But we'll follow them and see what happens. This is going to teleport us to the tower that's northeast of the town.
So did you talk about how we're kind of searching for the legendary Terratula player?
Yeah. And we're not going to see him for quite a while, but this bard here is actually, turns out he is the same bard that we met in past Asia. So he's much older now. And I don't know if it ever outright tells you his name, but he tells you stuff like when you meet him, he says, oh, you look like the people who helped my tribe out back in the day. So it's very, very heavily implied.
Let's see if the stone man behaves today. This guy's always in the way. But there is a world dew, Yggdrasil dew, hidden down there, which is very worth picking up. Not hidden, but in a treasure chest down there.
Yeah, so we come up here and the bard is standing on this balcony looking out, saying something's about to happen, and then shows this fish guy, and then the world floods, the continent sinks. So the bard had a vision of this happening, so he would actually kidnapped all those townspeople to save them. But unfortunately, we opened the door that was keeping them inside. So some of them have actually escaped back to their town, and we're about to go downstairs and grab a raft and sail around the overworld, and you can revisit those towns, and some of the people are back in their town, stuck on rafts of their own, which is a little silly, but yeah, they are more or less okay. Some of the people are still here, but some of them left.
And Countess keeps calling him the Bard, but he's got one of the more entertaining nicknames of this game, the Old Man Riffer. I'm a fan.
I don't know why.
He's got a guitar. He's riffing out on the guitar, man.
It's a Tormon.
Yeah, but it looks like a guitar. I mean, it's kind of the same thing.
Not electric.
That's true.
No.
Countess was trying to enter that town. If you enter that town before getting an encounter, you can reset the ocean encounter and actually skip that fight. But it was just barely shy. I've actually never seen that encounter come up that quickly.
The way the boat curves, I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to get away without accidentally going into the town.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So this used to be like a full dungeon, actually a pretty cool one with like puzzles with like throwing pots at switches and raising and lowering stuff. But
yeah.
So the PlayStation version had like a few puzzles that revolved around like throwing things, and that's just not a mechanic. After the DS version, that's not a mechanic that really exists anymore. You can't pick up stuff and throw it. So
Fine.
the puzzles. Wow.
I guess we'll do this.
The puzzles in this dungeon wouldn't have really worked with this engine. So instead, they just took out the dungeon. You still have this little ghost fight here before fighting the boss of Grokos, which we saw briefly saw in a cutscene there with Old Man Riffer, but
I really need Hero to be awake to top off the damage on these guys.
yeah.
He's taking a nap. Maribel could wake up to heal. That'd be pretty sweet, too. Okay.
Watch me move.
And normally one hit each from Hero and Ruff will take one of these out, but you do get a full heal in between this and the actual boss fight, so there's no need to like burn your let loose or anything like that. It's just kind of just get the fight over with. And Countess actually has a couple of them charged up to be potentially usable in this next fight.
Yep.
There's actually a lot of times in this run where like taking a little bit more time early to charge up your let loose before a key boss fight or something like that can actually like save you time in the long run. It's actually sort of an interesting balance quirk. When we were first learning the run, I was actually intentionally getting into extra fights sometimes just to do that.
I'm gonna switch to the fire claw.
Yep. So Gruff is now doing over 600 damage between the Lily Heart and the Fire Claw, or the Bodkin Archer Heart.
There we go.
So you can see all the multipliers start to stack up, right? Like, we went from doing, 30 to 50 damage before Dharma
あ
to
気づけばガボの攻撃力が半端なくな
now
ってます
doing
ね。
600 damage in the course of just
600ダメージとか与えてましたね。
with elemental weakness and the Bodkin Archer Heart.
And equip it on her.
All set.
So using the rune staff there, not only does it give the defense boost to Maribel and Ira, but it also refreshes Gabo and Hero, so I don't have to worry about it wearing off.
How about this?
I'm just going to use Maribel's Let Loose to get rid of this poison.
Yeah. Hero's got his too.
Oh, yeah. Sheep.
Bully bullies. I love the sheep attack. It's
あー、なるほど。
so good.
あ、弱点乗るんですね、これ。そりゃ強いわ。
Yeah, so when Gracchus enrages here, it actually changes his weaknesses, so he's not weak to the Fire Claw anymore. But he's so close to dead, so normally you could unequip the Fire Claw and
There we go.
account for that. We'll see if Cowie does or not. This might just mash through it.
Yeah, I bet he just dies. Nope, he didn't. How about this? No? Okay.
How about this?
Nope, not that either. Sheep. Okay.
There we go.
Oh well.
Yeah, not really a big deal. You re-equip that Fire Claw
ここに
afterwards
音
anyway.
撃がしました。
Yeah, when his HP turns red, that puts him at like 800 HP, he's at like 3200, so. Let's see. So yeah, that's we defeat Gracchus, and then the water recedes, and then if you pop back into the towns, which we're not gonna pop into the middle one, but you can kind of see some effects still of the flooding. There's just like extra pools of water laying around. It's kind of cool detail. But we gotta walk all the way out of this tower again.
Yeah, there are a lot of places in the game where it'll temporarily block off being able to zoom, usually because there's some sort of plot progression you need to go through, some sort of scene that needs to happen, or sometimes you're not really sure why it blocks you off, but it does anyway. But here, we cannot zoom out of this tower.
Yep.
But the old man here is going to give us a wizard ring
This
as a present, which isn't really that big of a deal in this version, but it's very nice in the PlayStation version. It is useful here. We will sell it. They are worth a fair bit of cash.
Yeah, in the older games, they're extremely useful because they're like one of the few ways to restore your magic while you're out in the field. Typically, it's like a pretty decent magic refill, like 20 to 30, and then there's a 10% chance that it breaks permanently. And so some of these longer Dragon Quest runs, we want to hold on to those. But in this version, like there's so much magic refill that we don't use them for that. We equip them for defense power or resell them.
Yep. So Countess finds the Mermaid Moon, which is, as we mentioned earlier, the town with the magic carpet. There's somebody looking for the Mermaid Moon, and then also picked up a gray fragment. So it's the first of the gray fragments that we're getting. As mentioned, those go to the optional islands, and that is one of the ones that goes to Not Again. So if we don't see more donations for Not Again, then we're not going to get to use those gray tablets, but we're picking them up as we go. Especially this one takes a really long time to come back to if we need to.
And maybe now's a good time to throw to the host, see if there's an update on that.
Yeah, so we were stalled for a bit, but the good news is we have a few more donations for the incentive. We've got $25 from a mysterious benefactor. No comment, but we still love those. $25 from Slum Diener, Not again? More like, yes, we can. Here's a bit more toward not again. I know I'm not the only one looking for more Dragon Quest action today, which, no, we are all looking for more Dragon Quest action, so let's push toward that incentive. We're now over 100, and we're at $1,110. We are approaching the halfway point, so if we can get a few more donations in before the halfway point, that would be fabulous.
Mais oui.
Upson said yes. This conversation's really awkward. So he asks you if the carpet worked, and if you say yes, he's like, "Oh, that's awesome. You can probably use that to find the legendary hero or whatever." And then you talk to him again, and actually, no, it didn't work. And then he's extremely disappointed, and he takes the carpet back. Oops, that's right. I have to walk out of here first.
Yeah. Yeah, I mentioned earlier when I did the same thing earlier. I said yes to a person I need to say no to. There's like 3 dialogues in this game that you need to say no to, and it's very easy to just be in the habit of mashing yes. Because one thing that neither of us have really done this run so far is if you mash the cancel button when you're on the overworld is party talk, and it will cause a random character to, say some lines of dialogue in your party. And so if you mash with the cancel button, it's really easy to close the dialogue and immediately party talk. So a lot of times we mash with the confirm button. And when you get those yes/no boxes, it's easy to say the wrong thing.
All right. So yeah, the maid leads us to the real flying carpet here, which he had hidden from the guy because he kept trying to give it away. So I think his father had her promise to hide it from him. Where are we going now?
Here. No, you're staying here. You gotta go to the
Oh, yeah.
shrine next to it.
Yeah, so then in this version, the carpet actually binds to a directional pad. It's convenient. Go in here, talk to this ghost. I think he points us toward the legendary hero of old who used to fight alongside God. Tells us that there's this item, the sizzling stone, that we need to try to resurrect him. And earlier in the game, our uncle happened to have it, so we're gonna go talk to him, find out where it is. Turns out he sold it, so we got to track down the guy he bought it or sold it to him. And then we'll work on reviving the legendary hero, who will be our 5th party member.
Yeah, so we keep referring to the main character of the game as the hero, and he's kind of the hero, but there's also another hero.
Yeah. I don't know that there's much special about the other hero, though. Our real hero, he's got like this special tattoo, and the Aqua Spirit likes him. I don't know. This is wrong. I keep saying that I mix up that location with this location, and there I actually did it.
Yep.
We've got a few more donations, if that's okay.
Sure.
All right, we've got $25 from another mysterious benefactor. Thank you so much. We've got $25 from Cobb the Great. No comment, but still, we love the donation. Thank you so much. And now we have $25 from Rob Draven. Empathy, I feel you. Sympathy, I feel for you. Rough, I feel, woo! Get those donations in. We've got to meet the not again incentive. Thank you so much. Let's keep them rolling. This has been great.
Yes, thank you for the donations, everybody.
And the more you donate, woo, the more I get to make woo noises. So let's keep it coming.
Oh, wait. Gotta take 2 steps first.
Yep. So we go to the guy that bought the sizzling stone, and he doesn't really want to give it up. But then as you leave, he's like, "Wait, if you really think this can revive the hero, can I just come with you?" So we're gonna meet him at the tower and where we need to use it, and he'll let us use it to try to revive the hero. And if it doesn't work, he'll just keep the stone.
Yeah. Make a quick stop in here to pick up a return point, and then also just start this trigger since we had to walk in here anyway. But this is a couple of scientists here. They're, I guess, studying the history of this town, and they're fishing here in the river, and they're fishing up like fish that should be in the ocean. So wow, there must have really been a great flood all those years ago. And then from there, they also want to get into the tower that we were in earlier, but there's monsters in there. So while we're standing there, they fish up one of the shards that we need. So he tells us, hey, if you get rid of the monsters in the tower, then we'll give you the shard. This is not skippable.
Nope, they did not make this one a skippable scene. It's sort of an interesting area because there's two relevant towers that are right next to each other, basically. There's the tower that we were just in the past, and then there's the world's tallest tower, which is right over here. This is what we need the flying magic carpet to get to. You cannot cross those gaps in the water otherwise.
That's a party chat.
Party chat.
Get off. Too close, I guess.
Yeah. I do that same thing all the time. If you're right up against the tower, it doesn't let you land the carpet. Carpet's a little finicky in this game. It's got like a really weird momentum, especially from a stop, and can be a little finicky about when it lets you off to.
Yeah.
So this is the world's tallest tower. I'll be picking up a couple of chests in here, a couple of which are like that mercury bandana as a useful accessory throughout the whole run, pretty much, until the very end. And then also a couple of safety healing items.
No, don't look at me.
But while we run through this tower, if the host has anything else they want to say real quick, now is a fine time.
Yeah, the donations just keep on coming. We have yet another mysterious benefactor. We've got so many of those. $25, thank you so much. It's much appreciated. And then, very exciting, we've got $25 from Stephanie Lasagna. This is the speed run I've been excited to finally see. 55 hours into my playthrough. Super stoked to learn some big game changers. I'll start the $5 train with some tickets to spare. Choo choo. Let's go to Nod again.
All right.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, so a lot of monsters here, a lot of pretty large-sized monsters, which are a little bit more annoying to dodge, especially this one up here, this troll.
And he always turns around to look at you.
Yeah. How he's going to do his best to sneak by, but very nice.
Okay.
So this is a case where there are multiple paths up this tower, depending which staircases you take. But we're going in this direction, which is not the fastest way up the tower, but there are two in particular very useful safety items. There's three things that are worth picking up here, really. But this first one here is a World Dew. So we didn't really talk about it, but the World Dew is a consumable healing item that is a full heal for your entire party. We'll be getting about 4 of them in the run. There's a Kerplunk Bracer, which if you equip on somebody and they die in combat, the bracer shatters, but it heals and revives the rest of your party member, or at least revives the rest of your party members. So that's sort of a backup item if a couple of the major bosses are going sideways. And then an MP Seed, which just kind of restores some magic, or adds some max magic, I mean.
If you don't mind, can we do a host swap real quick and just let Lisa Rockstar Shocks takes over?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, this is Possum Coffee. Thank you so much for joining us. The lovely Lisa Rockstar Shocks will be out from here doing all those awoo noises for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Possum Coffee.
Yeah, we're coming up real quick on our next swap as well, as soon as we enter the next area.
Nope. First, we're going to hold up this sizzling stone here at the top of the tower and see if it really revives the legendary hero.
There he is.
There he is. Mervin.
We're an hour and a half ahead. I think I'll let this one play out at least a bit. So you revive Mervin or Melvin there, his PlayStation name, and these monsters just attack the tower. And then Melvin decides to
あ、
take
こ
care
この
of.
ムービーは飛ばさず、飛ばせないのかな？
I haven't heard the English voice acting in this cutscene before.
お？
It's sort of disappointing when you're playing this casually because it's like, oh, the legendary hero, and then it's like kind of this old guy. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's just not, you know, the typical JRPG legendary hero.
Yeah.
thing. So
Prepare to be bedazzled by
なるほど、かっこいいから飛ばせないと。一気ですね。
just jumps completely off the tower. Oh wait.
おー、かっこいい。
Very Akira Toriyama fight scene.
Yep.
my lady.
All right, and that's Melvin.
Yep. So that's our final party member. And so in the original game, you could only have 4 characters at once.
Sure.
So you didn't get Irodon until later on in the run. And there's a spot where, in the original version, Maribel would leave your party for a while, which we'll see in a little bit. But in this game, it just lets you have 5 with you, so you can swap out that 5th character slot. Which is sort of an awkward number of characters to have 1 backup character, but, you know, it works reasonably well. And there's a couple spots where we'll be swapping people out in combat, potentially. And we will use all the party members in this run. The hero does kind of get... The original hero does kind of get sidelined at this point a little bit, because all of the... As characters join your party, since we're not doing any grinding or anything, they are typically just stronger than the characters that have been with you the whole time. So the hero does get a little sidelined at this point because Mervyn joins with a bunch of mastered classes and really good stats.
So yeah, we're gonna take off all hero stuff since he is getting sidelined. We'll swap him for this. Melvin's gonna get our strength boosting items.
A little part.
Oh yeah. The knuckle duster's back on there. Oops.
Plate shield.
The other Merc Bandana. And Maribel gets an ice shield.
Sure.
And I accidentally career sphered.
Oh, that's. Oh,
I did that already.
you did that already. Okay.
All right. We go back over here.
Yep. So now we're gonna go clear out that tower that the scientists were asking us to clear out of monsters. We're not actually gonna completely clear it out of monsters, but we're gonna at least kill the boss. But in order to do that, you know, there's a gate that was locked in the past with a really small hole, and one of the children that was there was able to crawl through it. But there are no children in this town now, or in this tower now. There are only monsters. So we're actually going to recruit a monster friend to help us out with opening that gate.
Oh, I didn't change party order.
There we go.
Oh, let's see if hero can. I don't know. Since I needed to put Melvin in the party before the first action, because if I do it now, Melvin won't get an action on this turn. Melvin. And that's fine. I'm not sure we need his damage. No, we did. Okay. Now he's healing. Okay. What do you got, Maribel? We need like 81 damage. Whatever, we'll just do this. And so Melvin comes with like a couple classes mastered. So he's got Martial Artist and Warrior completely mastered, which gives him that cut above ability, which is extremely strong compared to just some of the other abilities in the game. But yeah, we beat up that king slime, and then it turns back into the slimes that formed it. And then they tell us that you know, they're not actually hostile. They're just they used to live in this tower, and there's a monster in the tower that's been eating slimes. So they were just trying to defend themselves there. And we tell them, yeah, we'll help you out with the monster up at the top.
Some might say they're a good slime.
They do say that.
Yep.
So yeah, we go up to this gate, and then here's where the slime will go through and help us open it. He didn't have any hands, so I don't know how he opens it, but yeah. Grab that.
Another seed of proficiency. Again, those give us 1 class level to both classes that are on any given character at a time. So we get 4 of them throughout the run, 2 of them right at the very start. One of them is given to you for free when you get Moonlighting, and then that's the 4th one. So we'll be using those a little bit later. But So you saw how, like, on the last major island, we were doing like 600 damage to Grokos with the setup. So now we're gonna see. Now we're gonna see how the numbers really scale. We're gonna muscle dance on Melvin here.
Watch me move.
And let's see how much damage Sir Mervyn does with this flying knee. 1285. So we
Oh,
doubled our damage again.
1200ダメージ。
This is a boss that's weak to flying knee.
強いですね。
Heavily weak, so we won't be doing that much damage on every hit to every boss. But the Sky Dragon goes down in 2 hits.
おお、強い。ほぼ2発かな
So you can see how our power is quickly accelerating. And items like that Bodkin Archer Heart are cutting off.
攻撃する側が強いのか、なんか攻撃にバフが入ってるから強いのかな。
We're going to be getting a lot of
両方かな。
weapons for various characters to take advantage of those weaknesses as much as possible. Like that Fire Claw we have now and the Icicle Sword that we have now. There'll be a couple more that will be picked up.
Yeah, the Fire Claw isn't even particularly strong compared to the in-game weapons, but just the elemental weaknesses, a lot of bosses take like 130% to 150% damage from it.
Yeah, that Fire Claw we'll see used all the way through the final boss. So that's how strong elemental damage is. All right, so we're sailing to the treasury again. That raft is really finicky. I'm really prone to jumping off the raft and immediately jumping back off of it and trying to go around the corner. But Countess is going to find this red fragment here and then grab the rippled rapier from this treasure chest, which is an item that, when used in combat, does the bounce effect, which has a couple of pretty cool uses.
Now we're going to jump into the last of the red pedestals, and that's where I'm going to hand it back over to Haktical.
Yep.
And he'll play through what on PlayStation would be the end of Disc 1, and then I'll pick up PlayStation's Disc 2 segment.
Yep, so we're entering the island of Hubble, which was previously known as Mardra. And I mentioned earlier that there's a lot of times where this game likes to take the zoom ability away from you, and this whole island is kind of one of those cases, so we're not going to be able to zoom in this island at all.
Count, not until it's time to leave.
Yep, there's going to be a lot of running around. There's this blockade in the middle of the island that isn't supposed to let anybody past, and I think they block out zoom just so you don't, like, zoom over it once you have the relevant return points. So this guy here at the gate is going to ask if we are the envoy, and of course, yeah, we're the envoy. Who else would we be? I don't know what this envoy is supposed to be for, but, you know, it gets us into the castle, so sure.
A moment.
So we're going to go talk to the queen here. She asked for a favor, which is to go chat with the wizard-in-chief over at the magic research place, the Grand Conjuratorium or whatever it's called, and gives us a letter to get past that blockade that I was talking about. So, you know, now there's not really a reason to prevent us from zooming around, but alas, we can't even exit this town, so. They're going to kick us out because they realize that we're not actually the envoy. And they will continue to judge us for lying to them throughout this island.
You see a little girl over there practicing with magic.
Yep. We'll see her again in a little bit. But yeah, otherwise we're just going to, it's just going to be a minute. We're going to go over to the Grand Conjuratorium, talk to the wizard there. He's going to give us a little quest to go get another MacGuffin for some spell he's working on. And yeah, next few minutes are going to be a lot of just like running and talking to people and running through dungeons. So now's a good time to go over to the host if you've got anything you want to talk about.
Hello. Yes, I was actually going to ask if it's okay to pop in. It's this is Lisa Rocks. Thank you so much for the transition from Possum Coffee. She did a great job. I do have some donations to read. We have $75 from Megalink. No comment, but thank you so much for your donation. $50 from Jessica. Just found out about the event and I love everything about it. Me too, Jessica. I love this event. $25 from Error of Rudo. Can't believe Cowness isn't doing a Maribel cosplay. Good luck, my friends. Thank you, Error. We have $5 for Mr. B Jammin. I had planned to make a joke about railways, but the $5 ticket to Nottagen made me lose my train of thought. Thank you for your $5. It's the hardest part about being a host. If you're not a pun person, you still got to go with it, you know?
Yeah.
But
Countess loves both puns and trains. So.
so perfect. Let's keep that $5 train going. We are still trying to meet the incentive for the Nottagen Island. We're at $1,290 out of $3,000, and you know any dollar helps towards that incentive. So please keep the train going.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Lisa. And all of the lovely donators. Yeah, so we went to the Wizard-in-Chief, and he's working on this spell, and he wants this star shard thing from this mountain. But this mountain's scary and dangerous, so he wants us to go get it for him. He wants to continue his research. We're going to grab this one treasure chest here that's being guarded by these monsters, which we'll just escape from with the Chimera Wing. This treasure chest contains a very devil heart. So that's another monster heart that, when equipped on somebody, if they are below half MP, they will automatically use a magic water in combat to restore their MP. So it kind of saves us from having to manually take turns to do that. But otherwise, there's some sketchy monster dodges in this cave. A lot of the dungeons in this game have pretty tight.
Little snailies are out on a date.
Yeah, pretty tight areas, and dodging can be pretty tricky. That's actually like one major improvement from this over the 3DS version of the game. So the 3DS version of the game, the original PlayStation version had just, random encounters. The 3DS version added them to the world that actually appeared. But the dungeons were all so small and the sprites were all so big because of the, the limitations of the 3DS with the resolution and all of that, that it actually became really, really difficult to dodge enemies, and you actually end up with like a higher overall encounter rate on the 3DS version from a speedrun. This game does a really good job of keeping the monsters on the world, but making them actually manageable so you can dodge them and get around them in most cases. And it's a really fun part of the run. I talk about it a lot, but it's because it is a lot of the run. So we get up here and there's this waterfall blocking the top of the cave, but we talk to these guys and they say that every morning the waterfall stops for a little while. So they let us rest overnight, and then almost sleep in too late. The waterfall turns on right behind us, but we managed to get through. We'll see what monsters grace us at the top of this mountain. We're really prone to getting trolls up here. Like that. This troll going this way isn't too big of a deal. On the way back down, the game really likes to put 2 trolls there on me, and there's kind of really just no getting by them. But there's the star shard that the wizard was looking for, so now we're going to go back down the mountain to give that to him.
Okay, well,
So it's sort of interesting. Normally, when you die in combat, it resets all of your let loose progress and everything. But on this fight, it actually doesn't. So Gabbo still has his available.
I think yesterday I noticed Inop and Gons also, that forced death and Dharma, same thing.
Yeah. It does give you a full refill, though. Doesn't send you back to the church or anything.
Yep. Yeah, so the Wiz casts his ultimate counter magic, and it greatly reduces the strength of the demon the king turned into. Now we can actually fight him.
All right, so this is Hybris, and he will be about the same as
Watch me move.
what the envoy was.
Right. Come on.
So I'm actually just going to do the same setup. I'm not going to actually use that let loose yet, even though it's available. See if he gets to keep it for the next fight or not. But
Watch me move.
watch her move.
I'm watching.
Easy peasy.
All in a day's work.
見事、ボス戦もメルビンのおかげで勝って出ましたね。
That's the thing I was worried about.
といったところで RTA の途中なんですが、ここで司会交代とさせていただきます。引き続き、
normally we get
RPG リミットブレイクをお楽しみください。
So have it a little bit early. I'm actually just going to keep the current setup for consistency's sake, but I could do a class change a little bit early for the next boss because of that, but we're just going to keep it as is for the moment. So we get back to the present here, and there's a suggestion that we should go check in the hometown, see how everyone's doing. We're gonna run back here to Fishbell, and we're gonna go check in on Maribel's family. See how the mayor's doing here, and the answer is gonna be he's not really doing so hot. He's a little sick at the moment.
とリー
I
マ
have
ジ
a
ンド
bad habit of just randomly pushing
という
buttons
こ
that
と
I
で
think don't do anything. super quick. That's
EST が
annoying for me.
5時間、
Yeah, it's weird that they map it to like the same button that
6時間近く
Cancel
ある
button, yeah.
なんですけれども、ちょうど折り返しを過ぎたところということで、5時間55分です
So
ね
back。to the shrine, and we'll be moving on to gorges. You can see that we are rapidly running low on unsolved pedestals here. Say gorges, it's the Aeola's
あ、ごめんなさい。ドラゴン、セブンですね。大変失礼いたしました。
Yep, we just got this and one more for the normal colored pedestals here.
で、ちょうど今、仲間が増えたところなんですか
We're
ね
getting。close to the end of the game, right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
ちょっと私は遊んだことがないゲームなので、
Sitting here and we've still got one more
引き続き
PlayStation
コ
disc.
メント
What's
の
on the
方
other
で
disc?
盛り上げてくださると助かり
Is that
ま
the
す。
sound test or something?
Mostly all the same stuff that's on the first disc, it turns out.
Yeah, pretty much.
Is this a good time to pop in with a couple donations?
Absolutely.
Sure, great. We have $10 from UF. Thank you, RPG Limit Break Heart. Thank you so much for your donation. We also have from an anonymous donor $10 with no comment, but that's okay. We don't need comments. We just appreciate everything you do, donors. We are still stalled with the Notagen Island. We're at $1,310 out of 3,000. So please, please get those donations in if you're able to, so we can see and experience that. Excuse me, I just wanted to remind us we're all here supporting NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. They are the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization whose work is focused on around three main pillars: education, support, awareness,
一
advocacy.
回
What does that mean?
家族のために
So
離
awareness,
脱
NAMI
した
drives
仲間が
passionate
復帰したん
conversation
です
around
ね。
mental health from coast to coast and across all demographics, having appeared
すごい
in
ドラ
major
マがある
media
ん
more
です
than
ね。
any other mental health organization since 2021, with over 24,000 earned media articles and top-tier outlets including NPR, CBS News, CNN, and the BBC. Throw it back to you.
All right, thank you. So, and thank you, donors, obviously, of course. So,
あ
this
元
sounds
の
sort of
作
weird
品だ
where,
と13時間
you
近く
don't really need to talk to anybody. Your
か
first
かっ
time
た
you
けれ
came here,
ど
you just kind of walk through town.
半分以
do
下
a little
に
bit of shopping, and we're gonna check out this
半分以下で終わる
creepy
ように
looking
なったんです
shrine
ね。
in a second here. We're gonna first deal with these trolls who are just running away. These trolls are guarding a troll heart, just another monster heart. The troll heart will increase your physical damage by quite a bit, but it also sets your MP to 0, so you cannot use any abilities that use MP
あなるほど。
while that's equipped. But that will be a very
すぐ戻ってき
powerful
てくれるようになった
additional multiplier to our damage very shortly.
嬉しい
But,
ような。
um,
で
yeah,
も
so
びっ
we're
くり
gonna
し
come
ちゃ
over
う
to。this creepy looking shrine. It's got all this like black wind.
そうですね。半分になったから
to the
2周してる間
we're
に
gonna see what's going on here. But
向こうは元の作品だと1周かかっちゃう。
puzzle here. A laser puzzle. This game does like its laser puzzles.
あパズルでダン
I
ジョンを
definitely
進んで
prefer
るんで
this
す
to
ね。
the oops. Online. To the older versions of this puzzle. The PlayStation version here is very slow.
I don't know that it's much slower than this. There's a lot of rotating to do here, but the frustrating thing about PlayStation is how narrow the paths are that you have to walk on.
Yeah, and you can't see them.
Yeah.
All right, so through this door will be another boss fight. It's not going to be a very difficult one. We're going to use pretty much the same setup that we used. Actually, I want to check my equipment. I think I might have
なんかボス戦かな。
checked one thing on Melvin real quick.
All set.
Yeah, I accidentally clipped his magic estimate. So we have another boss that's weak to flying knee.
There we go. All set.
So Melvin just gets to double for 1,000 damage
Watch me.
with his Focus Pocus muscle dance setup. So
We
no
did it.
problem with Vapor here. So I don't really remember why the shrine is like this evil shrine place here is in the way, but there's this wind shrine that's past it, which has the windstone, which is sort of our current objective, is to grab this windstone from this shrine.
Yeah, basically the town we walked through, everybody in there is wings on their back and they fly around, and the stone here is what allows them to fly. Basically, it provides a source of constant wind through their village, and they think that since the monsters are here causing troubles, that they should go fetch the stone to reclaim it from the monsters and reclaim the stone. And it turns out that the stone being on the pedestal in the shrine here is actually really important. So when we take it back to the village, we're gonna basically be told to bring it back.
Yep, but here you can see the breeze that's coming out of the stone on the pedestal here, all the wind around it. And the wind dies down, and that will be important here once we get back to town. But first I'm going to do a little bit of class change stuff here. Use these seeds first. I'm gonna use these 2 seeds of proficiency on Maribel. She was close to her next level. In an older route, we actually used to just get a couple more fights and only use 1 seed on her. But this will get her multi-heal, which is, as the name implies, a group heal spell, which is very good. And we're going to replace Gabba Shepherd with Martial Artist. Shepherd is not really, it was very strong early with the defense scaling, but since it doesn't include any of your strength or your weapon stats or battle dance or anything like that, we're switching to Martial Artist. And we are going to give Gabba the Troll Heart and a Strength Ring. And his role will no longer be to ram raid, but it is still going to be to deal damage.
Test.
Yeah, the priest getting multi-heal is a significant buff over the original versions of the game, where that was buried under like one of the tier 2 or 3 classes, along with some other stuff that priest gets. But multi-heal along with that let loose ability that's just a full party revive just makes priest kind of ridiculously strong in this version. And on top of it being a class that you're very obviously going to take, because if you look through the list, it looks like the only class that gives you healing magic, just kind of discourages you from experimenting really, because you want to have a priest, and if you change off of your priest class, you can't access those spells anymore, even if you go to the upgraded classes.
RPG リミットブレイク2026の様子をお送りしておりま
changed in
す。
the 3DS from the PlayStation, and PlayStation you kept all your skills no matter what you changed to.
現在のゲームがドラゴンクエスト7リーマジンドということで、
A lot of people didn't like that change, and then they just kind of doubled down on it in
大体
this version where if
EST
you change your
半
class,
分
you
く
lose
らい
all your
折り
skills.
返したあたり、
So, kind of a strange decision on that point.
EST5 時
Yeah,
間
and I think they tried to
55
make up
分
for it
の
by adding the moonlighting thing where you can have
長めの
multi classes, and I think they expect you to keep here's the one class
RPG の
that's
欄
got
をお
the
送りして
skills
ま
that I
す。
want, and then here's this
ち
other
なみ
class that
に
I'm kind of working on at the same time to
です
level
ね
up.、
Yeah, but at the same time, like my natural
こ
reaction
の
to
次の
that
ゲー
is,
ム
oh, I can build 2
も
classes at once. I don't
長
want
時
to
間
keep
の
one
タ
that's
イトルが
bastard, because
控えてまし
even though
て、
they give you 8 points instead of 5, if one of them's bastard, that's still not 10.
Yep. So we were walking through this
次の
town,
フ
and
ァイナ
all
ル
of
ファンタジー
the
について
ancient
も
people became
EST
grounded.
が
They're not
7
able
時
to
間
fly
という
or
こと
even
で、
really stand up anymore.
ぜひ
And we find that it's
週
related
末
to
の
the
夜更かしのともにご覧ください。
stone that we took out of the sanctum here, so we're going to go put it back. And in the meantime, this one girl is going to come with us, who, she's the only one in the town that does not have wings. So she's
なんか
even though
新しい
she's
ダン
like
ジョン
part of
に
the town,
聞いた感じ
part
かな
of。like the family that's in charge of the town. I think there's something weird going on with her. They think they tell her she's adopted or something.
Yeah, since she wasn't born with wings, like her parents tell her that she was adopted, and all the other kids in town tease her about that. But she really wishes that she were part of the village, even if she doesn't have wings, so that she can just feel more connected to everybody. And we're gonna find out here that there's a door behind the pedestal where the stone goes, that can only be opened by a member of their tribe, and she is going to be able to open it, and she's really excited about that.
Yep, she will realize that she really is part of the family after all. So we're going to put the stone back, the wind comes back, and then she will help us open this door. We're going to keep making our way through this through the shrine. There's a little puzzle here near the end where there's some wind blowing that we need to sort of redirect with these spinny tiles, and then we will
そうですね。
Yeah,
朝というか、
the statue of the wind
本当に
spirit
最後まで見るとお昼近くになっちゃいますので、もちろん無理しない範囲で
covered it in this
お楽しみいただければと思います。
redirect the wind to blow the mist away from the statue.
Yeah, and for a lot of people on any version of the game, really, this boss is a pretty notable step up in difficulty. It's not really going to be for us in the speedrun, but when you're playing casually, this boss is actually pretty tough. We're going to do pretty much the same setup we've been doing for this fight. Ruff is going to use his body slam ability now rather than ram raid. We're not going to focus on needing his defense power increased as much, but otherwise the same kind of setup. This guy can summon ads like that. You usually hope he does not do that right away, but he did. That's fine.
Watch me move.
Focus. You can just heal yourself, so we don't need to worry about getting Gabbo to have buff on in order for him to be effective anymore. More backup, okay. Not a big deal. These guys can put people to sleep, which would be pretty unfortunate, but it's the only real concern. This boss is weak again to Flying Knee. Basically, flying enemies are weak to Flying Knee, so it's very effective.
Yeah, this is a boss
一応
that
バトルは
got
こ
like a
の
lot less annoying as
メル
we
ビン
got
さん
more and more damage multipliers routed into the run
中
because
心に
like
進めてるの
he
か
just keeps
な。なん
calling
か
for help and
ね、剣士ですよね。キックがかなり強力ですけど。
But if you can kill them in like 4 or 5 turns like we're doing here, then they're kind of ignorable.
Yeah, they still do take a lot of time, so it does slow the fight down for them to be out, but
Yeah.
should kill.
あ、
Nice and easy.
今
Easy.
キャラクター紹介を調べながら見てるんですけど、
Even Maribel
声が
is,
千葉茂さんなんですね。
or Veronica.
That was Gabbo.
Was that Gabbo?
Yeah.
Okay, well, it sounded kind of like her. They're basically the same character, right?
Yeah.
まあそうですね。剣士
And so all these treasure chests that are in this town are
優
actually
れ
the
た
treasure
剣士
chests
と
from
もあれ
that
ば
first dungeon
体
that's in
術
front
ぐ
of
ら
the
い
shrine. They get moved in here after you clear
身
out
に
the
つけてますよ
monsters
ね。
because that dungeon disappears.
そうなんですよ。なんか千葉茂さんってすごくひょうきんなイメージがあったの
There's a
で、
couple other
あ、なんか
items in
結
there
構
that
渋い
are
声って思って
valuable, like
いいお
especially
声
if
で
you
すね。
needed to sell them. But at this
す
point,
ごい
we're
声
pretty
優が
much
豪華
done
さ、豪華
shopping.
なゲームだ。
Like, is there anything we buy before the magic waters at the end?
I don't think
Used to
so.
be, but yeah, I think that's the last main shop already.
Yeah. So we're going to report the news back here, and the girl is going to give us this windstone and thanks.
There's a little scene there where she's got the windstone and she can actually use it to fly, but she decides she doesn't need this. It's enough just to know that I'm actually related to everybody else in the tribe, and gives it to us, which is good because we are going to need it in a minute.
Oh, too close. Yeah, so we're gonna go. We're gonna start by going back to the present version of that town and running through that shrine again. So it is a great time to kick it over to the host if you've got anything to talk about.
Thank you so much, Haktical. I do have stuff to talk about. I actually have some donations to read. We have $25 from Esmioli. Thank you so
なんか
much for
絨毯
your
で飛んでる。
donation. $50 from Possum Coffee. Awoo! Did I do it right? I don't know. Awoo! Let's go to Nottingham Island. Thank you so much for the wonderful run. I had so much fun hosting. Good luck for the rest of it. And you did wonderful job hosting Possum Coffee. Thank you so much for your donation. $10 from Clear Tonic. Good luck, fellas.
Thank you, Clear Tea.
And then we have $20 from Big Fong Balls. Glad to see my twin boys, Haktical and TheCowness, tearing it up. Also, no way could I miss the big deal back there. Looking forward to hanging with you guys later. Thank you, Bic, for your donation. I appreciate you. And there's still time for you to get your donations in, you, the viewers at home, and the viewers here in the room with me. Complete Nottingham Island. We're about 1,415 in out of $3,000, so we could use all the help we can get. And so we can see that and experience that, hopefully.
Yep, we're well over halfway through the run now, so again, that'll be, need to get those in before we go into the final dungeon, so.
So there's still time, is what you're saying.
There is still time,
All
but
right.
gotta
Gotta
get
hurry.
に
them
マッ
in.
プがジオラマみたいで可愛いです
I
ね。
believe in you all. We can do it together.
So we're coming over here to this this shrine, which we can now sort of access now that we have that windstone. This guy will let us get through the gates here, and then this will let us get up to the what's called the Divine Shrine, which is sort of a town that's sort of central to, obviously by its name, you know, the concept of God, and there's some magical stuff there, which we'll see a little bit later. But we're making an early trip here, so we can't really complete the Divine Shrine area until we go to the last of the normal pedestal islands. But there is one particular item that we're able to obtain by coming here early, and it doesn't really cost any time to split this up because you can just zoom back there. So we are going to come here a little bit early just for this one piece of defensive equipment. And then we will move on to the final pedestal island, final required pedestal island. Hopefully not the final one, because hopefully we'll meet the Nottingham incentive. A lot of the enemies in this area look like a little bit scary to dodge, but actually this area is just really consistent to walk through. Just walk behind this like mermaid dude chilling out, and he just won't see you. I was about to eat my words and get hit by that barracuda there, but it was fine. So we hold up the sacred stone, and it gives us this floating platform that allows us to fly up to the Divine Shrine. And so this is sort of interesting. This is something that they added for this version, where you can go in here and you'll get this this nice dress, and it's a nice dress for a dancer. And she talks about her tribe needing to, you know, perform this ceremony, which is the Romer encampment, obviously. And so this is a dress that can only be used by Aisha. But it's really interesting because, like, it's required, and the game just gives you one later when it's required. So you actually end up with two of them if you pick this one up ahead of time, but she's the only one that can use it. It almost feels like they intended for you to go there and get the dress and then not automatically give you one later, but that's just not what happened. So.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, maybe it would make sense if that were in the past that you were handed one and it was just a time paradox thing, but you get both dresses in the present, so
yep.
Just two legendary dresses.
Huh. But only one legendary dancer.
Yeah. Well, maybe we don't look for a second one.
I guess that's true. Maybe the legendary Torben of Truth player can wear the dress.
Yeah.
So yeah, we come into this town and they tell us that it's cursed when we enter this town. And monsters have been kind of showing up and attacking people in the town. And so the king asked for some help with that. Tracking them down. So we're going to go, there's going to be a bard up here that's going to tell us a little bit of lore and history that I don't know or don't remember.
Yeah.
Hmm.
On PlayStation, I'm always taking my breaks during these scenes, and in this version, you just skip them. So I
Yeah.
don't know all the details, but you get some history about this guy named Captain Shark Eye. He's kind of important, but at the same time, we do skip all the scenes involving him. So
Yeah.
but essentially, in the past, like Shark Eye was a friend of the king of this place, and he set off on his ship to go fight the Demon Lord and was not successful. And yeah, we'll meet him quite a bit later. But for now, that's really all that's going on with him. I think this girl here is also Shark Eye's girlfriend.
That I did not know. For some reason, this bed you can only enter from the side, even though, like the other beds, like the one in Hero's house, you can enter from below.
I say.
All right, so we're gonna go ask the dwarves for help in seeing what they can do to into tracking down this monster. Basically, we're trying to figure out where this monster goes. It just kind of shows up and attacks, then disappears, and we can't trace it. So we're gonna go try to get some glowing moss that we can use to sort of follow its footprints.
So, lore correction on that. What's happening in the town is the children in the town are turning into monsters at the full moon or something. So the next time it happens, we want to be able to track the monster to where it's going.
I see.
Yeah.
I knew there was something with the children involved, but
Yeah.
I forgot they were the ones directly turning into the monsters. I am not a lore expert for this game.
This is your favorite Dragon Quest.
Doubt. I really like the speedrun, but casually, this is not my favorite DQ. That's okay. I would still recommend it to people to play, regardless of what I think. And I would definitely recommend it to speedrun. This is a great run. So we're gonna go. We talked to the foreman of the dwarves, tell him that the king wants some help, and he's like, "There's some glow moss in the caves down there, but there are monsters, so be careful."
Yeah. He also rambles about why he does or does not like the king of the coastal castle, but it's not very relevant. He kind of talks himself in circles. He says, "Oh, that we're feuding because he married my daughter and my daughter passed away," or something like that. But then he ends up by saying, "But I don't hold any grudge toward him." And it's like, okay, that's kind of where that leaves off. So yeah, right now we are doing some whistling on this floor to look for hopefully some liquid metal slimes. At least one we're going to try to kill just for some marathon safety. But if we're lucky, Melvin might be able to kill several of them. They usually show up in groups of 3 with one other monster.
Yeah, sometimes 2. I don't know if they show up single at all. But, as with most metal slimes in Dragon Quest, they have a high chance of running away, so we'll see what happens. Gonna keep whistling until we find at least one. The fastest routes don't do any grinding here, but it does add a lot of stability just to get even just one of them. And if you get more than one,
なんかエンカウントが続いてますね。
really speed some of the-
なんか
some
目
fights
的が
up.
あるんでしょうかね。
Not worth grinding for more than one if we don't happen to get it, but we can hope. Here's our glow moss that we will then bring back to the king.
これが光ゴケというやつですか。
So what's going to happen here is we're going to go back to the king with this moss, and we're going to find out that we have the monster here, and we're going to find out that they've been escaping to the lighthouse, which I stopped into along the way to get the return point for. If you remember back, like, I don't know, 3 hours ago or so, when I grabbed the dew from that random cave on the starting island, and I said we would need it later, this is where we need it. And if I did not have it now, I would need to go back and get it. I'm picking up magic waters as I go, because with that very devil heart that can automatically restore MP, we can actually burn through a fair bit of them. We don't have it equipped at the moment, but there are a couple fights coming up where MP on Maribel, multi-heal is a very expensive spell, and MP on Maribel can be a limiting factor. We'll pick up a couple items here while we go through this dungeon. This guy usually gets you. You could take time to like try to bait him away or wait for him to turn around, but there are these moving platforms, and if you wait too long for that guy, you end up missing this platform cycle and having to wait even longer, so try to sneak around him, and if you get the fight, you just run away. But you can see the glowing footsteps now from the moss.
It's kind of silly that they look like shoe prints.
Yeah. Well, it was like the devil guy. I mean, he's got feet.
Yes, in this version, it was the devil guy.
Yeah.
It was the DQ6 crawling demon in the original versions.
Hmm. We got some moving platforms here. We're going to have a quick set of equipment, and then we're going to go up to one of the more difficult bosses. Actually, let me just do this equip right now, and we can pass it back to the host real quick until we get up to the boss fight.
Thank you so much. We have a $25 donation from Sariza Senchi. Every quest is easier with a good party. Proud to support Nami and everyone who needs a little extra strength today. $75 from Anatolu. I bet Countess and Haktical can't wait to show Baranko our Swordunk. Read Swordunk. Wait, who is Borkan? Who is Borkano? Must have just been a pigment of the forgotten past. Anyway, I'll stop hogging all the attention. Good luck on this collaboration. Even without Probina and Pink Orcs, you just gotta oink till you wait a second. Orc pork? Funny? Thanks so much, Anatolu.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
That donation took several turns I wasn't expecting.
All right, you want to talk about this fight a little bit?
Yeah. So this guy is entirely physical, mostly single target attacks. He does have one attack that does area damage, but it's not really the issue. So see here he's bullying Melvin because he had Ira use an ability on Melvin that gave him that status effect that we were seeing back in the Mech Soldier Islands that makes monsters focus him. So we're going to buff up Melvin, give him more evasion, more defense power, and have the boss focus him so that Melvin or Gabbo can throw out damage.
Yeah, and I'm going to be using this back at you ability, which causes him to dodge physical attacks that are directed directly towards him and counterattack.
Yeah.
It does not guarantee that it will hit him. These the attacks from this boss also can do status effects. They can put you to sleep. They can paralyze you. They can critically hit you. Like that.
Oh, いた。
When he's in his enraged form here, he uses a lot of area abilities.
こいつはなかなか手強いんじゃないですか。
The back at you thing is a little bit less significant. Worth noting here that actually I'm going to use a strong medicine to make sure he stays as high HP as he can get. That ground pound can make you lose turns, which really slows this fight down. It's worth noting when you use Gritty Ditty for attack boost, the Wet Loose ability,
割と今までサクサクキックキックで倒してたのが
a battle dance to just refresh the duration on it.
ちょっと今敵のダメージにヒヤッとするシーンを
There definitely might be cases where I get that wrong.
危ない
Decoy dance is gone, so Melvin's not getting focused anymore. So I'm going to actually just let that be and hope that this does not go too badly on this turn. That's fine.
All right.
Perfect.
お倒した
Yeah, that guy can be really difficult, especially turn 1 before you have your setup of decoy dance and back at you. He can, again, start like critting people. He can paralyze people, which is a really bad one because then you need to spend actions that you would normally be using in your setup to try to cure paralysis, and you can get behind really early on that fight. That's not uncommon to need to use a world leaf during that fight. But no problem this time, so.
So yeah, we beat up the boss there, and we purified the evil fire that was in the lighthouse there. It's kind of a recycled plot point from DQ4. And then we take some of the fire from the lighthouse back here to the castle where they've got their own miniature lighthouse and light the beacon to ward off the monsters. And they're celebrating and feasting. A lot of feasts in this game.
And plenty more feasts still to come.
Oh yeah.
We're over halfway through the game, but we might not even be halfway through the feast yet. So there's a shard hanging
な
out
かな
behind this
か手
bookshelf.
強いボスを倒したところで
Another example where in the older games, it was like an
4時間
interactable
経
thing
ち
where
ま
you
した
push
ね
up against it to move it out of the way, but in this game you just have to examine it a couple times and then you find a switch to move it away.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go back to the dwarves and give them the good news too. Let them know how it all turned out. And they're going to give us access to their treasury in reward. And there'll be a shard there that we need. And a couple of useful items.
レイドでお越しいただいた方々もいらっしゃるの
Yeah,
で
so we've completed all of the,
現在ジャパニーズリストリームでは
islands now that were
RPG リミッ
from
ト
the
ブレイク
required pedestals in the
2026の
ruin,
予
but
想を
we're picking
お
up
送りし
these
ておりま
turquoise
す
shards because there's another pedestal in that divine shrine that we were at earlier, which was why we couldn't completely finish that plot point. We need to get all the turquoise fragments for that.
現在お送りしているのが
Which we
ドラゴン
now
クエ
have.
スト
So we are
7
going to go back to the
Reimagined
present and go check out the divine shrine.
続けてファイナルファンタジ
You know, when we get there, the divine shrine is
ー、
just going
10でいいの
to
かな
take us to a past version
長めの
of
RPG の
like the pool area that we went through, the underwater area that we
RTA
went
を
through to get there.
お届けする時
So
間
we're going to get to the
帯
divine
とな
shrine
っ
and
ておりま
basically
すの
part of
で
it's going to be
ぜひ夜遅い時間ですけれども無理のない範囲でお楽しみください
to the pedestal and raise those sections of the town. So it's going to be a bit of walking for the next couple minutes. If you've got anything you want to say, Lisa.
Thank you so much, Haktical. Let's talk about prizes. So if you donate throughout the marathon, you can be eligible to be entered to win a custom Nintendo Switch 2 Poképia bundle. So if you donate throughout the week at least $225 total, you can qualify to win this prize. And it's available through the end of the finale, so there's no time limit on that one. We also have a Dragon Quest item shop sign that was donated by our very own runner, TheCowness. If you donate a minimum of $25 until the end of today, Friday, Save Point segment, you can be entered to win that prize. We also have a Dragon Quest VII Reimagined Deluxe Edition Steam Key, minimum $5 donation, provided by Square Enix until the end of today, Friday, Save Point. There's also a Dragon Quest VII wooden game replica, a minimum $25 donation that was provided by Pigmented. If you donate at least $25 through the end of today, Friday, Save Point, you could be eligible to win that prize. We also have a FF10 and FF10-10-2 for PS2, a minimum $5 donation, and that will be available till the end of today, Friday's save point. We are still looking for donations to meet the incentive for complete Not Again Island. We are at $1,641 out of $3,000, and we need to hit that before we enter the final dungeon. I do have a few more donations to read. We have $1 from an anonymous donor. Hey, Haktical and Countess, do you prefer the Super Famicom remakes of DQ 1 through 3 or the newer HD 2D remakes?
I'm a big fan of all the Super Famicom games, so that is an easy choice for me.
The HD 2D games are my two least favorite Dragon Quest games.
Wah, wah. We have $150 from Snow. Thank you so much, Snow. Glad to catch you running a Dragon Quest game live this morning. I really enjoyed your Dragon Warrior 4 run from 2024 when I found it on YouTube earlier this year. Thank you, Snow. Appreciate that. We have $10 from Some Diener. I got a fever, and the only prescription is more Dragon Quest. Halfway to Not Again. Let's get this one met, everybody. Yes, please. Please get your donations in. There's still time.
Yep, got probably about an hour or so left on maybe an hour and a half, somewhere in that ballpark, but
We're still getting the shards for it though, so we gotta get the donations. We're doing our part.
yep.
Everyone needs to do their part, as you heard the runner say. So there's still time to get your donations in. I just talked about the wonderful prizes you could be eligible for based on your donations. So please, let's help get this incentive met.
So now we get access to possibly the weirdest airship in Dragon Quest, which is a flying rock. So, oops, not here.
It's got windows on it.
What am I doing? What's this actually?
You're just doing this so I don't carpet later.
No, because I do want to use the carpet once.
Oh.
Or you use the carpet once. And Marjorie, you carpet around the thing still.
Understood.
Anyway, so the weirdest flying ship, the Flying Rock. Now that we've restored the Divine Shrine, the Flying Rock has its power and can carry us places, which lets us get this black fragment, which, and then he tells us about this pedestal buried deep underground that we need to go find.
We only
先ほ
know
ど
of one
本家
hole
の
in the
方
ground,
だ
so
と
we're gonna go check that out.
ドネーションのコメントの読み上げがされていたんですけれども、こちらのドラゴンクエスト
Yes, there's the
7 の
next
方
order
も
base. Most of the dungeons are above
ビッ
ground
ト
in
王
this
が
game.
ございまして、今ちょうど画面の下にその
Yeah, this is a kind of
donation
another
の
throwback to DQ4 where the
ダゲンアイラ
at
ンド
one point in the game, the mine in
到達
DQ4, the
度
miners
っていう
dig
か
too deep
今
and
どのくら
poisonous
い
gas
達成され
starts
てるか
spewing
が
out
出てま
because
した
they've
けれど
uncovered
も、
the ruler of evil's lair, and that's pretty much exactly what happens here. They were just digging for, dinosaur skulls and stuff, but then
一応ビッ
got
トが
too
達
far
成さ
down
れ
and
た
then
ら
monsters have rushed out of the mine and this poison gas and the guy
高
who
難易度
was
のマップっていう
guarding
こ
the
となんです
mine,
か
he
ね。
was sick in that bed up there.
ちょっと調べてみて、なんかもしかしたら日本語版だと名前が違うのかな。ちょっとマップの名前が違うのかもしれないですけども、高難易度のマップに挑戦するよっていうビットが設定されてま
Alright,
す
so all
ね。
these black fragments that we found go to this pedestal that's here underground. And I'll show, I'll let this scene play for just like 10-20
2
seconds.
時
But
間弱
if
で
anybody is familiar with any of Akira Toriyama's other work,
Almighty One, surely you
you
did
can
not
see
mean
here
to do battle
the
without me.
hero
半分
Mervyn
くらい
fighting
の
with God
ビットな
in
ので
this very familiar style scene.
達成されるといいなっていう感じではありますね。
The support of a mortal, a pitiful puppy.
I'm not going to let this whole thing play out because it is a pretty long scene, but
We are also an hour and a half ahead.
yeah.
ルーメン、
Defeat me.
なんか先ほど調べたときに日本語版だと
Talk attack.
この名前だよって聞いたのが今調べたら出てこなくてなんだっけって思ったんですけど、確かにルーメンって書いてあった気が
Basically,
する。
God sends Melvin away and then loses the fight. So then Orgudamir floats down to his castle here, sits in his chair, and then we're gonna go confront him.
神と魔王との戦い。
Yeah, I kind of don't like how much of the Orgadamir's second phase that cutscene reveals, because in the PlayStation version it's just a completely black sprite, but in that version you kind of see everything with the full 3D model. I don't remember how it is in 3DS. It might be similar to this.
Yeah, accidental encounter there because it didn't attack me right away, and then it did, and I got stuck on like the side of the wall. This castle has a couple of pretty tricky spots to dodge things. There will be 1 or 2 items that I will pick up along the way, including another elemental weapon that'll give us access to lightning elemental attacks. I need to reset this camera for this.
It's kind of a random comment, but a throwback to something we said earlier about the 3DS version. Like, when I played the 3DS version, my complaint was like, it felt like the dungeons were a little too faithful to the PS1 version because the large monster models just blocked off all the hallways. But I feel like in this version, the dungeons are still very faithful to the original designs, where they didn't like remove floors and stuff, but the monsters still seem to fit better. So I think they did a pretty good job with the dungeon layouts here.
Yeah, absolutely.
そうですね。
That monster there
ビ
is
ット
a
の
boss that
説
would
明
have
の
been
方
in
に
one of
も、
the islands that didn't make it into the game, but
オプ
they
ショ
just
ナ
put
ル
it
アイ
there
ランドっていう
instead.
ことで、
I am going to
必須じゃない
use this here,
クエスト
and I
だけ
am going
ど、
to actually make a safety save.
達
This
成
isn't
された
really
ら
necessary. You can usually
やり
just
ますよ
retry
っ
this
てい
fight,
う。
but I need to make sure that my equips and everything are absolutely
ことで
perfect for
設
this
定
fight.
されて
This
ますね。
is one of the more difficult fights in the run, in my opinion.
Yep.
She's got the right heart equipped, and these seeds, defense seed, on Gabo, even though she doesn't really need it anymore.
Yeah, this fight's really built up to seem like it's the final boss of the game. Like, this is the Demon Lord. We just watched him defeat God, and like now we have to go confront him. But like, if you're playing the PlayStation version, you're still wondering about Disc 2 because this is the final boss of Disc 1.
So if you want to talk about this fight, I'm going to be focused on.
Yeah. So in this fight, like, it's we've seen bosses so far that have had their own like let loose burst abilities, and this guy's are particularly nasty. So we're gonna take some measures to try to avoid both of his phases not doing that. So we're gonna do some like agility tricking after we build up our stats. Then we're gonna do some damage to him. Both phases will do their limits when he, I believe, falls under half HP. So we'll try to get him as close to that line as possible. And then we'll remove our agility debuffing equipment and add agility buffing equipment so that we can kind of get 2 turns before his next action. And hopefully that finishes him off. So still softening up phase 1 here. Elvin's asleep, which is not great, but not the end of the world.
Yeah, we'll just wiggle him awake. It would have been worse if he had Muscle Dance, but since we're still building a Battle Dance, we don't have that yet. If he had Muscle Dance on, if somebody goes to sleep with it, they lose the effect of Muscle Dance even if you wake them up before their action.
Yeah.
Ooh, we missed. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Okay.
I really missed the turn.
Fight's slowing down a little bit, but it's okay. We want to try to get him dead before he goes into his enraged mode. Really is the main thing here.
Yeah.
Right.
We're actually going to take this turn to use a magic water on Ira. She probably doesn't need it, but we've been doing a lot of muscle dances that have just kind of gone to waste, so
Yeah.
let's just make sure. All right, this is
phase 2.
This is the phase.
強そうにな
This
った
phase has a lot of really nasty area attacks, fire breath, ice breath, that sort of thing.
So I did a regular attack, and then this, so that's perfect. I want to do just under 2,000 or just under 2,100 damage. That's okay.
Here I
We
come.
can get her back up. Everyone's
さ
topped
っ
up.
きの第一形態可愛かったですね
Switch our equipment around.
なんかちょっと
Body
恋しくな
slam.
ってきちゃう
Oh, bad turn order. That did not do enough. I should have done a gritty ditty to get some
強い
more agility for that action, but swap this over. I don't think I'll need it, but there we go.
All right.
That went okay.
お
Didn't go
倒
completely
し
to
ま
plan.
したね。
I should have done Gabba's Gritty Ditty for some agility.
なんか第二形態がすごい結構
to
い
make
か
it
にもな感じな分、なんか
did not
第
have
一
that.
形態が
That's okay.
だいぶ
That's how that fight
キャラ
goes
クターっ
sometimes
ぽい
as well.
感じだったなと
A
思っ
lot of
て。
adapting in that enraged form is pretty scary. So, at this point, I am giving the control back to TheCowness, and he will go through disc 2.
なんか世界救われた系のムービーが
Yeah, so upon defeating Orgodamir there, the island where we were reviving God in past Asia, like the other half of that island, has come back. So after a few plot triggers, we're going to go over there and try to revive him.
Yeah, the start of this segment of the game is pretty slow. There's a lot of like plot that happens, and this is where you kind of like finally realize the real extent of the story of what's going on.
Yep.
In a casual playthrough, you might be 40 or 50 hours in by this point. By the time you figure that out, in a casual playthrough of the PlayStation version, you might be 60 or 70 hours in by the time you start to figure this out.
Conservatively.
Conservatively. Maybe more if you've been doing a lot of grinding.
いや人気シリーズともなるとエ
Yeah,
ンデ
this
ィン
is
グ
still
が
kind
す
of
ごく
the
壮大なん
again,
ですか
except for the
ね。
fact that you've got a whole nother disc to work with. You kind of feel like this is the end of the game because you've got you defeated the Demon Lord, you go talk to the king. That's what you do in Dragon Quest. So, and yeah, the king tells you we should probably revive God while you're at it. So we're gonna do that. Yeah.
Yeah, so we still need to figure out who exactly is the legendary Torben of Truth player or Terratula player. And so we kind of host this audition here to get people to, musically inclined people to figure out who the legendary player might be. And we're going to bring them with us to the Roamer encampment area to take part in the ritual. I always think that this, Torben of Truth player reminds me of the
Carpet. You keep telling me to do that, and I haven't actually looked for where that is.
yeah. Always think it reminds me of Prince Sama from Dragon Quest II for some reason. And like wearing green, and he's got, spiky hair, and I don't know. I think it's just because of the green, really. But yeah, so we're going to end up going back through here through the same dungeon we went through earlier. I always complain about this part because you have to go through the same dungeon. There are a bit newer, stronger, larger enemies, so it's a little bit more
単純
difficult
に
to
1
dodge
時間
through,
巻か
but
れるとちょっと
the
イベン
puzzles
ト
are
進
like
行的には
already
焦る
for
か
you
も
and
しれ
the
ないで
steps
す
are all
ね。
the same. There's nothing new to pick up, so we're just going to be rerunning through this dungeon for the next couple minutes. If, Lisa, you've got anything you want to read?
Why, yes, I do, Hactical. I do have a few things to read. Thank you so much. We have a $25 donation from Gretchen. Thank you so much. And we have a $500 donation from Tantrum Merch. Tantrum Merch is excited to partner with RPG Limit Break yet again to launch an exclusive merch collection supporting the National Alliance on Mental Illness, NAMI. This lineup includes a handful of unique shirt designs brought to you by the RPG community, a cozy blanket, an enamel pin, and more. Plus our very own real-life Mimi plush. From bold graphics to heartfelt designs, $5 from every sale, excluding the Mimi plush, goes directly to charity. Explore the full collection now at tantrummerch.com/RPG Limit Break and help make a difference. Thank you so much for your donation, Tantrum Merch. We appreciate you. We still have some room to go to hit
日
that
本のイベントで1
Not
時
Again
間巻
Island
きとか
incentive.
の場合
We
は
are at
相
$2,152
当
out of 3,000, so we're getting a lot
なんで
closer,
しょ
but we're not
うタイムに
quite there. So we
ブ
could
レがあ
use
る
your
という
help
か
to get there. We still
沼る
have
とやば
time.
いみたい
Before the final dungeon.
な。なかなか読めない場合に
A
そう
little bit of
い
time
う
left
か
to
な
get
り
that
余裕を
elite
持った
incentive so
EST
we
が
can
設定されたりは
experience
します
that,
ね。
that
なの
part of
で
the game.
ある程度 このタイトルはちょっとみたいなのがみんな分かってる状態でそういう巻きが起きたりはしますよね。
FF10 Magic the Gathering Commander Precon. If you donate a minimum of $15, donated by Ashen Prime, you can qualify for that until the end of the Friday save point. We have a Final Fantasy 1 through 6 Pixel Remaster Collection for PS4. If you donate a minimum of $10 before the end of today's Friday save point, that was donated by T Murdoch 8. We also have a Final Fantasy IX picture book for a minimum of donation of $5 that could be yours, and that's available to qualify until the end of today's Friday save point. That was provided by James Picard 007. We have a Final Fantasy shot glass set if you donate a minimum of $5, provided by Puppy Shaker, so that's also available till the end of the Friday save point. We have a Final Fantasy Tactics Male Black Mage custom doll, $150 sum, till the end of the finale. So yes, please get your donations in. And back to you, Haktical and Countess.
I'm gonna let this cutscene play out. We saw like this, almost the same cutscene as the one we skipped earlier in the past Deja, but this is their ritual for reviving God. Got the legendary dancer here and Torben player, and then a couple other guys who are not legendary, but they're playing along too. Not sure how important they are to the ritual, but...
And we'll find out if it's the right time for God to revive.
Yeah.
This scene is so much more watchable in this version.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not the greatest FMV models used in the PlayStation version. Yeah, PlayStation version of that cutscene, like there's a little more action happening at the end compared to earlier, but this version saves it for after the cutscene. So this crystal starts glowing.
演奏もいいですね。
So the ritual did something this time, which did not happen when we did this in the past.
でも元のタイトル私わからないですけれども、でもこれリメイクでこれが見られたら結構嬉しいんじゃないかなっていう感じがしますね。
The scene with the orgo.
Yeah. How many people even know what he looks like, right?
At least one. Melvin knows.
神様か。
Yeah. But we know it's not Melvin. Oops. You can't cast it right now.
Nope. Gotta walk.
There's a lot of disc 2 where you can't cast Zoom. A lot of the time for no real reason. This girl is always in our way. We haven't pointed her out yet, but she's just always in the way. And she'll continue to be in the way for most of disc 2.
And she'll apologize every time for it.
Yeah, and then do it again. So I'm not sure I accept the apology.
Now we find the most important character in the run, the chef.
Yeah, right now the exclamation point plot markers are over the hero's parents, but the actual progression is to talk to this chef on the boat. Then we have the fish festival. But we immediately leave.
Yeah.
Talk to this guy, the Torben player shows up and starts playing music, and we head to the castle to eat with the king instead.
Yeah, for some reason they decide the best place to prepare a feast is on a boat rather than in like any of the houses or grilling on the beach or something. No, the boat is the best place to prepare an entire feast. I'm going to be ready for a feast of my own after this run.
Oh, yeah. All right. You're waking up in bed again because this is definitely the end of the game. We beat the Demon Lord. We revived God. Definitely God. And, you know, naturally the thing we need to do now is go talk to the chef again.
Stop spoiling it. What if it isn't God?
It is. I said it was.
I know. What if it's not?
They wouldn't just change the game. No, maybe they patched it. Maybe it's someone else. But it looks like him. I guess Melvin's not around right now. Oops.
All right, so we've graduated from potato peeler.
Yeah. So yeah, he says, "Wan, you can probably just join us on our fishing trip." But then as we're about to leave, this guy runs up to the ship and tells our dad, hey, you know, God is asking for us to send an envoy to go meet with him. And, you know, that's a pretty big honor for a guy like our dad, Borcano, to go meet God. So he turns to us and says, son, you take care of that. I'm going fishing. And then this girl's in our way again, and you have to talk to her this time.
担当全部してた。
She complained that the other people pushed her out of the way and that we would never do that to her, but if it saved a couple seconds, we absolutely would.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta go fast. So the, as Countess mentioned, when we beat Orgo 1, this tower kind of rose up out of the ground.
How do you say Orgo 1?
I mean...
Is there an Orgo 2?
I don't know, there might be. This tower rose up out of the ground, or out of the ocean. And it's not just us that's being called for this meeting with God. It's, you know, kind of the rulers of all these different countries, all these different islands are being called for this big meeting with God. His announcement for the whole world.
It's kind of actually weird that we're not ever explicitly summoned. Just like we show up there and people are like, wait, these are the people that defeated the Demon Lord, right? And like, we weren't on the list, but they let us in
世界平和
anyway.
になりましたよ。
I like that scene there where the king is meeting with the envoys, and the envoys are like, okay, you can ride on our boat and we'll take you to the Crystal Palace. And the king's like, I got a better ride. And he just volunteers you to fly him there on the flying rock. And we skipped 7 scenes in a row there. That seems like a lot. Just wait about 10 minutes. I guess it's more than that. It's closer to the end of this Disc 2 segment.
If somebody offered you a ride on a flying rock, would you take it? I don't know.
I'd have to see the rock.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd be so convinced. I don't think rocks are normally meant to fly.
Well, that's what they said about steel.
That's true. It did not look like a very aerodynamic rock. It kind of just looked like a rock. So yeah, this Crystal Palace here is very poorly designed. We need to walk all the way like down and then back up and then around the outside to get to the bedroom. And then we need to do the complete reverse of it to get back to the meeting room. So there was the room where the bedroom is, the next room like around the outside would have had a staircase down with a few treasure chests, which contain the ultimate key. We haven't really gotten any of the keys in this run. The thief key or anything like that, the magic key or the ultimate key. They're all optional in this. The ultimate key would allow you to open up some more treasure chests that contain some useful items, but they're not necessary, and it does, you know, add another minute or two to go grab the key and grab all those chests with the items and equip them all and everything, and you just don't really need them, so we skip it now.
Yeah, so here's the meeting room where God's going to show up, and you can tell there's like a bunch of people in this room that we've met throughout our adventure already.
めっちゃ話ある人いっぱいいる。
This is one of the queens. Then you just talk to 3 people in this room and try to leave, and then God shows up. But I'm going to skip that one. But that conversation that God has with everyone is a little weird. He shows up and just starts talking about how there's sinners in this world that he needs to get rid of, and it's pretty ominous. And then he also takes something from the hero, which I think we skip all the scenes where this happens, but the Sphinx earlier, there were 2 evil gems like in the eyes of the statue, and we held on to one of them, and God takes the other one from us there. So yeah, everyone's kind of talking about that, and then it's the scene there where Melvin's getting chased out of the Crystal Palace by the rest of God's disciples, and we're not really sure why, but yeah, we get back here to Esdard Castle, and now the sky is dark, as if the world has been sealed away, like all the pedestals we went to earlier. So our next objective is to just explore and check that out and figure what's going on with the world.
なんか倒れてました
And
ね
we're going to find out that God has apparently sealed away 4 or 5 of the islands, and we're going to need to find some help to fix that.
And it's interesting because at the
ね、
start of the
雰囲
game,
気が暗くなりましたね。なんか、
this
ちょっ
island was
と
never sealed away. The one that we're on
どん
now,
よ
there
りして
were
る。
never monsters here. We were never sealed away.
どうしちゃったのか
Is
な
it my way again?
We're now sort of under the influence of.
She walks in my way.
Now sort of under. First house.
Wow, sailor.
Um,
Very important person.
we're now sort of under the influence of God's power here. So we're going to talk to the sailor here, and he's going to tell us that your dad fell overboard when they were out on their fishing trip when the calamity started to happen. But your mom has faith. She believes that he's a good enough sailor, swimmer, whatever to not have drowned. So
I mean, if you've seen the dude,
あ
he
れ
can
世
take
界
care of
は
himself.
平和になったんじゃなかったの
the
か
ocean's a scary place.
Eh,
What's happening?
All right, so we're
What's
not really sure what's
happening?
going on. So we're gonna go back to the
大変だ。
shrine and see what's going on over there with all the pedestals. And see if there's anything.
うん、普通に魔物がうようよいますよ。まだまだ冒険は続くんじゃってことで。
And as we walk in, we're gonna start hearing.
Squall 7. Squall 7.
Yeah.
That is not what the Japanese voice actor does.
No. But that is Mervin's voice. He is calling to us through the statue. So we're gonna go check out these shrines. We didn't see many of these. We only went into one of them earlier, but there are 4 elemental shrines here, and they kind of are all associated with a certain island and have a portal to those islands. So we're gonna go in and check on them and find that they're all out. And they slowly have lit themselves as we were clearing the islands initially and restoring them initially. So we're gonna actually swap over here to Luigi to see what's going on over here. He's trapped away in this Buckingham coastal area.
Yep. Yeah, so the goal here
Maybe
is
it's on
that
the
the lighthouse in coastal has
Sosa
that
Kero.
magical monster repelling fire up in it. So Melvin wants to get some of that and then reveals a secret superpower he has. He somehow teleports it to our team to light the pedestals or the torches
主人
on
公交
those
代
rooms, and the portals will work again. So we're going to talk to the king here. The king, over the years, has relocated. The palace is now down here in the dwarf village. Not really sure what's going on there in this version in the
Middle
real
King's on.
castle, but like in the original versions, it turns into a casino. Oh, I said yes to him. So he asks me if the Almighty sent me because he was at that meeting too, and he thought it was suspicious the things that God was saying to everybody. So you have to tell him, no, I'm not with him, and then he'll give you permission to enter the lighthouse to go get the fire.
Yeah, so all 3 of the dialogues that we needed to say no to, we said yes to on accident.
Yes. Yeah, it's a very common thing in Dragon Quest for there to be like meaningful yes/no prompts, and most of the time you just get stuck in a dialogue loop where you'll refuse to help somebody and they'll say, "But thou must," and then that repeats infinitely until you agree to help them. But this game, like all versions of this game, are like have a lot of that, a lot of yes/no prompts where if you say the wrong thing, then the conversation just ends and you have to talk to him again.
Yeah, and in that room with the king there, Countess opened up one chest which has the sacred armor, which he'll equip on Melvin here for this upcoming boss, because it'll heal him a little bit every turn in combat. And he has to fight this next boss
主人
alone,
公たちを
just Mervin. So
助けるために
the extra little bit of
一
healing
人で頑張っ
actually
てるんですね
kind。of makes a big difference in that fight.
Yeah,
Well,
pretty easy fight though, because they also level up Melvin here. He's level 35 now, which is quite a bit higher than he was when he beat Orgadamir.
yeah, I am a little bit sad. In both of our practice runs, Callie opened the bottom chest, which was a mini medal. But I think this might be a mini medal free run.
Might be. I'm just at right now.
Yeah, we didn't really talk about it, but we've been using this recommended equip a lot throughout the run, where the game will automatically put what it thinks is the best equipment on a given character. It's not always correct. Sometimes it equips stuff that's worse. Maybe something with more armor, but not elemental resistance or something like that. It does not change accessories, but it's pretty
なん
important.
か
It's been pretty
一人
important.
で頑張るのかって思ったけど、今までも一人で頑張ってたんですよね、割と。
there might be an item that's the best item for 3 characters, and you want it on a specific character. So, we've been doing that recommended equip throughout the
早い。
entire run, and yeah, just worth noting that it's speeds up those menus a little bit.
All right, now we get access to the beacon. Melvin teleports the fire here to us and activates the fire portal.
Yeah, so the game gets very like elemental themed at this point,
戻ってきましたね。
basically there are the 4
あ、でもまだわ
spirits,
別々なの
and we
か。
need to we're starting off to go ask the fire spirit, find the fire spirit and see if he's able to do anything about the other portals that are left out. But the general gist is that through this next segment of the game, we're
もう
going
な
to
ん
be
か世
trying to
界
get the
平和に
blessing
なったと
of
か言ってたのに、こんな暗いところ
all
に
4
来
of
ちゃ
the
って。
elemental spirits. So we're going to come back to the town here of Emberdale, and we're going to find under attack. There are 4 monster groups, 1 in each corner, that we have to deal with. 2 of them, we can pick any 2, and we're going to choose the imp fights, and we're actually going to take advantage of those Tempest shields that we bought earlier, which have the ability to expel these enemies. They're a little bit resistant to it, but rather than kill them, because they've got a lot of hit points, they're pretty slow, you probably need to re-equip Hero.
Yeah. I'll fix it.
今逆にこっち4人いるけど、今までのチームの主戦力がいませんよ。
Shield, take a mask.
Yeah, Gabba probably needs his pot too.
Deal with it for now, and I'll do the equips I missed after this. Confusion is so nasty in Dragon Quest.
It really is, yeah. This could choose to equip the Mermoon, yeah.
It's not really the character I want to do that on, but
no, but
Here you go.
the Mermoon's a usable item that here's confusion. A lot of times the strategy for this fight, the way I play this fight is I try to use the Rippled Rapier to use bounce on Ira, like that, and that will stop them from casting Kafuddle and Crackle. They will still use this Kakrag ability, which is also really annoying, but it at least stops the nasty stuff. But
さっきメルヴィンさん一人であのボス戦あんなサクッと終わってたのになかなかこれ大変。
you don't get any experience
結構苦戦してましたね。
when you get rid of them that way, but
yeah. This bag. And the strength, you need the troll heart back.
and his tin pot.
Yeah.
The tin pot does not ever get added or removed from the recommended equips. So despite how rocky that last one started, the fact that they both got expelled when going for it was really nice. Kind of made up for it.
I'll just defend.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a slightly silly seeming thing too, where
Here you go.
like Countess equipped the Knuckle Duster onto Aisha between the fights, only to swap it back to the Rapier on turn 1, and that's just to get the agility boost to make sure that she gets to use the Rapier before.
なんかもう言うまでもないことはあるんですけど、本当音楽いいですね。
This back. Maybe she'll get
ちょっ
an
と
extra
戦
turn.
闘が長引いたおかげで
Okay.
フルで聴けて、
Before they get to act.
一周聴けたので、
Yeah.
I thought.
いや、いいなーって思いましたね。
Sort of getting a little bit of bad luck here on this last expel, but again, since you don't get XP for this fight, like nothing really matters here. But it's nice to not have hero or I should die, because then they can't keep spamming the shield. You could choose at some point to like start doing damage with them to kill the last one instead manually, but
There we go.
it just needs to work once.
Come on, you dolt. Take that.
Come on.
I want to use. Okay. I was gonna say you might want to use her let loose before it goes away, but then it went away.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay. Yeah, they're these torches around town were kind of similar to the lighthouse beacon. They're warding off monsters, and they all went out, and the town got attacked by monsters. So we drove them out, got them to went and talked to the mayor. The mayor says, you know, we should go ask the fire spirit what's going on. Go wake him up. He's sleeping in the volcano. So we grabbed Pamela, and because she's got the key to the door that leads to the fire spirit. And yeah, we're gonna go down there. PlayStation version, there was like some extra dungeon in here because you basically just jump down here and you end up where that boss fight was earlier in the run. But and then there would lead to a new dungeon, so you weren't just backtracking through the volcano. But in this version, they cut all that out, unfortunately, so it's just like one hallway that we'll be going through here. And then, yeah, we'll talk to the fire spirit, and he will fight us to, you know, we have to prove that we're strong enough to be worthy of his attention. Then we'll see him try to help us afterward.
Worth noting that there's one of the chests on the path where you fall down there that's got like monsters around it that has the requires the ultimate key but has a fire sword in it. So you've seen we've been using elemental weaknesses throughout the whole run. At one point in time we were getting that sword for the extra fire damage against a couple key bosses for the hero to have, because the hero doesn't have access to any fire elemental attacks, only Gabba with his fire claw at the moment. But not a big deal. We don't get it anymore because this wasn't saving as much time as it cost to pick it up.
Can I pop in real quick?
Sure.
I just wanted to share we have an anonymous donor donated $200. Thank you. And we also have $25 from Keanu. Hey ya Hack, hey ya Cowie. Great to see the DQ crew out representing this event. Continued good luck on the run. Let's see this bonus island.
ファイヤースピリット。炎の精霊。
Gabbo. That's fun.
うん。
So this is the fire spirit boss fight. So we come down to talk to the fire spirit.
半分削られましたよ、今一撃で。
He wants to test us. So we have to fight him first before he'll help us out.
Yeah, obviously a very Dragon Ball inspired design on this boss.
Mm-hmm. I feel like DQ7 might have like the most obvious Dragon Ball inspirations of the DQ series, and there are many, but DQ7 in particular is just full of them. This might kill him. Yeah, there you go.
すごい。1500。
It sucks that hero died, but whatever.
Yeah.
I feel great.
Yeah, dying, you know, these boss fights do give quite a bit of XP, so dying to them does hurt a little bit, but we will be doing one more experience grind before we get to the end of the game anyway, so, you know, worst case, we get one extra medal fight that we wouldn't normally get or whatever to make up for lost XP or add safety or whatever. Well, that Cowie will decide what his threshold for that is once we get there.
Yep. So after we beat the fire spirit, he agreed to try to help us. we tell him what's going on, and we kind of figure out that these islands have been sealed away like they were before, and the fire spirit says, "Oh, I can fix that," and so he gives it a shot, but he's only able to bring the light back to this island, and tells us that he's going to need the power of all four of the spirits to combat whatever it is that has done this to the world. So now our objective is to go awaken the other three spirits. The earth and wind will be first, and then the aqua spirit last. I believe the fire spirit also notices Shark Eye's ship is frozen in a cave somewhere. I think it's on the south edge of Dune, and he thaws it out. So we're actually gonna go meet Captain Shark Eye now after we walk back to town. And kind of a weird change for this version is you don't ever really see Shark Eye's ship on the overworld. In the PlayStation version, it replaces your little boat, but in this version, it's just kind of nebulously docked off the coast of Fishbell, but you don't actually see it. It's just a guy you talk to that teleports you to it.
Yeah, and at this point, there's not really any reason to use like an actual boat when you've got the carpet and the sky stone and all that, so it doesn't really have like a notable impact, but...
She's on my way again. But yeah, I mean, it's just like, it's a location that you can't actually see. It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
Go over here. His mom's still on the dock. So yeah, the ship has shown up off the coast of Fishbell here, and the mayor has decided that he's going to lead a team of people to go meet them, see if they're friendly or hostile. We'll talk to Maribel's dad here, and then here we get to skip not one, but 13 scenes in a row. Here's one. And there's a delay. 2. 3. 4. I'm sure all this lore is important.
5.
Captain
6. 7.
Okay, so
Shut up, Maribel.
8. 9. 10.
なんか数えてますね。
There's some budget in this one.
Yep.
Is that
11.
his voice? Oh my goodness.
12. We always run with Japanese voices typically, so. Here's a little jingle. And then 13.
An encore. All right.
何だったんだろう。
Now we're on the ship, and we're gonna go loot the treasury because of our incentive, which I'm pretty confident we're gonna meet it. So we're gonna go pick up the last shard for Not Again.
We are $600 away from meeting that incentive, so please get your donations in.
Yeah, we can do that. We don't have much time left on it, but yeah, let's get that met so we can visit really the best island out of all of them, including the ones that aren't in this version.
Yep, I'd guess maybe like 30-40 minutes left, something like that.
Oh.
So yeah, we go to the boat, we skip all the lore, and then we just go back to town. So we don't really know why we went to Shark Eye's ship, but you know, there's a cutscene in there where the hero does hero things and has like glowing symbol on his hand and all that stuff, and
We get a cool sword. It's one of the strongest swords in the game.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's something with like Shark Eye has like an incomplete tattoo of the mark of the legendary hero, and the hero has like the full version of it. So that's where you like get confirmation that hero is actually a special hero person.
All right, and now these other 2 shrines are lit, so we can go back to either the earth or the wind spirit areas, and we're going to do the earth one first because the wind one has a scary boss. So we'll start by checking out the palace and see what's going on over here in the palace.
Enter from the side. It doesn't matter because there's a cutscene, but whatever. The side is usually better when there's no cutscene.
Yep. Find it interesting that you're entering from the left because I don't think I've ever entered this castle from the left before.
Yeah.
It's the same. It's just like
I wasn't paying attention to how that happened. It might have had to do with the gold man that was chasing me. Okay, so yeah, we go here in search of trying to find out how to summon the Earth Spirit and get his help. So naturally, we go talk to the Queen first. And first thing she tells us to do is go to the village because the Elder there has 4 strong sons who can surely help you. So we're going to go recruit one of them. And there, 3 of them are kind of comic relief characters here, where when we walk into the Elder's house, the 3 oldest sons are bickering over who's actually going to help us, and they're all making excuses as to why they can't do it. They, you know, one of them says his stomach hurts, one says he's got a headache, etc. And then the youngest son walks in and says, well, if they're all sick, I'll just do it. And they're like, wait, no, don't do that. And throughout this section, we find out that the older sons are all competing to try to become the next village chief, and the youngest son doesn't even want it. So when he offers to help, they get jealous.
砂
Like they
漠
think
にい
that
る
this is
大
going
地
to
の
put him
精
in the
霊
running
を
to be
起こ
the
しに来た。さっ
next
き
chief.
炎の精霊
I see.
でしたもんね
For。some reason, there's a big pot in the middle of this town that you can go down a ladder into, and this old dude's like
今度は大地の
fishing
精霊。
inside this pot. It's all very strange. But
あ、なんか
he's
地
he's
上
gonna
絵が
draw
出
the
てき
Earth
た。
Spirit for us to bring it back, but he can't quite remember all the details of the Earth Spirit, so needs a little help figuring out how to draw the Earth Spirit. So
Yeah, apparently it's that easy to summon him. You just draw him in the dirt, and he shows up.
本当だ。ピットの達成が
Oh yeah, we're gonna go back
見
to
え
the
てき
Queen
ました
and
ね。
tell her, you know, do you have
あと
any
100ドル。
photographs of the Earth Spirit that we could borrow? She says, I don't know, but there's something
De-
in the basement. She doesn't tell us what it is, so we're gonna go see what's down there.
yeah, the knowledge of the Earth Spirit's form is sort of sealed away and hidden.
Yeah. The castle has also been, I believe, attacked by monsters because there's some like a bunch of empty treasure chests down here. I think the monsters ran off with the treasure. But there is one item still in here. And walk down here, we hear a voice. Get a little closer, and it's Saeed's brothers. They've found something. They think this is going to help them become the village chief. Need to change my weapon.
And then monsters.
The Lily Pond, the Troll Heart. Ambo gets the Mighty Armlet and the Fire Amulet. No, don't talk to him.
なんか魚に追っかけられてる。
Yeah, so all 3 of these monsters have different elemental weaknesses. There's going to be a lot of fiddling around with stuff in between. Hero has the more beneficial weaknesses for the different enemies. So swapping the Troll Heart and the Lily Heart over to Hero. I think Gabo might have the wrong.
Watch me move.
Is he supposed to have the Fire Claw for this? Or no?
Um,
No, whatever.
no, he's right.
Oh, you're right. Okay.
Okay. This guy's dodging today.
そうですね。あれだ
This
け
monster's
メインの
not
火
really a
力で
threat. Most of them aren't. But
バ
they've
ッタバ
got very high
ッ、まあ
HP totals.
キック結構してたけど、あれだけメインで戦ってたメルビンさんが離れて
I'll call that missed.
Yeah.
心配だなって思うシーンが長いですけど、でもまあ今結構大きい火力が出てましたね。
Yeah. It's not the best.
Remember when Confusion was just Baramus's thing? Now everybody has it.
カエルと
Alright, for this one, we change both of their weapons.
マグロって言おうと思ったけどマグロじゃないなって。
The weaknesses are just getting them backwards. Rude.
お腹が黒いカエルだ。
Yeah.
Again, body slam scales off of your current HP or really like your percentage of maximum HP. So when characters are not at full like that, it is actually a pretty significant penalty to the damage body slam does. You might choose to muscle dance Gabo instead of Hero if Hero's not back to full HP.
And the poison's kind of annoying because he'll never be completely full.
Well, Gabo's not either, so. Yeah, these three enemies are not, like Howie said, they're not really very threatening, but they are.
You know what?
They are tedious, and the third one is actually after this is actually a bit difficult. And the third one has a couple area effect abilities that are not really very threatening, but when he does single target attacks, he always seems to focus down the hero. So it's very somewhat likely the hero might die on this this Barracuda fight.
Oh, not the guy. But there we go. Let's see.
なんかさっきくるくる追っかけっこしてた時はちょっと可愛いなって思ったんですけどこのダメージ可愛くないですね。
Gabo does need his other weapon.
Yeah, I sword.
In the meantime, we just kind of hope that
Throw this at hero.
I hope that hero doesn't die. I hope he uses those area effect abilities because they hurt a lot less than double physicals.
Let's do this. And then that.
Watch me move.
Watch her move.
Keep watching.
Come on, dolt.
All right, hero can participate.
This fish is almost dead.
硬い魚だな。なかなか倒れないですね。
It means you actually get to survive this fight. Otherwise, you'd be down even more XP.
Yeah.
お、いった。3枚おろしだ。
All right.
Knew I had it.
Yeah, they're worth strangely a lot of XP.
It's like a boss fight worth of XP, even though they're definitely not a boss fight. So we're gonna find this key on the ground, and we're gonna show the queen, and she's gonna tell us to bring it to the likeness of the great evil, and there might be information about their earth spirit in there. So that's what we're gonna be doing next. A little bit of running around. Probably a good time, Lisa, if you've got anything you wanna get in there.
Oh, I do want to get in here. I got some things to say.
All right.
All right, so first we have from an anonymous donor $500. Thank you so much for your generosity. We also have $25 from Amber. Thank you so much for your donation. $75 from Alcidion. I'm going to have to watch this run later after I beat the game myself. See you in the VOD. See you there. And with that, we have met the $3,000 donation.
Hey.
Awesome.
We will get to see Nottingham Island. Thank you so much, everybody, for your generous donations. I'm so excited that we get to see this part. And it was all,
ビットが
all of
達
your
成した
help,
みたいです
so
ね。
thank you. Please keep the donations coming. We have some great donations, incentives for the next run coming up. We have, for the Final Fantasy X-2 relay race, we have a blindfolded massage. We have $380 out of 1,000 for that incentive. The Chocobo races, $50 out of 1,500 needed to meet that. We also have the show concert. Right now we're at $120 out of 1,500. And for the Tobly elevator plush, we are at 105 out of 500. So all of your donations go towards NAMI, a great cause, a great charity, and a great mission. So thank you so much, everyone, and I'm really looking forward to seeing this island.
Yeah, thank you very much for meeting that. We've been preparing for it, so I'm glad that we get to do it. Glad we'll get to show that off. It'll be a fun one.
Let's jump into the Millennium Puzzle here. So we're in here trying to find a picture or something that tells us what the Earth Spirit looks like. Ultimately, we're going to be picking up 4 jewels that are kind of shaped after his facial features. Wait for this guy to move out of my way. Is he going to get me? Yeah. Yeah, so that's really annoying. As you're putting out the torches, those guys can move.
And once they're sort of on you, they won't move. So if you keep the dialogue box open, it
ビ
won't
ッ
start the
トが
encounter.
達成されたっていうことで、
You don't have an opportunity to move out of the way, and they'll just stand there. So
Not a
ノ
huge
ッタゲ
deal
ン
if
ア
you
イ
get
ラ
one
ン
or
ド
two, though.
で
It's
あ
kind
る
of
アイラ
expected.
ンド
At
ノッ
least
タゲン
one.
か。
This room's really
あ
rough.
マイか。
This
コ
guy's
ン
gonna
プリー
try
ト
to
ノッ
get
タ
me
ゲン
again.
アイランド。
Yep.
日
Alright.
本
so
だ
yeah,
と
this is sort of
ル
like a
ーメ
little
ン
bit
っていう
of a puzzle dungeon where every floor has got its own
必須ではないけれど
puzzle
も
to solve,
高
and
難
then
易度
there's
の
a
マップに挑戦するよっていう
piece
ビッ
of
トが
the
達成されたの
Earth
で
Spirit's likeness. Might just have to
Bump them, yeah.
yeah.
ちょっとどのタイミング
piece
か
of
わ
the Earth
か
Spirit's
らないです
likeness
けれ
that
ど
we
も
will acquire from each
披
floor.
露してくださるようです。
So I have a question here for maybe the host or production. So we had with our Nottingham Island, we had a idea for like a save or kill bid war for one of the plot points in that island. I don't know if it was contingent on this being met. I don't know if that's actually happening or not. Can we get an update on the status as to whether that's happening, or is it just going to be runner's choice? Either way is fine, but
I will get back to you on that.
thank you very much.
Yeah, there's a major decision you can make near the end of Nottingham that basically determines the fate of the town. So I'll either pick what I want, or if we're doing a bid war for that, or we could poll chat, either way.
Yep, doesn't really matter. Got plenty of time to figure that out. So here, because this floor was all based around light, we get the eyes.
ちなみに先ほどのそのビット達成
We're
の
gonna hide from the
本
statue.
家の
It's
方
gonna
の
open up, and we're
ア
gonna
ナ
go
ウン
through
ス
its
と一緒
mouth. We
に
get the mouth.
ファイナルファンタジ
Again, these are
ー
all,
次のタイトルですね、ファイナルファンタジー
sort of
10、
depictions
10-2の
part of the Earth Spirit
ビットについても
and physical parts of the
あ
Earth Spirit.
の
The very
まあ
first
寄付があっ
room
た
of
そう
the
で
Millennium Puzzle
よう
here
で
had
紹
those
介がされてたんです
like
けど
plaques like that one on the left on the ground that gave kind of
あ
hints as to how to get all these things.
4つあるんですけどなかなか
Maribel
面
spoils this
白
one
い
for you. You pick up this heart-shaped gem, and she's like, "There's a
ビ
crack
ットが
running
設
down the
定されて
middle.
るなという
Could
か
you do something with that?"
ブライン
Okay,
ドフォ
fine,
ールデッド
Maribel.
マッサージなんかミニゲーム
Break
を
this
目隠
heart
しで
stone
や
that
るよっ
took
てい
me
うこ
2
となの
years.
か
There, I solved the puzzle.
あと
Thanks,
はチョコ
Maribel.
ボレース
Can't have
で
puzzles
シ
in
ョ
our
ーコン
Dragon
サー
Quest.
ト
Yeah, no. Thought we
何
got rid
か
of
コ
all
ンサー
those.
トシーンを見るのかな
On this last one, we just fall down and we find the nose.
エレベータープッシ
So now I've got all the pieces of the Earth Spirit, and
ュ
now we need to just get out of here and get back to the guy who was trying to draw the Earth
ちょっ
Spirit
と
for
ちゃん
us.
と確認してないっていうのは申し訳ないんですけども次のタイトルの「ファイナルファンタジー10、10-2」のタイトルがリレーレースとなってて奏者さんも
It's gonna be the Earth
6
Spirit.
人いるっていう
Coming back to give us the blessing. All the spirits, when you get their blessings, they give you
ちょっとどん
like
な
an
感
amulet.
じ
So Countess had the fire
の
amulet that he equipped on
欄になるのか
Rough earlier,
こち
which
らも
is
楽しみ
an
ですね
attack power increasing item. There's one for each element, and they all have an effect when used as
まあ
an
ま
item
ず
in
は
battle.
こ
We
の
won't really use too many of them.
ドラクエ7その
Yeah, they're
達
pretty
成
cool
された
items,
ビットも
and we'll
含
be
め
getting
て
one for
見
each
届け
spirit.
たい
But
と思います
otherwise, yeah, we're going to restore the Earth Spirit here, and then we're going to move on to the Wind Shrine, Wind Spirit area that's right next to us, which will be back in the Aeolus Vale region.
Yeah, some of those amulet effects are actually really strong. Like, I think if the earth hits a weakness, it can do 300 damage to everything, but it just doesn't compete with all the, scaled up physical damage we're doing.
Yeah, so while we're walking through Aeolus Vale, Lisa, if you got anything for us, now's a good time.
すご
Sure,
い
thank you.
そうし
Any efforts to
EST も
support
7
the
時間
mission
以上
of
で
Nami, we would
フ
like
ァイナ
to
ルファンタジー
encourage
の
our
方が
viewers and chat
長いので
and
まあ
our
6
donors to
人
avoid
で
using mental health related
分けて
pejoratives when describing
交代、まあ、
situations
リ
that
レ
are
ーレース
extraordinary.
でもレースな
These
ので
include terms like
レース
crazy,
ちょ
insane,
っと
mental,
ごめんなさい
nuts,
確認不足
bonkers,
で
etc.
説明
We
で
ask
きな
you
い
to
の
be
が申し訳ないです
mindful
け
of
ど
the
も
specific language you use, as many people do not
でも
realize
まあ
these
長
are
時間を
pejoratives.
その奏者さ
Instead,
んでつなぎ
consider
ながら
substituting
披露
them
して
with
くだ
words
さるっていう
such
こ
as
となんだと
amazing,
は思います
ridiculous, wild, or bananas. We greatly appreciate your cooperation with this and hope that you can carry this forward in your everyday lives. RPG Limit Break 2026 is coming to you live from Denver, Colorado, where we are raising money for NAMI, or the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI was formed in 1979 as a grassroots advocacy organization by a group of parents whose children suffered with serious mental health illnesses, and they have maintained that focus to this day.
Awesome. Thank you, Lisa. Yeah, so we're back here in the Aoa's Vale area now, and you can notice that nobody in the present version of this has
超えましたね。
wings.
まだ
Unlike in the past.
Yeah, we didn't
メル
come
ビン
here
さんが
earlier,
戻って
but
こない
earlier if we had come here, like the mayor here is shut up in her room and nobody really knows why, but it turns out it's because she's got wings now. Just woke up one day and now she's got wings and didn't know what to think of it. So, you know, when the world got sealed away again, she kind of announced herself there and said that she wants to go down to the tower down south and try to figure out if there's a way to wake up the wind spirit and get her to help. So we go into her house and she's asked if we can escort her down there. So that's what we're doing now. It's a pretty long walk to from where we start to this tower, but we're almost there.
Yeah, it's sort of an interesting, you know, flip-flop from earlier on in the game, or from the past version of this, right? Where, like, in the past, it's everybody has wings except for the one girl, and now in the present, it's nobody has wings except for the one girl. So it's yeah, sort of an interesting reversal they do there.
Right. So this tower here, Ventus Tower, it's guarded by this guy who doesn't let you in until you have the mayor with you.
Yeah, it's a pretty lengthy tower. There's really nothing to do here. There's no boss in this tower. There are a lot of items that you can pick up, but we're only going to be grabbing one of them near the very top, which will be right in our way. And counter dodging here is pretty tricky. You can see TheCowness is being very careful, and yeah, didn't really have many options on this one. There's no real option to bait him forward with And so you see we're in this like cube world area. Well, get ready for this dungeon, because this dungeon is really cool. If you like mazes, this is like a 3D cube world maze. And it's a lot easier to get through on this version than it is on the older ones because they give you more visual indicators of where you're supposed to go.
Yeah, you can move the camera and there's just, like there aren't
今
random
奏者
encounters,
さ
so
ん
if you
が
just avoid
こ
the
のダンジ
monsters,
ョ
you
ン
don't
かっ
lose
こいい
your
んだよねって
place.
言ってたんですけど、
But yeah, the PlayStation version, this dungeon is so complicated. I
すごい
got out a 3D modeling program and just made
若
a
干
version
酔
of
い
it
そうで
that I
すね。
could look at to figure out the way to get through it. It's just watching a Japanese runner fly through the dungeon. It's just like I can't understand exactly every turn he's taking.
Yeah, you're in like a semi 2D kind of style, and you're rotating the camera left and right, and you're like
Jumping in holes.
jumping down holes. You're landing like right on like corners, and like you're not sure which side you're flipping over. And yeah, I love this dungeon. I think it's a really neat design. This last one's a little tricky because you got to fall through the wrong way in order to loop back to getting through it the right way.
Yeah, basically you want to jump through all the holes on the side that have the pillars, but for that one to get up there, you have to jump through the other side first. Oops.
You didn't get the Mercury bandana, did you?
I did.
Oh, you did? Okay. I was thinking about the maze and
ちょ
wasn't
っと
paying
これ
attention.
三半規管が強くないとなかなか辛いかもしれない。
Remember you running by you in practice?
Well,
Yes.
my notes didn't tell me to get it.
True. So yeah, this boss fight coming up here, at the end, we're gonna open this chest and it's gonna be empty. We're gonna walk away and then get ambushed by, not ambushed, but attacked by Macho Pichu. And this is just a ridiculous step up in difficulty from the bosses we've done so far. This guy, so for an example, the bosses we've been fighting up to this point have had like maybe like 5,000-6,000 HP. This guy's got 15,000 HP. He can critically hit. He's got his enraged form is he'll spam this. He'll raise his attack power. He'll spam sword dance,
There we go.
which hits every party member. And he dodges a lot. There's just a lot going on in this fight. But thankfully, we can use those coagulants that we've been accumulating throughout the run to paralyze him, which makes him both not attack and also not dodge our attacks. So Countess is using the rune staff to buff up defense. The paralysis does have a somewhat random duration. It's actually about to wear off.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit him with that.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Sadly, I would have done the same. But, okay, back to paralyzed.
That's very
Attack power is wearing off, but
Yeah, Gabbo can fix it. But
Mhm.
it's one turn. I've only done 525.
Ready.
Okay.
Watch
Oh, Ira can refresh it when it wears off next. Try in on Helm Splitter.
you should heal up Gabbo though, so his body's not
Oh.
doing.
Yeah.
You-
Not you.
Healing is actually DPS tech in this case.
cheer
Yeah, you can see he's still not even into the yellow. His paralysis is about to wear off again.
up. Watch me move right.
Okay, got a defense down on him. That's good.
Oh.
All right, so he's getting ready to go into his enraged form. Be really nice if we get coagulants before that happens. Otherwise, you're gonna have to do some turtling to get through it. Okay.
Yeah, so while he's doing this, he's immune to the paralysis, so we can't keep trying it. So... It'll last to the next turn.
If she doesn't die.
Yeah. Got her defense up. Gabbo's got it.
Okay.
Oh, he went again.
Okay.
Golem
It's
heart.
fine.
And then this happens.
And this is why Countess talked earlier about how strong Born Again is. And now he's tired out, so now he's not going to dodge anymore. So you get kind of some free hits, but sadly we need to take a couple turns to get the buffs stacked back up for attack power. So it's these attacks are not going to do as much damage as we would like them to do.
これだけダメージを与えてもまだ倒れない。
And he's a little bit low. It's probably fine, but
Yeah. Oops. Should have muscled. He woke up.
looking at one more coagulant. There we go. That'll be enough to finish off this fight. So you can see how sketchy this fight is and how much more difficult it is to all the bosses we've fought so far, really. I'd probably put this guy as like the third hardest boss in this run behind the two Orgotomir fights.
あ、やっとだ。
Yeah, managed to win, and everybody
今まで、わ、4桁だ、すごいって言ってたのに。
can't argue with the result.
Yep. It's good.
All right, and so from that we get the coat that's supposed to go on the wind statue. That was supposed to be in that chest.
Yeah, I
Wait,
don't know how to
Hitsuji-sanなん
pronounce
です
its
か?
modern name. It's the Wind Robe in PS1.
Yeah.
So. Do not mash through this one.
But this actually lets us teleport directly back to the shrine. Normally you can only kind of go up and down the tower there, but in this version they give you a couple extra options, and then this convenient teleporter to warp to the end of the shrine, rather than having to run through it yet again. And I've already been through it 3 times, so.
バトル終わるときなでなでしてて可愛いな
Death
と思
warp
って
after
ま
that
す。
fight, and it's kind of annoying to because then you've only got your hero alive, and you have to walk back to Fishbell, and there's a decent chance that you die walking back there. But here we're safer. Now we're gonna meet the Wind Spirit. Kind of skipped over the Earth Spirit scene because it's pretty long, but we'll let the Wind Spirit show herself here. There she is. So she's sleepy, she wakes up, and we ask her for help, and she's not really in the mood because she doesn't understand how serious the
これは精
situation
霊
is.
さんかな?
So we say, hey, can you help save us? And she
Window
says,
speed.
I'll help you out, but only
one
on one
condition.
condition. Yeah. So says, okay, I'll help you on one condition. So it's not going to be too demanding. All I want is enough handsome men to last me 5 years. Do you mind repeating your request? Are you deaf or something? I said I want 5 years worth of handsome men. But yeah, then we explain the situation to her. We say that there's a problem that the fire spirit can't handle on his own. And she's like, oh, why didn't you open with that? And then she flies off to join the fire spirit. So yeah, that's pretty much the spirit arc over. All we got to do is go trigger a cutscene, and then the Aqua Spirit will awaken and join them.
Yeah, thankfully no other boss pedestal area for that one.
Yep.
Hey.
And then once we awaken the water spirit, it'll sort of restore this world to its unsealed condition, and it will allow us to zoom around again.
Yeah, thankfully.
At that point, Melvin will also rejoin our party, and then that will allow us to do our final experience grind. So, first things first, we're going to head back here to Shark Eye's ship. You know, Shark Eye's...
Way again?
Shark Eye's from Coastal, which is kind of or Buckingham, which is kind of the predominant water area. You know, he's a pirate dude on this big boat. You know, he's got to know stuff about water spirits.
All right. We're way ahead. I'll let the scene play out too. It's pretty important. This is where we're going to waken up the Aqua Spirit, and then they're going to, all 4 of them are going to go confront God to see what's going on, because they all think that God's acting strange. This doesn't seem right. So, but it should be God because we followed the instructions.
Yeah.
I am the water spirit. For centuries have I
ウォーター
watched
スピリット。
over
Yeah,
you.
the spirits are really cool.
Waited for this day, when your light would shine upon me
They have
なんか他のスピリットさんたちと扱いが違いませんか？
you know what? This is where like my opinion of here's the Earth Spirit there on the right.
And now we combine
Where my opinion of DQ7 gets a little weird is that
plans from darkness.
I don't like a lot of DQ7, but like the end of this game is just really awesome. Like once the story all comes together, it really comes together.
The lands that were once plunged into darkness have now been restored.
なんか島が出てき
But
た。
our work, and yours, is not yet done.
I'm not sure I've actually watched this cutscene in this version of the game yet.
Why he would condemn
Even in my casual playthrough, we were in such a rush to get it routed, like I skipped most of the cutscenes, assuming they were similar enough to
確
PlayStation.
かに。
This is my amulet. I dare say it
So these are the amulets that we were talking about. This water amulet's actually really good.
威厳を示すために海を割ったのかもしれないですね。
Like the next hit that the character would take. You use it.
Yeah, it's the lifeboat ability, which is basically Hero's Ocean Devotion that he was using at the beginning of the game, but it's only self-targeting. But we get a very important uses out of that in the final battle.
Almighty One, Heavenly Father, heed our call. The power that plunged our realms into darkness, it was yours, was it not? Then perhaps you are not the Almighty at all.
You promised me it was the Almighty.
It still could be. Look at him. Who else do we know who looks like this? Okay, I don't know what that is coming off of him.
神様なんかまがまがしいですね。
I suppose there could be a twist here. Like I said, I haven't watched this scene.
Oh yeah, yeah.
おお。
This music.
私こそ真の神とか言ってるけど、
Yeah, this was the music from
本
Order
物は俺が本物とは言わないんですよ。
Your kind are no longer wanted or needed. It is better that you were disposed of. Do not resist your fate. There is nothing to fear. You need only embrace the darkness once more.
Darkness.
あれ
How dare you? How dare you defy the Almighty?
Oh no! That's not God. We revived the
あら
wrong
まあ。
We revived the Demon Lord.
Oh man.
Oh no. Alright, well,
Well,
that happens, I guess.
now we know why the world was all sealed away.
あれ倒れて
So
る
there
し。
was a disc too. Okay.
Ah, there you.
Alright, so we go talk to the king, and then in this version, we get an extra thing here. Sharkai shows up and tells us that we should go check out the pool of the cave again, but we're not going to do that yet.
Nope. First, we are going to do our last experience grind. So we did a little bit on one liquid metal slime earlier. Now we're going to grind for king metal slimes.
Yeah.
お
And
キングメタ
we're
ルス
going
ラ
to
イム。
kill 3 or 4 of these.
Oops. Swap you in. You.
Let's skip
あ
the
あ
choice.
戻ってる。メルヴィンさん
Should've。gotten rid of her, but it's fine. They're just metal slimes.
So what we're hoping for here is either a natural crit, which is
Oh.
not really what we're banking on, but it would work, or the martial artist to get their let loose ability. And right now, Hero and Gabbo and Melvin should all have the martial artist class. So we're hoping for them to get their let loose, which will let them get a guaranteed critical hit. Especially Melvin's would work on an entire group of enemies. So if we had those triple kings with Melvin's let loose available, he could kill all 3 in one hit. So we're looking to get 3 or 4 metal kings. Countess is just defending that to turtle out this turn to wait for the let looses to charge up. So they'll be ready for the next metal king fight.
I think Melvin's in particular is the last to come up because he just rejoined the party.
Yep.
I don't remember how late in the fight, last battle that I used everybody else's, but hopefully somebody gets there soon.
Most of them died during the last battle, so
Oh, yeah.
All right, there's the first one.
Just kill this guy. Why not? And a heal. Maribel's got hers, but she's not a martial artist. There we go.
Okay, now we just need to whistle more for some Metal Kings.
やっぱ安心するな、英雄。
Again, Countess is going to get
英雄
3 or 4
の
of them.
剣は
Tons of
見て
words
て
for
安心
those.
す
You
る
can do
な
it with fewer. You want to really push things for marathon safety, you know, we want to get a few of them. This would be really nice if they all stick around.
One?
Just one. Just one.
It's fine.
So probably use heroes. Or Gabos. In the meantime, while we're grinding out these last couple Metal Kings, if we want to throw it over to Lisa real quick.
Thank you so much, Haktical. I have a $25 donation from Purple Mario 920.
Oh no.
Hi, awesome Dragon Quest speedrunners and Lisa. I just got a collect phone call from Deb. She said, let Wiggles die. Let's save this town for real. Sorry, Wiggles, we cannot allow you to live. Not again like last time. Thanks again to everyone for such a great event. Die, Wiggles, die.
Well.
A little aggressive, but I appreciate it. $25 from
この
Musashi
島はスライ
219.
ムしか出ない
Next
ん
time
です
someone
ね。
asks, would you still love me if I was
ス
a
ライム
worm?
の軍
Say
政地。
yes. Save Wiggles. I have a $5 from some Diener. Save Chibi. I have an anonymous donation of $50 with no comment. Thank you so much. $5 from Snow. And $25 from Rickyman. Thank you so much for your donations. So that brings us right now to Save Wiggles $50 and Kill Wiggles $30. So if you want Kill Wiggles, we need more donations to get that ahead. Right now, Save Wiggles is in the lead for $20 more than Kill Wiggles. There's still time to get those donations in for that incentive.
Yeah, that's probably at least 20 minutes off. We got a short segment to do before going to Not Again, and then it's like at the very end of the Not Again segment.
All right.
逃げてく。
Probably just settle for this since nobody else has their thing up.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It's how many I usually get, just heroes missing the XP from that fight, 10k. But
yeah, but we'll be doing the Not Again stuff and get some extra XP out of that, so.
Yeah. Okay, let's
All right, so off to the pool. This is where Shark Eye was telling us to go.
Yeah, and like I said, this was a thing that they've added to this version, which kind of obnoxious how it interrupts the final dungeon, because otherwise that's what we would be doing. If we weren't playing this version, or if we didn't have to go to Not Again, we'd be going straight to the final dungeon. But they added in kind of a fan servicey segment here for the end of the game.
Mm-hmm. One that's also, you know, in the long run, useful for the speedrun standpoint too. But
yeah.
First, there's this little like demon-looking dude. This is the same guy, the same type of guy that was hanging out at the shrine at the start of the game, throughout the game. And he gives us this tab button. It's like, oh yeah, there's one more pedestal.
Always more pedestals. So we go back here, and this is the Marja region again, Hubble. Except it's only part of it. It's only the castle that was to the left.
Yeah, which we didn't even enter at all when we were here the first time. There's no reason to.
Yeah, it's kind of just in ruins because the king has destroyed it.
Yeah, so Countess is going to sell some superfluous equipment here. The gold bracer, whatever else he wants to sell, glass slippers.
Yeah, I'm sure that's plenty.
And this is a spot where you can buy magic water. So we already had 8, we got 14 of them now. That should be plenty to carry through the end of the game.
4.
Yeah. But adds a little bit of safety. You could definitely, you could definitely optimize your magic water a little bit. Either skip that or pick up fewer of them in favor of buying them. But you can zoom out here, right, to the forest.
No,
you figure that out.
Can I still? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a weird thing here where if you try to zoom to the castle, it's blocked. But if you zoom out to the forest, it just works for some reason.
Yeah, and the message is Zoom can't be cast right now. So it's confusing as to why it works on the forest. Yeah, when you go into the castle there, they talk about how this blood red brigand has been harassing the people here. We'll find out that's actually not true. But first we're gonna meet the brigand here. Who's it gonna be? Take his hood off. And it's our buddy Kiefer. But he's handsome now.
It's got a streak of gray.
Yeah, he tells us what's going on here, which is there are like basically monsters have infiltrated the castle, and the beacons in this castle are like feeding the monsters illusion, basically. They're disguised as people. So we need to go and put out all the beacons, which is what he was trying to do when he got kidnapped by him.
Yeah, so we have a little like Forsaken Fortress style segment here with these guards with their lights, and we're trying to sneak around them in order to put out all these green flames. There are 3 down here outside, and there's 1 more on top. I do not know.
危なかったですね、今。なんか。
Everything's fine.
It's not a big deal if you get caught. Like, it doesn't put the flames back on or anything like that. It just kicks you back to the entrance. So only loses a few seconds, but
Yep. Pig.
Why is there a pig in there?
I don't know. It's just hanging out. Yep.
It looks scary, but it's fine.
And that whole segment is just very close, but if you keep moving, you make it pretty comfortably. You put out the beacon, and then now suddenly there's monsters. And we're gonna go back to this section over here. Kiefer's hanging out. Did I miss any equips? Because I know I forgot to... I don't think so. Forgot to change Melvin's class, but I'll do that later.
Yeah, so there's a couple battles here in this phase. We have to do it without Melvin. So these fights are actually, like, I don't want to say they're scary, but they're pretty slow. We don't have access to any of our like battle dance or muscle dance from Aisha, and so that makes it a little bit more difficult. It'd be nice if we end up getting Gritty Ditty to be available at some point for the attack boost. That makes us a lot faster, but since both of those characters just use their let loose abilities on the Metal King grind, they're not available immediately for this. And the way the turn order works out usually ends up being that these guys get to go and do their area of effect abilities in between Maribel's healing, so Body Slam is never really doing full damage. But this fight's not too bad.
This is Fire Claw for this guy, right?
Yeah, it's a thumbs down, but it's still...
Oh, it's
still good, yeah.
There we go. You will change to Aurora.
Is it Liv?
No.
Aurora, right?
What did I have before then?
Probably the one from Shark Eye. I would save that. That'll be useful in the next fight. Yeah, so this fight... Oh, dodged.
Ah!
And again.
All right, we'll go again then. There we go. So there is one more fight here. That's the actual like boss fight of this area, which will have 2 of those bigger demon enemies and a center. One of the other demon enemies. I guess they're all demons of some sort. But similar to the fish fight in Buckingham area, we only need to kill the center enemy in order to clear this fight.
Hers is the freshest, so I'll use someone else's. And Kiefer joins us for this fight.
And we get to see how strong Kiefer has become in the time that he's been missing. Okay, so Kaona's got surrounded on Hero, which will give him the opportunity to use the Mensana ability, which removes detrimental effects, like surround, and also gives an attack boost. Doesn't really need the attack boost.
が仲間に加わるん
He's
です
at
ね。
+1, but and now he doesn't have that +1 anymore. So now it'll actually work out perfectly.
Oh, gotta
Yeah.
take off the troll heart though.
So the surround goes away and an attack boost happens. Kiefer unfortunately hits one of the enemies that don't matter. Mirabelle's just keeping everyone topped up.
I'm just gonna use Gritty Ditty.
Make sure you put the troll heart back on. You're already on it.
So many hearts. Oops, not that one. Luckily, Kiefer can tank hits for us.
Yep. Yeah, again, this fight isn't like necessarily difficult, but it can be a little slow because again, you're just rarely at full HP getting the full damage from Body Slam, but
Yeah.
Count has got both Gritty Ditties available in there, and that actually went pretty well.
You mentioned not having Melvin, but also not having Ira means we don't have Muscle Dance to double our damage on anybody.
Yep.
That sorts that out. Gets rid of the monsters around here. Now we're gonna head home.
You can zoom.
Oh. It's been first thing we need to do is come down here and get a plot trigger They just kind of explain what's going on, and then we need to go into the mayor's residence where the lead monster has settled himself.
Mustafa. Wonder what kind of monster he could be.
We got Rocky here. He was blocking the entrance, but he moved out of the way. Here's Mustafa. Thundersword, Fire Claw. I think I've already got both of those, right?
Yeah, so this guy is not really super difficult. He does have a lot of HP. And he can do strong physical damage.
Like that?
Like that.
If Melvin wasn't blocking that, that would have really hurt.
Yeah, Kowie's using multi-heal even when only one person sometimes needs healing, just because it scales better with your magical mending, so
yeah,
it heals more than mid-heal will, even though it doesn't seem like it should. And Melvin has a lot of max HP, or max MP, I mean, so he can just kind of keep up those multi-heals for a lot longer than Maribel was able to.
All right, he was enthralled. That doesn't happen very much.
No.
But just if your character has high style, then sometimes monsters have a chance to just lose a turn to be enthralled by your team.
Yeah, and it seems to happen in particular on this fight quite often. I wonder if he's more vulnerable to it.
Yeah.
That was easy.
So, yeah, there are going to be a couple bosses in this island. So this is the first one. You're kind of expected to do this, around this time, but as soon as you get to Shark Eye's ship, you can do it. So you could technically do this before doing the Wind Spirit and our Spirit segments, but...
Yeah. Here's Buddy. He's the real mayor of the town, and he's just going to let Rocky hang out with him, but we'll come back and talk to them later. But for now, the sun's out. That must mean everything's good.
Yep.
Right? We saved the island. That was it. That was what we donated for, right? We definitely don't have to come back. Nothing would happen again to this town.
Nope. So let's check out the present version. Get more use out of that Sky Stone. So we got the island that appeared.
All right, Sky Stone.
Let's go check it out. Hope your people
トラウマ級の
a little low on MP.
ね、だって家床下からぶち壊してましたよ。
Yes, we're gonna go check out the town. And it's still ruined.
Oh no, not again. Dang. Sure enough.
All right, I guess we're going back to the past again.
魔王にやられるか、あいつにやられるか
As soon as we hit the
大変
coast,
だ。
and we'll have to close that bid war. And there it is. So it's going to be a minute or two before we get to the choice, but let's get that wrapped up and see whether we're saving or killing Wiggles.
Oops.
There's something else I wanted to say about the fight that we just had. That doesn't really matter. We're gonna go check out and see what the mayor's up to nowadays. And it looks like he's got a new friend. Rocky's dead, but we now have his pet Wiggles.
Yeah. Look at him. He's so cute.
They grow up so fast.
So are we saving him or killing him? I think we should save him. Look at him.
Well, we just got a last-minute donation of 4321 from Purple Mara 920.
Oh, well.
After the walk downtown, I proceeded to go back to my office, and who should I find? It was Sylvando. He said, Wiggles removes happiness from this world, like Wiggles die. Kill, save the happiness. So that puts kills Wiggles at $103 and save Wiggles at $65. So it is done. We must kill Wiggles.
All right.
Well, so here's the villagers. They came in to confront the mayor because they see this hellworm that he's got as a pet, and they're like, you know, we just put up with the monsters and occupying the town. We just put up with the hellworm. Now you got this guy.
Look how cute he is, though.
Yeah, they don't understand. So they're having a meeting out here. They're trying to decide what should we do about this guy.
Yeah, we gotta be very careful on this choice here.
Yeah.
So they're gonna ask us to help deal with this creature. And if we're killing Wiggles, we have to make sure we say, yes, we are helping them.
Yeah. The other option is to refuse and just go straight to the mayor and rat him out, and then the mayor whisks him away to save him. So yeah, they know that we saved him before. They ask, are you gonna help us out with this one more time? Like, sure, I can handle a little worm for it. Because it's a dirty job, but someone's gotta do it. You sure you wanna do this? They really guilt you. Curly made of stern stuff, but I know how much that creature means to Buddy.
Are you absolutely sure?
Yeah. I wouldn't want you to change your mind halfway through. Once you commit to this, there's no going back. Are you absolutely sure you want to dispose of Buddy's so-called pet once and for all?
Yep.
Yeah, we got it.
Amazing.
なんと、
Agreed to kill an awful creature.
村長の可愛がってるモンスターの討伐を依頼された。
All right. Just remember, you gotta make it quick. Don't want Buddy to wake up before the deed's done. No one wants him to have to witness his beloved pet being put down.
All right, let's go find
あ、でも
Wiggles.
そうですよね。穴ぼこ開いてたらちょっと、またなんかあるかもって思いますしね。
Wiggles is like, scree, scree. Eek, eek. Identifies that we're hostile, and we have to fight him.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah.
He's got a fair bit of HP, so.
Yeah, maybe I should have just gritty dittied. I'll do it.
Yeah, so unfortunately these worms make you sometimes lose turns when they hit you, which is slightly annoying. But otherwise they're not really very scary. It's just annoying when you muscle dance somebody and then he hits them and makes them lose their turn.
ね、ちょっとこれはいざ戦ってみたらちょっともしかしたらやばいやつなのかも
It's
しれ
actually
ない。
kind of a secret third option for this fight. Like if you do change your mind and you decide you don't want to kill Wiggles, you can let him kill you in this
い
fight.
や、だって
and
こんな
that'll-
トゲトゲ毒とかありそうですもんね。
but,
牙も
yeah,
あっ
if you
て。
lose to this fight, then it kind of picks up on the path of saving him. That's it. Yeah, just keep hustling at this point.
Yeah.
Kind of burning a lot of magic, but whatever.
Yeah, that's probably fine.
Hero just spent the entire fight stunned.
He sure did. Better than Gabo, though.
Yeah.
倒しちゃった。
Oh, there she leveled up and got her MP back.
あ、村長、村のみんなのためだと思って。
Oh no, Wiggles.
Scree.
あ、なんかちょっとかわいそ
Oh, what have we done?
We saved the town, though. We saved happiness, right? That's what Purple Mario just promised us.
That's true, yeah.
Let's see how this plays out.
Oh, Wiggles, what have they done to you? He understands what happened. The townspeople put us up to this.
Ah.
これは、
Just trying to do what's best for the people of the town.
Yeah.
Thought he was going to eat them all.
But then there's a scream
あれ
outside.
ですか、魔物より怖いのは人みたいな感じの話ですかね。
Alright, let's go check on things. Oh no!
ああ、なんか、ああ、
They're mad at what we did to them.
あらまあ。
Watch me move.
And even if you save Wiggles,
村を滅ぼした方が早い。
so these fights are always there one way or another.
Actually, I have to change you. I don't know if it even helps, but there it is.
いやー、悲しい村ですね。
I do remember what I was going to say earlier, though, which is I didn't mention this earlier, but one of my favorite things in the Japanese voice acting, so I thought about it when you accidentally hit the career sphere, is when you use the career sphere in Japanese, the Japanese voice actor for Jackie just does this nice, like, hi, and it's like, I just love the way it sounds. And her English voice acting is less exciting.
Oh. Yeah.
But that's okay. On the bright side, we have English voices, so, you know.
Is that the bright side?
I mean, it is for the donators. They donated for it, so
That's true.
that's what matters.
Now we have to watch her move.
Excellent.
All right. One more worm here.
I think there's two still, actually. The first one was just off the cutscene. Why is Hero always stunned?
Watch me move.
Well, they can't stun her because she's moving.
Yeah.
My gratitude.
いやー、悲しい歴史の村だな。触手の魔物に
Aren't you
襲
going
わ
to
れ
put the
て、
weapon with the weakness on
ロ
Hero
ビ
for it?
ー、爆弾岩くんは犠牲になり、
Oh, he's stunned again.
人間の不寛容で悲劇が起き、
Watch me move.
あ、そこもつながってるんですか。なんか、
segment's kind of funny
え、
because you have to pop
す
in
ごいよ
to
く
the
できた
houses
ストーリー
and
ですね。
because there's someone getting attacked in each building, but you don't actually have to help the people. You just look at them and then leave. And I think in one case you also
そもそもその魔王のなんか闇の力でのおかげで実は滅んでて
Actually,
よか
the
ったね
final
ってなってたっていうのもすごい深いストーリーだなって思ったんですけど、
one. Hey, Hero got to do something.
Yeah.
And again.
Okay.
We did it.
All right, so we saved the town from the worm attack here. Surely there can't be any more to this island, right?
See, yep, one more worm in here.
あ、村長。
Always more worms.
Always more worms.
Watch me move.
確かに。
We'll save Buddy here from this worm to make up for killing his beloved pet.
Yeah.
Cute little Wiggles. Gone before his time.
そのヘルバオムより強いっていうのもちょっと納得。
Watch me move.
あ、共存ルートもあるんですね。
Okay. The final worm.
でもまあ滅ぼした方が早いと。悲しい。
Yeah, we're gonna. So Buddy kind of talks about what's
あ、
happening
また。
for a minute and says we gotta get out.
も
of
うダ
here.
メだ。この村はもうダメじゃ。
Run outside. There's more worms out here too. Oh no. We follow Buddy. He leads us into the well. Then, yeah, he says there's nothing else to do but to stay here and wait till morning. Yeah. Yeah, he's thinking that, you know, these worms must have shown up because they were probably Wiggles' friends and they were probably planning this all along.
Spend a sleepless night knowing that we killed an innocent worm. Or was he innocent? Who knows?
And then totally just left the whole town to die.
Now let's head up and see how this town's looking. Oh no!
Not again.
Town's all destroyed.
怖っ。
Well, so yeah, GG. Turns out saving Wiggles is what saves the town.
いやなんかこの
No.
可愛いけど
Yeah, if you
この
save
ジオラマ
Wiggles,
ジオラマっ
he,
ぽいマップ
Buddy takes
めっちゃ
them
リア
off
ルじゃない
to
ですか。
this
切なさが増す。
the hill over here.
可愛い分。
There's kind of a cute, sad farewell scene. And then the worms attack the village, and then Wiggles shows up to save the day. He beats up the worms, and then,
Yeah, that final scene there where all the worms are bunched up. Wiggles saves the day there.
Yeah.
All right, well, that was Nottingham Island.
Yep.
We'll go back and check on it in the present one more time, but I think we all know what we're going to find.
And there's nothing. It does actually survive into the present, though, if you save Wiggles.
Yep.
So some of these sparkles are in, like, they're under barrels and stuff if you save the village.
ああ。
But yeah, that was the incentive. Thanks everyone who donated for that. It's always really fun to show off.
Yeah, I hope everyone enjoyed it. Thank you all for the donation for both Doing the Island and for Wiggles' Fate.
ということで、
Yeah,
寄付額達成
now we're going
に
into the final
つき
dungeon. Here's Kiefer. I don't know if we said this, but Kiefer only joins you in the final
いやなん
dungeon.
か
But yeah, he'll be
オ
even
プション
helping
の
us out
ストーリーとは
in the
す
final
ごく
boss, and
重厚感のある話でしたね。
damage to the final boss.
He sure does.
いや、よかった。
My casual playthrough
達
of
成
this,
さ
he
れ
probably
て
did more
よ
damage
かっ
to
た
the
です。
final boss than I did.
よかったか
All my characters combined.
I'd say in the speedrun he might do something like maybe 20.
なかなか
something like that.
結構ヘビーでしたよ、これ。
Kiefer invented 25%.
あ、キーファーずっと待っててくれたんですね。
Alright,
うん。
so
まあ、
we're,
一つの
looks
村
like we're in
の
the final dungeon here.
ね、
The room that had the magic key in it.
歴史を辿った分待たせましたね。
There are a couple chests in that lower section that
あ、もともとは本編だったんですね。
armor and weapons, and there's an optional world leaf that he may or may not choose to pick up. We have used one or two in the run, so maybe he'll grab it, maybe he won't. But now is probably one of the last chances.
いや確かにこれ本編にしっかり入ってたら結構ゲームのテーマ変わっちゃいそうな気がしますね。
$13.37 donation from Unos. Happy coincidence slash silver lining that while on a mental health leave from work,
サ
I
ブ
got
で
to watch Cowness and
サ
haktical
ブエピソ
run
ード
Dragon
になっ
Quest.
て
Thanks to Limit
なん
Break
だろ
for
う
all
バラン
of
ス的
you.
にはいい気がしま
Thank
す。
you, Unos. I truly hope things start to get better for you. And that brings us to why we're all here. We're here to support Nami. The NAMI helpline is a free US-based nationwide peer support service providing
本編だともう一回滅ぶんですか
information and support to people living with mental health conditions, their family members, caregivers, and mental health providers. The NAMI helpline is available Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Time via phone call, text, and live web chat. To reach the NAMI helpline, please call 1-800-950-6264 or visit nami.org/help to access
今
all
回のビ
NAMI
ットが達成
helpline
された分、EST がちょっと伸びてますね。
We do have some incentives for the next next run coming up. We have Final Fantasy X 10-2 Relay Race.
あ、
The
スピリット
blindfold
さんた
massage
ち
is at $435 out of 1,000. Chockable Races is at $68 out of 1,500. Show Concert, we have $120 out of $1,500. And the Tobly Elevator Push, we're at $105 out of $500. So there's time to get donations in for those incentives.
Oh.
And I'm going to throw it back to Haktical and Countess. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
All right.
Thank you, Lisa.
What is this? It's just a bird party at the stairs.
So at the depths here of Orgonomir's castle here, Cathedral, there's this like 4-spirit section where there are these 4 elemental areas that each have a spirit kind of presiding over them, and a piece of the legendary equipment. And obtaining the legendary equipment kind of lights the fire in the center of the room, and then once you clear them all, it unlocks the door to the final boss. This legendary equipment is all really good stuff. It provides a lot of defenses and
ファイナルボスっ
resistances.
て言ってるの
The
で、
shield has a really nice unused effect that repels breath
い
attacks.
よいよ最後の戦いに向けてっていう感じです
The
かね。
sword, it's sort of funny. The sword is like,
Why not equip it?
yeah, the sword's really useful in the PlayStation version of the game, but sadly, elemental stuff is just better in this one. So,
Yeah. It does self-cast oomph, but I've got other people that can apply that. And it's really funny because like it's the one item you want in a PlayStation speedrun. The rest are all optional because in the PlayStation version, you like it's kind of similar except you only run through one of these elemental areas and then you're just sent to the final boss. So if you want all the equipment, you actually have to leave the dungeon and then start it all over. And
yeah, the helm is also very useful in that version because of the resistances,
Yeah.
especially the confusion resistance that it grants. But yeah, the sword's the one thing in this version, as Cowie said, that we don't really care about. TheCowness did pick up the Sword of Ruin when going through the dungeon, as he talked about it earlier, that it's just a really strong sword that it's got like a curse penalty to it, but it's nothing, makes stuff cost more MP, but we're not using MP abilities so with a hero, so it doesn't matter. All right, one more. So each of these like sections has like an elemental gimmick to it, like I was saying, and clearing one actually like stops the gimmick in the other areas. So these rocks that Countess is running on right now are normally invisible unless you clear the wind section, and that makes these rocks become visible. You can run on them even when they're not visible. It's a little faster to do so, but you can also fall off. You know, the water one clears up some of the lava in the fire area versus the lava or the fire area changes the water level in the water one. Like this earth one, if we had done it first, stops the wind blowing in a couple set spots of the wind corner, which, you know, it actually saves like a second to do it in that order, but
yeah,
then you have to risk it's harder to dodge enemies here because you can't see the platforms that you're trying to dodge them on. So
yeah, and the one time I tried to do it in the faster order, I fell off. So yeah, it was way faster just to lose the half a second or whatever, run against the wind.
yeah, exactly. All right, so that's the final piece of legendary equipment. So Countess is going to do one big last equip menu and then make a save. Take the statue heal and all that stuff.
All right, I'm gonna give her the old slime heart.
Just to troll me.
Yes.
The Slime Heart gives like 5% evasion.
10.
Basically nothing. This guy's using all fire and breath attacks anyway.
Oops.
Okay, let's focus on this menu here. He does the setup a little bit differently than I do. Part of this, sorry, part of the setup is also the, we were talking about way earlier in the run, how a lot of the items in this game give agility modifiers. The Twin Pot lowers agility, weapons like the Knuckle Dusters increase agility, that sort of thing. So there's a mix of setting up like optimal damage things for this fight, but also setting up characters' agility to be able to handle like buffs and debuffs and heals and all that sort of thing in a consistent order. I use a setup where Melvin becomes very tanky but very slow, and Countess prefers him to be a little bit quicker, and yeah, just does things a little bit differently than I do, which is absolutely fine.
Just wanted to pop in real quick with a quick donation from the Wellher fam, $250. No comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, now we're running up to the final boss. We're going to Mirror 2. This boss has...
seeds I haven't used. You know what? Throw them. Why not?
This boss has 4 phases, and they get, well, in theory, progressively harder. Realistically, the second and third phases are often the scarier ones. We'll see how this goes. The first phase acts a lot like phase 2 of Orgo 1, where it's a lot of like breath attacks and things like that. Pretty basic stuff. No real unique behaviors. If Countess manages to get a good action on Hero before hitting the enrage portion of this fight, the hero will be able to use that shield that he picked up in order to repel the breath attacks that he does pretty commonly during... Just gonna use it now, that's fine.
Oh, I didn't use his let loose. Whatever.
All right, so here's the enrage phase. He uses breath attacks pretty commonly here, like that. So it just reflected that back for 500 damage. Let loose.
Just use the shield again.
Sir. Gabbo hitting there for 2,700.
Yeah, my equipment setup is kind of based around just trying to make Gabbo and Ira free to deal as much damage as possible, and Hero takes a couple of breaks to do things like use the shield. There we go. I'll let all his transformation scenes play out unless I skip on an accident, like I've been doing in practice.
めっちゃ顔がまがまがしくなってる。
Yeah, Countess does have to watch out for that battle
Oh.
dance. It is a gritty ditty
第
right
一
now.
形態のや
You
つ
won't use battle dance once to refresh that.
可愛くはな
The
いな。
second phase is actually like pretty scary. He starts off by boosting his magic power. You can technically lower it by using the Great Leveler, but it's not reliable. The Great Leveler is the skill that you got taught in Hubble way earlier from the Wiz.
Yeah.
But this guy will go into his enrage form almost right away. And in his rage form, he casts a lot of critical magic spells. And if we use the bounce sword, the Ripple Rapier, to use bounce, it will cause him to actually replace some of that critical magic, critical kaboom, with freezing waves instead, which removes all our buffs, but it has the advantage of providing a lot of safety. So this attack right there would have been an AoE, like massive damage critical hit.
Yeah, basically if you don't have the bounce up, then whoever he targets with kaboom there, or frizzle, will die if it's not Kiefer. Oh, we're off. All right, waves, yeah. Just parrying this one.
Still has bounce up, so he doesn't need to worry about redoing it. More waves. Everything's fine.
Let's get the resurrection stick out for a stronger heal. With the very Devil Heart, Melvin has effectively unlimited magic for this fight, so I can just cast multi-heal no matter how much or how little healing I need.
Yeah. And even though he's not using Battle Dance as often to like refresh the attack up, you kind of get a rotating set of gritty ditties in here as long as nobody dies, so you can keep attack power going most of the time, even without it. This should be the end of phase 2. So phase 3 starts off as like a somewhat standard fight. When he goes into his enraged form though, he'll start throwing out curses to everybody, which causes their max HP to be reduced by half. And then he will often spike charge that same person and just kill them from full with one hit. So that's what he's got to watch out for here. You got to switch Geppo's weapon.
Oh, right. Just paying too much attention to his buff, which is about to wear off.
Yep. Ira's getting a little low on magic. She'll probably need some recovery soon too, but it's more important right now to...
You can do that?
Oh.
Okay. Shout out to the PS1 version. Take the old blind. There it is.
Use that Mermoon again.
The PlayStation version, he does that like every 3 actions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fire Claw. Well, unfortunate, but you know. At this point, it's a lot about trying to get through this phase quickly before too many people get cursed. TheCowness does have quite a few worldlies available and quite a few worldlies, so there's a lot of healing available if needed. So there's an example of a curse coming out on Hero, and Ira also losing her turn, which is, you know, unfortunate, but there is a... If a character dies, that curse will go away, and Melvin does also have an ability to cure it, but usually it goes away because the person dies.
Yeah.
Like that.
AU が
Hero revive him. Get him, Kiefer. Let's do this.
Alright, use one of those leaves. So we're still a couple minutes away, but as a heads up, the timing will end at on the end of phase 4. There will be like, it'll display first Orgo is defeated, then there'll be like an actual text box that will say Orgo is defeated. When that text box draws, that is the end time. So still a couple minutes away. We still have to get through all of phase 4, but that is the end of phase 3. So phase 4 will usually pretty much immediately go into his enrage pattern, which has a setup to it. So he'll summon some hands, he'll drain their MP, he'll use waves on you, disruptive waves, he'll drain the MP of the hands and your MP. He'll drain your MP, the hands will give him their MP, and then he will use Magic Burst, which gets rid of all of his MP to do large damage to your entire party. There are a couple different ways of dealing with that. You can use Tempest Shields to get rid of hands to reduce the MP that he gains. You can just tank through it. You can use things like the Water Amulet in order to absorb the hits. Yeah, a few different options.
これが神様のふりしてたのかって今すごい、うわーって思っちゃいました。
Going out for a while that can be used to like automatically revive people. Kind of just got to play it by ear a little bit. You can use the bounce sword before that goes off and actually reflect one of the hits from it. I've actually won a fight once with the reflected hit, which was really funny.
I guess next section is a wave, so we'll wait on that.
Yeah, he's in a fixed pattern here, so.
Why don't you just do this?
Oh, well.
Yeah. Ira's gonna lose hers when she dies in a second. That's fine.
Yeah.
Watch me move.
Ha! Here I go!
All
For
right.
limit break.
Hot air raid.
Everything!
We cast Life 3 on Ira. So my whole team doesn't die to this. Blind again. Does not really matter what you do. Why don't you give yourself some more magic?
Oh, we're gonna use the water amulet?
Yep.
All right, so Ira's back. Reflected some of that damage.
Yeah, all these leave. Let's just leave Gamma.
Yeah. And so now he'll kind of go into his normal like damaging patterns, which are a little bit scary. I mean, he's got a mix of like breath attacks and strong physical attacks and stuff like that, but he's already in the red. He's almost dead, so we're going to be coming up on time pretty soon. Maybe like 2 more attacks from a buffed up Gabbo.
Alright. Let's use this just in case he decides to do breath attacks.
Yeah, makes sense.
Watch me.
Gabbo's probably got him. Nothing to do. Oh, nice.
There's the breath.
頑張れ。
And the breath. Got him. And
お
time.
Nice.
倒したー GG タイマーストップです。
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. So we'll do some shout outs real
い
quick.
やーよかった。
Countess is just
AST
gonna
はね
run
ちょっ
to
と過ぎ
the
ちゃいましたけど。
end. We'll skip through the credits, but there's one little scene at the end that we'd like to show off, especially with the voice acting and all that. So in the meantime, we'll do some shout outs. I want to shout out all of the DQRTA community, friends here on the couch, obviously, big part of it. It's a really welcoming community. If anybody wants to learn these runs, we do have a Discord that you can join. We've got a compendium with data and guides for
世
most
界
of
は
the
平和
games.
に
We don't really have any good
なったの
public
かな。
notes for this yet, but I've been meaning to clean mine up and post them. Make sure you, yeah, there you go, call it a day.
Taking that very slow.
Yeah, so great community. You know, shout outs to the Japanese community as well. I mentioned before that we took some inspiration from a few of them, like Null in particular. For some of the
そう
routing
ですね。
shout
う
out
ん
to Limit Break. I know we had sort of the incentive of this was a difficult, right? Or not the incentive, the submission of this, because the game had just come out. So our estimate was, you know, we knew it was going to come down. We revised it multiple times as the routing improved. And, you know, thank you very much for letting us play this game here for everybody. Countess, I don't know what you want to add to that, but
Yeah, just I do want to like echo that I feel like the Limit Break Games Committee took kind of a gamble taking both DQ8 and this, because, you know, who knows what this run was going to do, and then DQ8 can be DQ8, but I feel like, you know, both teams are runners, put on a real good showing, so I don't think they regret their decisions. But yeah, this has been really fun to play through and run and route. Having to compress it into such a short time frame, I was kind of crashing by the end of it, so don't know if I'd do this again on this kind of a time frame, but it's been fun overall. Very proud of where this ended up and our time here today. Now we're like 3 minutes over, but, you know, we showed more than 3 minutes of cutscenes, so.
yeah, we're just going to go run to the boat here is like the last input, and then there'll be just a short, like 30-second dialogue that will play. You don't need to talk to him.
I want to give him a sandwich. You know, I don't have a sandwich
Yeah.
for him today.
No fish sub.
Maribel off the boat.
Maribel is once again hiding on the boat.
Yeah.
Hiding on a boat. Hiding on a boat.
So this time they let her come with.
Yeah, so we can skip this one here. This is where the normal credits would play. And then basically, we're going out fishing. Dad lets us come with him. And we haul in this tablet along with the final fish.
Final fish.
I've been traveling the world with the roamers, trying to build the future I'd seen. To be honest, though, I've lost track of time a bit since we parted ways. So if you're reading this, there's a favor I want to ask you. Something I want you to tell my old man. Tell him his boy did his duty, saw it through to the end. And remember, we'll always be pals, no matter what. Your friend, Kiefer.
And a message from our buddy.
Yep. And that's that. And so with that, that concludes our run. Thank you everybody for the donations. Thank you everybody for making Nottingham happen. And yeah, I'm sure we'll be back with something fun next year too.
ドネーションデビット達成の結果、ね、ボーナスも含めて6時間24分ですか。長時間のランを見せていただきました。
Thank you so much, haktical and TheCowness, for a great run.
ここまでドラゴンクエスト7Reimaginedでした。ここで、お知らせなんですけれども、ここで配信の再起動を行いますので、配信の方、自動で更新されない場合には、手動で更新の方をお願いいたします。あと、私の方、こちらで司会交代となりますので、ここまでお付き合いいただきありがとうございました。とても楽しく配信を見ることができました。まだまだ RPG リミットブレイク続きますので、ぜひ引き続きお楽しみください。それでは失礼いたします。